in Marvel Awakening with Saitama template. Chapter 1 Crisis. Awakening, Saitama template. Stark Industries headquarters. A violent explosion roared in my ears. Li Ji opened his eyes vaguely and couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. What's going on? Are you dreaming? Li Ji patted Famu's cheek, and then pinched his thigh hard. I'll go. It's not a dream, could it be, traveling through time? Li Ji looked around blankly. The city was in ruins. There were two blurry figures in the sky colliding fiercely. Suddenly, I saw a figure wearing a golden and red battle uniform falling rapidly towards Li Ji. Steel, Iron Man. Li Ji's eyes widened, he looked at the iconic suit and stammered. I haven't traveled to the Marvel world, right? Thinking of this, Li Ji was speechless for a while. This is not a good thing. The Marvel series of film and television works are very familiar to Li Ji. Because of his familiarity, he knew how bad it was to travel here. This is a dangerous world where half of the population could disappear at any given moment. When is this? Did the purple sweet potato spirit snap his fingers? Li Ji, who gradually accepted traveling to the Marvel universe, began to think about a way to survive. After all, he had just arrived in this foreign country and was unfamiliar with the place. Don't become cannon fodder in various wars before you start enjoying life. Just when Li Ji was thinking about how to survive, the ground suddenly shook, and then an unusually tall steel behemoth appeared in front of Li Ji. Iron Overlord. Isn't that dark iron lump the ultimate villain in the first movie of the Iron Man series, the eating out Iron Overlord? In other words, it's only 2008 now? It's still not until Thanos snaps his fingers. Li Ji was completely helpless. But, isn't this big boss too close to me? Is it too late for me to run now? Looking at the burly figure of the Iron Overlord, he couldn't help but want to retreat. After all, in the Marvel world, the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. If you have no money and cannot mutate, you may see God at any time. Now I am just a little Kayla Rice who has just traveled through time. The Iron Overlord can be ground to a pulp with just a move of his hands. Stop it. Obadiah. Iron Man Tony, wrapped in a golden and red suit, said to the Iron Overlord. You're always like this. For 40 years, I have always supported you. I built this company from scratch, and now I will not allow anyone to stand in my way. Iron Man Tony, who had run out of energy, was picked up by Iron Overlord. Your arrogant look is really annoying. Iron Overlord said calmly while throwing it into the pit. Iron Man, who had no time to react, was knocked unconscious by Iron Overlord. Oh? There is also a little mouse here. It seems that Tony will not be alone on his way to death. Iron Overlord raised his right fist and hit Li Ji hard. Looking at the gradual iron fist, Li Ji's face was filled with questions. Isn't it? Isn't it? Brother, do you have a taunting physique? Can this also transfer hatred to me? You're not going to leave just like that when your butt is warmed up, right? Just then, a crisp electronic sound sounded in Li Ji's ears. Ding! It is detected that the host is under life threat and punches Superman. Saitama's template system starts self-protection and activates automatically. Please choose the host, one fight to the death with the ultimate villain Iron Overlord Obadiah in this stage, and you will unlock the Integrate Punch Superman. Saitama Template 2. The host is killed by the Iron Overlord, and this system will live in Ziramu. System. It's finally here. Li Ji's despairing eyes suddenly lit up and he replied quickly. Brother Tongzi, let me choose one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the system, issuing rewards, and punching Superman. The Saitama template has been unlocked. Do you want to start the transmission? Transmit immediately. In the blink of an eye, Li Ji didn't care to learn more about the system he had awakened from. He just accepted the reward given by the system as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Ding! One Punch Superman. Saitama template has been unlocked, and you will get 10% of Saitama's teacher's power. Li Ji felt a warmth spread all over his body, and his back immediately stiffened. Looking at the terrifying iron fist falling in front of him, Li Ji slowly raised his left hand. Boom! Under the action of huge amounts of stress, smoke and dust arose around the two of them. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D who came to support couldn't help but close their eyes. If a mortal was hit by such a force, he would probably just turn into a pile of meat. The smoke slowly dispersed, and the onlookers could not help but widen their eyes when looking at the scene in front of them. Li Ji's body was seen standing upright in the pit like a steel knife. He took the Iron Overlord's terrifying blow with just the strength of one hand. The current atmosphere is eerily quiet. Iron Overlord was also a little confused when he looked at the thin but determined figure underneath him. Is this still a human being? With that said, Iron Overlord stepped back and activated the Gatling gun on his arm. You're good. You can catch my fist. But, can you dodge the bullet? Everyone's expressions tightened, probably thinking of the scene where Li Ji was pierced by the fire snake, swallowed by the machine gun and beaten into a sieve. Go to hell! Bang! The Gatling gun that was supposed to kill Li Ji was casually ripped off from the Iron Overlord and thrown to the ground. Pick up the gun! Li Ji's serious voice echoed in everyone's ears. I told you to pick up the gun. When the Iron Overlord heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he thought to himself, there must be something wrong with this person. He was scared to death just now, and now he is so arrogant. Who is the villain? Everyone looked at the machine gun that had been unloaded with bare hands, and their eyes were complicated, as if to say, Boss, you couldn't have come out earlier. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm showing my cards right, I'm an ability person. Li Ji taunted the Iron Overlord with full of arrogance. Ability person? How ridiculous! Congratulations on successfully irritating me. Go to hell, little mouse! Iron Overlord raised his hand angrily, preparing to give Li Ji a fatal blow. In my hometown, there is an idiom called a cricket that shakes a tree. It is very appropriate to describe the current situation. Li Ji arched his body and drew his right fist behind him to accumulate power. It's not an exaggeration to say that my situation before was like a worm. But now, you are the one who overestimates your own abilities and wants to challenge the gods. The two fists connected without making any sound. But the next scene shocked everyone. I saw that the giant steel beast that had been showing off its power before and tried to crush everything suddenly turned into ashes and disappeared between heaven and earth. At this time, Iron Man, who woke up from his coma, returned to the scene. He asked everyone who looked shocked. Where's Obadiah? I'm here to put an end to him, so it won't affect you. Then everyone replied with strange expressions. It's all over the sky. He took a punch from that man and then, turned into ashes. Iron Man's eyes widened, he took a breath, looked at Li Ji standing in the pit and said tremblingly. One punch. Where did this man come from? Chapter 2 Fists are the last word. Li Ji barely came to his senses. He didn't pay attention to the people around him who were shocked by the scene just now. He lowered his head and looked at his fists that were still shaking due to excessive excitement. My heart is excited. Is this the power of Saitama-sensei? How strong am I, now? Li Ji looked at his surroundings. The dilapidated streets and collapsed buildings all told that they had just experienced a tragic war. Is this Iron Overlord a little too weak? You just touched it and it disappeared. Li Ji said helplessly, as if what just happened had nothing to do with him. Everyone around him took a breath when he heard this. Isn't this the limit of a hot man? At this moment, the crisp electronic sound of the system sounded in Li Ji's ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the current villain Iron Overlord Obadiah, the system upgrade, unlocking the new function Cycle Check-in mission. Cycle Check-in task, Teacher Saitama's Road to Becoming Stronger, Daily Aerobic Training, 100 Push UPS, 100 Sit UPS, 100 Squats, and 10 kilometers of running, a cycle every 15 days. After clocking in for 15 days, you can unlock 5% of Teacher Saitama's power by integrating. Current check-in times, 0 strength, unlock 10%. Hearing this, Lee Ji recalled Teacher Saitama's serious expression in his previous life when he told him the secret of becoming stronger. Respecting the distance. Don't worry, teacher, I will make the villains in this world succumb to your terrifying power. On the other side, Iron Man Tony looked at the figure standing in the sun like a sharp knife. He looked dazed and sighed in his heart. What kind of power is this? My physical body alone can turn such high-density steel into ashes in an instant. Where did he come from, and is he a friend or an enemy? Thinking of this, Iron Man gritted his teeth and took a trembling step forward. Asked cautiously. Sir, are you from S.H.I.E.L.D? Everyone around looked at Iron Man's cautious figure, and they were even more shocked. Why did even the person in charge of this industrial giant, Iron Man, who had just fought back and forth with the Iron Overlord, vaguely reveal a hint of fear? Seeing that Lee Ji didn't answer, Iron Man Tony cleared his throat and asked again. Excuse me sir, are you from S.H.I.E.L.D? Only then did Lee Ji notice Tony who was standing next to him at some point. S.H.I.E.L.D. What is that? Is that your police department here? Tony's heart tightened when he heard this. Is this man really an invading enemy from an alien planet? How should we deal with such power? Sir, did you come to us from an alien planet? Tony continued to ask without giving up. This is getting outrageous, Mr. Stark. I am just an ordinary person. Oh no, I am still an ordinary person who is homeless now. Ordinary people. Tony's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. Everyone around him was even more frightened. How many ordinary people can punch the Iron Overlord and turn the sky into ashes? Tony smiled dryly, but did not answer the question. It's not that he doesn't want to pick it up, it's that he can't pick it up. If you have such power and you are an ordinary person, then aren't we just scum? Just then, a stealth fighter jet roared over. In the astonished eyes of everyone, they slowly landed in front of Lee Ji and Tony. The hatch opens. I saw a bald black guy with a tall build, wearing a black suit and wearing the same eye patch as Pirates of the Caribbean on his left eye jumped out of the plane. Hello, mysterious sir, I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I was wondering if you are interested in visiting our base. After all, the city still needs to be repaired and operated. It's not a problem to stand here all the time. Lee Ji thought about it but didn't agree immediately. He just asked Tony beside him. Is this the S.H.I.E.L.D. you just said? It's a big card. As soon as these words came out, Iron Man Tony and Director Fury were a little uneasy. The latter explained hurriedly. Sir, don't get me wrong, it's just that airplanes are more convenient. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't come and go as freely as Tony with the armor, so I can only use this big guy. Hearing this, Lee Ji smiled. Sure enough, no matter where you are, fists are the last word. It seems that his actions just now have left a deep imprint on everyone's minds. Okay, you and I will go take a look. After all, he came to this world with no one to rely on, so S.H.I.E.L.D. might be a good choice. It's just that the battle just now blew up my house. Will your company pay for it? Lee Ji looked calm and asked Fury. Lee Ji's house? Where did he get his house from time travel? Fortunately, when Tony and Iron Overlord fought just now, many apartment buildings suffered varying degrees of damage. Based on the principle of trapping him wherever he can, he didn't want to let go of the big fat sheep in front of him. Otherwise, I have to sleep on the street. Director Fury breathed a sigh of relief and answered quickly. Ha ha ha, of course there is no problem, but an apartment building like that is no longer worthy of your status. I will arrange a better place for you, please don't worry. Li Ji nodded slowly to Nick Fury. Turn around and walk towards the stealth fighter. Then let's go, Director Fury, and don't affect the normal order of the city. Tony, come with us. I just have something I want to discuss with you. Nick Fury saw Li Ji already walking into the cabin, turned to Iron Man and said. Me? I still won't go. Until I know the details of this man, I still avoid close contact with him, Fury. You were not there at the time and have no idea what this man did. With high hardness alloy armor, just one punch and the damn Obadiah went to see God. I really don't want to be in the same room with this dangerous person, even on your spaceship. Iron Man Tony replied to Fury in a panic. I have learned about the situation at the scene, and the technical department has also reported back the results of the face comparison. Guess what? There is no such person. Fury explained to Tony. There is only one reason for this. He is a creature from other countries or alien planets. Now that he has no ill intentions towards us, it shows that he may also become our comrade in arms. If there is such a powerful man protecting the Earth. Iron Man Tony's expression softened slightly, as if he had accepted Fury's suggestion. Okay, let's go together. Tony replied to Fury. Actually, there is another reason. Fury said to Tony as he walked towards the spacecraft. If he is really our friend and not our enemy. Maybe it's someone worth wooing. Chapter 3 The Suspicious American Captain. After a roar. The stealth fighter slowly landed on the S.H.I.E.L.D apron. S.H.I.E.L.D Assistant Chief Coulson was waiting outside the cabin early. Director, the reception room is ready. Coulson said respectfully to Nick Fury. Thank you, Coulson. Mr. Lee, please come this way. Nick Fury stretched out his hand and respectfully invited Li Ji to enter the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters building. After this operation, Assistant Coulson had a question mark on his face. As the two walked toward the building, he asked Tony Stark, who had just stepped off the stealth fighter. Mr. Stark, who is this man? Why is the director so respectful to him? Tony replied with a playful look on his face. This is the hot man who knocked Obadiah out with one punch. Coulson's originally smiling expression suddenly froze. Is this the fierce man? Why does he look so thin? Is the information wrong? Tony didn't answer when he saw this, and followed Li Ji alone. Hearing the footsteps getting further and further away, Coulson reacted and walked quickly towards everyone, while giving orders on the intercom. Administration Department, there are important guests coming upstairs, please be ready to receive them. Reception room. Everyone took their seats. Nick Fury cleared his throat and spoke first. Mr. Lee, I have taken the liberty to invite you here. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Li Ji did not interrupt and waved his hand to signal Fury to continue. It's like this. More than 10 years ago, there was an invasion of alien creatures on the Earth. Li Ji suddenly spoke. That invasion was the one Danvers stepped in to solve, right? Nick Fury's face darkened and he spoke word by word. Where did Mr. Lee know these things? I have never told anyone else about Danvers. It can be said that no one in the entire United States knows about Danvers' existence except me. But your husband knows so clearly that it was her who solved the crisis. Could it be that he also comes from distant outer space? Li Ji was embarrassed for a while, forgetting that he had traveled through time, and casually told the story about Team Shock, and then answered vaguely. You can understand that, Director Fury. After saying that, Nick Fury's expression returned to normal and he continued. Since Sir already knows about Danvers, I will open the skylight and speak out. Since there has been an invasion of supernatural creatures on the Earth, supernatural forces are needed to deal with it. At this time, Nick Fury turned to Tony Stark and said, Tony, this is one of the reasons why I asked you to come over. I want to set up a team to deal with emergencies like this. I call it the Avengers. After hearing this, Lee Ji roughly understood what Nick Fury meant. Killing the Iron Overlord with one punch was too shocking. It makes sense to become a recruiter of the Avengers. After thinking for a while, Lee Ji asked Nick Fury. So? What does the director mean? Nick Fury took a deep breath and said. Mr. Lee, your power amazes us. I hope you can become a member of the Avengers. And I will do my best to give you a satisfactory reward. First, wasn't your residence damaged in the war? As promised to you before, we will compensate you for a high-quality apartment in the central area of the city. Second, you can get S.H.I.E.L.D.'s subsidy every month. And the amount will definitely satisfy you. Overall, the conditions given by Nick Fury are reasonable. After thinking for a moment, Lee Ji replied to Nick Fury. Okay, I'll join, but I have a few questions. How much salary does your company give you per month? What are the working hours? Does working beyond working hours count as overtime? If overtime is worked, how is overtime pay calculated? As soon as these words came out, not only Nick Fury, but everyone present was a little unable to react. Overtime pay? For a moment, the living room was eerily quiet. At the same time, a man wearing a tight-fitting blue battle suit and carrying a star shield on his back returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. A Lang agent walked towards the man and reported the report. Captain, the director brought back an Eastern man today. According to the news from above, the director wants to invite this man to join the Avengers. Tony Stark is also up there now. Isn't this iconic shield hip tights just an old popsicle that has been frozen for 70 years? Is Steve Rogers known as the Captain of the United States? Really? I'll go up and see what kind of person is worthy of Fury personally inviting him. When Steve Rogers pushed open the door of the number 1 reception room, I found that everyone was looking at Lee Ji sitting aside in silence. I couldn't help but beat a drum in my heart. Is this? The talks have collapsed? Then he looked carefully at the young man with an oriental face. I couldn't help but frown. Is that it? As skinny as a little chicken? Is this old BD Nick Fury crazy, recruiting such a weak kid? Then the Captain of the United States, who had just entered the door, was the first to break the silence. Fury, is this little skinny guy your new recruit? He looks so weak. Before anyone could speak, Steve Rogers took off the shield behind his back and said to Lee Ji. In this case, as the captain, I have the responsibility to test the ability of the team members. I just came back from a mission, but don't worry, I will save you some face. Just if you can't meet my requirements, don't come here to waste our funds. Lee Ji just glanced at it and ignored the American captain's provocation. I thought to myself, is the Captain of the United States mentally retarded? Looking at Lee Ji who didn't respond, Steve Rogers raised his shield and knocked on the table. Didn't this little thin man from the east hear me? I said. Let you attack me. Then Lee Ji sighed and said helplessly. You're really annoyed. I can hit you, but if your shield is damaged, you don't have to pay for it, right? Hearing this, the American captain couldn't help laughing. My shield is made of vibranium, the hardest metal in the world. Ordinary bullets can't leave a trace on it. Combined with Dr. Stark's design, it also gives the shield energy absorbing and air resistance reduction effects. To put it simply, he can resist and fight, although he suffered some losses in the mission just now. But it's enough to deal with you little chicken. Lee Ji felt a little bored when he heard this. Who wants to know what your shield looks like? Just use it if you think it's good. Why do you tell me this? He turned his head and asked Nick Fury. Boss, is there anything else? If not, can you send me back to my new home? Oh, you'd better send me back to where I was. I have to go look for anything left in the ruins. I'm a pillow person, so I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Nick Fury smiled, stood up and said. Okay, let's leave now. The American captain who was arrogantly asking for a fight froze. Then he realized that he had been ignored by everyone. Why? So many people were surrounding that little skinny guy. I am the captain of the Avengers. I saw the veins on his forehead. He got up violently and turned around to chase Li Ji and the others who had just left the house. Little thin man. Didn't anyone teach you basic respect? As he said that, the American captain threw the shield at Li Ji angrily. The vibranium shield drew an irregular arc in the air and was in front of Li Ji in an instant. Li Ji didn't reply, he just raised his hand and slapped the shield back into the American captain's hand, and then walked onto the spacecraft on his own. The American captain stood there and looked angrily at the people who got on the plane. When he picked up the shield and prepared to block it again. But he was surprised to find out. There was some damage to the edge of the shield. What happened? Was it damaged by the impact of the bullet during the mission? Shouldn't it be? I didn't feel any impact coming from the edge of the shield. Could it be? The Me team looked at the disappearing stealth fighter suspiciously, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Damaged my shield with just one slap. How could there be such power? Chapter 4. I think it's better for you not to go to him. The apartment arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D for Li Ji is located in downtown New York. On the way to the apartment, Li Ji pretended to look through the ruins of the battle. It was like he was looking for something that had been with him for many years. Unfortunately, apart from gravel, only steel bars were left at the site. Not to mention the pillow, not even a hair can be seen. Forget it, let's go to where we live. I hope the new pillow is similar to the previous one. Coulson, who was leading the way for Li Ji, quickly answered when he heard this. Mr. Li, please rest assured. If you are dissatisfied with the facilities of the apartment, you can contact me at any time and I will replace it until you are satisfied. Li Ji nodded, then turned around and got into the car with Coulson and left. From time to time, the door number of the New York Center apartment appeared in front of Li Ji. The minimalist-style decoration makes people relax unconsciously. Coulson opened the door and handed the room key to Li Ji. Mr. Li, this is the apartment provided for you. There is a backup of the room key. If you lose it, you can contact me. We have equipped you with relevant communication measures in the room. If necessary, we will contact you through the device. We will not contact you at other times. Please don't worry if I disturb you. Li Ji walked into the door. The decoration of the apartment is very simple. No redundant and cluttered items. The layout of 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen is very reasonable. Various electronic devices are neatly placed on the dining table, including wireless receiving headsets, holographic computers, keyboards, satellite phones and other communication equipment. In addition, there are 2 bank cards and a POS machine. Coulson explained, Mr. Li, you have joined our S.H.I.E.L.D. Your salary will be transferred to this bank card on time. At the same time, he also has an overdraft limit of $100,000, which can be used in emergencies. There is a supermarket downstairs, and the surrounding facilities are quite complete. If you are interested, Mr. Li can go and have a look. Li Ji casually looked at the balance, which was $50,000. It seems that this is already an advance on his salary. Okay, please Mr. Coulson. Coulson smiled and shook his head, then exited the room and closed the door gently. Li Ji stretched his stiff body, as if he had thought of something. I just saw a good supermarket downstairs. I just got paid, so why not go to the supermarket to do some shopping and replenish supplies? S.H.I.E.L.D. When Coulson opened the door to the director's office, he saw Nick Fury looking at something intently. He made a cup of coffee and gently brought it to Nick Fury. Words such as green monster and genetic mutation flashed on the holographic screen. Nick Fury raised his head, looked at Coulson who walked in and asked, "You're back? Is there anything unusual on Mr. Lee's side?" Coulson scratched his head and replied, "I don't know what to say." On the way to send him back, he really pretended to look through the ruins. After returning to the apartment, everything was normal. When I saw the communication equipment and advanced equipment we distributed, there was no reaction. It was as if I had seen it before. Logically speaking, Li Ji should not have used or seen these high-precision equipment. But the feeling he gave Coulson was completely the opposite. Nick Fury taps his fingertips, his expression sometimes relaxed and sometimes gloomy. Finally, he sighed and said helplessly to Coulson, "Forget it, let's stop the investigation of Mr. Lee. For now, he is still on our side. You go first. A lot of things have happened recently. There is a hammer that comes from nowhere. The military is also ready to take action. For example, Dr. Banner, who disappeared before, has appeared again. There are many things. Please be more careful lately." Coulson smiled and replied, "Boss, are you aware of your conscience? You actually started to incite me." Nick Fury laughed and cursed and drove Coulson out of the room. After Coulson left, Nick Fury looked at the information on the holographic screen, thought for a while and then called Li Ji. Apartments in the heart of New York. Li Ji was packing up the loot he had just returned from the supermarket. He looked at the instant products that were about to fill the living room with a smile on his face. The discounts in the supermarket are really strong, but I don't know how these foreign products taste. Just when Li Ji was thinking about how to eat it, the cell phone issued by S.H.I.E.L.D. rang at an inappropriate time. Li Ji reluctantly looked away from the food. Looking at the disordered numbers on the phone is also full of doubts. Is there also telecommunications fraud in this beautiful country? Li Ji, who traveled from the Dragon Kingdom, was often tormented by fraudulent calls. Fortunately, Uncle Hat did a lot of popular science, and the kind-hearted Li Ji did not fall for these criminals. Li Ji hung up the phone decisively and continued to work on the matter at hand. Nick Fury on the other side listened to the busy tone on the phone with questions on his face. Why is it that the smartphones equipped in the bureau still can't be connected? He shook his head, turned around, turned on the holographic computer, and made a video call directly. Li Ji on the other side saw a video invitation from director Liu Dan on the holographic computer, and clicked on it without much thought. Not long after, a bald black guy wearing an eye patch appeared in front of him. "Mr. Lee, are you still used to living here?" Li Ji curled his lips. "I'm still used to it, but I didn't expect you to miss me so much. How long has it been since you called me via video call?" Nick Fury doesn't mind Li Ji's eccentricity either. The recent green monster incident was packaged and sent to Li Ji. "Mr. Lee, I just want you to take a look at something. The military has never given up research on the Super Soldier Project. You may not know much about the Super Soldier Project. Let me give you an example. You have seen the most perfect Super Soldier test body so far. It's that stern idiot, Steve, right?" Li Ji interrupted. Hearing this, Nick Fury was not too surprised. After all, Mr. Lee was a person that even Danvers knew, so it was not surprising that he could see the difference in the captain. "That's right, so the Bureau has been modifying the serum on this basis. However, it is a pity that an accident occurred some time ago. Bruce Banner, a researcher on the Super Soldier Project, had a genetic mutation and turned into a green monster. It is described in the information I just gave you. You can read it carefully." Li Ji ignored the information and just looked at Nick Fury with interest. "My Lord Director, how can you be sure that the mutated person is Dr. Banner? This kind of information is generally not released. Even if someone is injured, the scientist's information is completely confidential." Nick Fury smiled faintly. "This little thing still doesn't trouble our intelligence agency. What's interesting is that the monster only injured General Ross and his daughter Betty, but did not kill them. Judging from the description at the scene, the monster has very powerful power. We at S.H.I.E.L.D are also interested in him." "So?" Li Ji raised his eyebrows slightly. "Do you think you can capture him with your agents, or your so-called team members?" Nick Fury's face tightened and he said hesitantly, "Any questions, sir?" Li Ji turned around and sat on the sofa, looking meaningfully into Nick Fury's eyes. "Mr. Director, I think it's better that you don't go looking for him." Chapter 5. It must be very painful to hit someone with an electric whip. Nick Fury's face froze when he heard what Li Ji said, and he thought silently in his heart. "It seems that Mr. Li knows what I have in mind." Seeing Nick Fury didn't answer, Li Ji smiled. "I think the director has sent an agent to find him, right? Perhaps that Tony was also arranged by you to look for traces of Dr. Banner. Are there no clues? Do you still want me to find him?" Hearing this, Nick Fury smiled with relief and no longer concealed anything from Li Ji. "I have indeed sent people to communicate with Tony, but it's hard to say whether he will go or not based on his character. As for other agents, there is indeed no useful information sent back," Li Ji said slowly. "It's useless to let them go. Not only will they not be able to bring Dr. Banner back, they may also lose their own lives. I'll give you news in a few days. After all, I'm getting paid by S.H.I.E.L.D, so I have to do things." Nick Fury was overjoyed when he heard this. He had already agreed before he even opened his mouth. It seemed that giving him some benefits really made a difference. The two exchanged pleasantries for a few words before hanging up the video call. Later, Nick Fury also followed Li Ji's instructions and withdrew all the agents sent out, and informed Coulson that he no longer needed to communicate with Tony. Li Ji hung up the video call and lay down on the sofa board. "I hope Director Ludan can understand what I'm saying and don't let those innocent agents die. That one is number 1 in the Marvel Universe's combat power list. Forget it, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain, and the boat will sink naturally when it reaches the bridge. Wait for those fools from the federal military to explore the way first." Ding! Circular check-in task, Teacher Saitama's road to becoming stronger. The check-in task for the day has been completed. The cumulative number of check-ins, 15. The reward power is unlocked by 5%. Please choose whether to start integrate. Integrate. As Li Ji's voice fell, a warm current surged from his dantian and instantly filled Li Ji's body. Not long after, the clear electronic sound sounded in Li Ji's ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking 15% of the power, please keep up the good work. In view of the fact that the host has completed the first cycle mission, the system has been upgraded, and the random mission mode has been turned on. Random mission: there is a chance of triggering a random mission when experiencing a major event. The more contact you have with the main characters in the Marvel world, the greater the probability of triggering a random mission. I wish you good luck. Hey, I've also completed a side mission. I just don't know what good things this random mission can give me. At this time, Li Ji's cell phone rang, and he was considered an acquaintance. Tony Stark called and invited Li Ji to watch the racing competition in Morocco. Li Ji, who was originally planning to refuse, seemed to have thought of something. It seems that in this race, not only Tony's new armor can be seen, but also Bowling's big whip. Li Ji readily agreed and said he would arrive on time. After hanging up the phone, Li Ji realized that he seemed to have forgotten to ask Tony to arrange transportation to take him there. There was no other way. So Li Ji called the director of Braised Egg. It's just that the director's garbled phone calls don't look normal. What a rare visitor, Li. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to call me. Nick Fury joked to Li Ji. Sir Director, can you change your phone number? This string of codes gives me a headache. Li Ji rubbed his frown and said resentfully to Nick Fury on the other side of the phone. PSST. Li, don't you know that you can save notes on a phone number? Did you type it letter by letter? Hearing Nick Fury's sneer, Li Ji realized that the last time Director Lu Dan called him and he refused the answer, he kept the call record. He could just pull it out and call him. It was a pity that he still had to press a character in the phone book. Enter one character. Ahem. Li Ji coughed twice awkwardly and said as if to change the subject. Sir Director, do you want to have some fun? Hearing this, Nick Fury became interested. I wonder what programs Mr. Li has? As long as it doesn't endanger public safety, I'd like to watch it. Li Ji thought about it. It seems, probably, maybe it won't endanger public safety. After all, Tony is there, and I will go there, so it should be fine. Nick Fury was relieved after hearing this and replied. Mr. Li is going to Morocco, right? Let me guess, that BD Tony invited you to watch his racing car. Li Ji was not too surprised that Nick Fury guessed that he was going to Morocco. But what he said next made Li Ji a little embarrassed. Could it be that Mr. Li forgot to ask Tony to pick you up? And if you don't want to call me back because you're so proud, just call me and ask me to take you to Morocco. Li Ji's silence made Nick Fury confirm his suspicion. Mr. Li, you won't really let me get it right. Ahem. Well, Mr. Director, could you please send me to Morocco? I want to have some fun and see how that BD Tony's driving skills are. Nick Fury did not continue to ask further questions and just asked Li Ji to pack his things and prepare to go downstairs to the airport. After hanging up the phone, Li Ji let go of his toes that were so embarrassed that they were about to dig into the floor. This old BD is really disgusting. Li Ji cursed, locked the door, and got on the special car to the airport. Morocco. Li, you're finally here. Tony stepped forward and gave Li Ji a warm hug. Originally I planned to have a private jet pick you up, but I don't think you'll be able to use a private jet with your abilities. Maybe it would be like me putting on my armor and flying over in a flash. Li Ji smiled awkwardly and replied. Well, it's really not necessary. Tony looked Li Ji up and down and smiled mysteriously. I heard that you have been staying at home since last time. Take this opportunity to have some fun. If you hold it in for too long, you may cause problems. Li Ji helplessly spread his hands and replied, Come on, who looks like you? You are a famous playboy all over the world. Be careful of your body being hollowed out. Tony laughed and pulled Li Ji into the room. Let me introduce, this is my new assistant, Natasha Romanoff. How are you doing, Mr. Li? Isn't it interesting? Li Ji was not surprised to see the Black Widow appear here, otherwise Director Lu Dan would have learned about Tony's whereabouts. Eyeliner. This description is quite appropriate. Li Ji looked at Natasha Romanoff playfully. Stretched out his hand and said, Nice to meet you, Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow on the other side looked at Li Ji curiously. She always felt that this man seemed to know something. She couldn't explain clearly, as if she had no secrets in front of this man. She stretched out her hand generously and said with a smile, My pleasure, Mr. Li. Tony didn't notice Li Ji's eyes. He just laughed and asked Pepper, Natasha Romanoff, and others to arrange for Li Ji to watch the game in the audience while he wanted to go out. Li Ji turned to Happy, who was enjoying his meal, and asked, Sir, did Tony take a briefcase with him when he went out? Hearing Li Ji's question, Happy was stunned, stopped what he was doing and thought back, it seems to be there, but it was left in the car without being taken down. Is there any problem, Mr. Li? Li Ji chuckled lightly and said, "Can you please bring it over to me for a look?" "Don't worry, it's not a confidential document, it's just something your boss may use in a while." Happy glanced at Li Ji suspiciously, but didn't object. He swallowed what was in his mouth and went back to the car to get the box. Li Ji stood up and said to Pepper and Natasha Romanoff, "You two ladies, let's go in first. It will take a while for Tony to see him. If we don't go in, we won't have a good seat." After that, he led the two women towards the venue. Li Ji was secretly excited, thinking that he would be able to see Tony flogged for a while. It must be very painful when the electric whip hits your body, right? GGG. Chapter 6. You call this thing a reactor? The racing venue was buzzing with people. Li Ji, who traveled through time, was also infected by the enthusiasm of the audience. "It's so lively." Pepper, who followed Li Ji into the field, seemed a little anxious. The game was about to start and Tony was nowhere to be seen. He was slightly uneasy. "Ms. Pepper, are you looking for him?" Hearing the sound, Pepper looked in the direction of Li Ji's finger. "Why is Tony also racing?" Pepper and Happy looked a little anxious. After all, racing is a high-risk sport, and your life could be lost if you are not careful. Li Ji stopped the two people who were about to rush down. "Oh, it's okay, just let him relax. After all, he is not going to die soon, so there is nothing wrong with playing." Hearing Li Ji's words, both of them were stunned. "What? Tony Stark is not going to die soon?" Looking at the questioning looks of the two people, Li Ji smiled. "Don't be nervous, his life is in his own hands. I will talk to him when this matter is over." While a few people were talking, the racing competition started as scheduled. As the flag fell to start the race, the roar of the accelerator was intertwined with the cheers of the audience. Several racing cars rushed out like arrows. Li Ji, on the other hand, lacked interest and was not too excited. He just searched the field aimlessly. Until a few maintenance personnel wearing yellow overalls walked out of the employee passage. Li Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The scene of whipping Iron Man is so exciting. He then asked Happy, who came back, "Did you bring the suitcase you were asked to carry?" Happy handed the box to Li Ji with a confused look on his face. "Mr. Li, why do you need this now? Isn't this the main game?" At this moment, a staff member wearing yellow overalls walked into the venue. With a gloomy look on his face, he stood in the middle of the lane, staring at the car that was about to arrive, with a ferocious smile on his lips. "At last, Tony Stark! You thief!" He took off his overalls, revealing a simple harness-type armor, and held an electrified whip in each hand. "That's right, this is Yvonne the whip who loves walking birds." He waved his hands vigorously, and a racing car passing by him was cut in half. The scene of Yvonne cutting the car in half happened to be captured on the big screen, and the audience watching the game suddenly let out a burst of exclamations. Tony, who was playing, also noticed something was wrong. Seeing that the distance between him and Yvonne was getting closer and closer, he reflexively began to change direction. But Ivan's whip seemed to be equipped with a navigation system and landed steadily on Tony's car. "Tony!" Pepper and Happy exclaimed. On the contrary, Li Ji and Natasha Romanoff were extremely calm. "Mr. Li, why don't you give Tony the suitcase?" Natasha Romanoff's calm voice sounded in Li Ji's ears. He looked at the woman next to him in surprise. It turns out she also knows what it is. "It's okay, he's very lucky, he won't die after being whipped twice." Everyone around him looked at Li Ji in shock, as if he had said something treacherous. "Ahem, that, I'm going down first. Just wait here and don't go anywhere." Li Ji touched his nose awkwardly and walked to the sideline with the box in hand. Tony, who was chased by Yvonne with a whip on the other side, was in a panic. He shouted as he backed away. "Happy! Damn it! Get me my suitcase!" But the distance was too far, and what he said couldn't reach Happy's ears. Crack! Ivan's whip once again rubbed Tony's body and hit the ground. Huge amounts of force along with the electric current left deep marks on the solid floor. What a risk! He almost died. Tony, who could barely avoid it, broke out in cold sweat, and looked at the big man playing with a whip in front of him with an angry look on his face. The two whips did not kill Tony, and Ivan did not show any unhappiness. He just walked towards Tony step by step with a smile on his face. "Tony Stark, you are such a thief that you are so lucky. You are not dead yet. However, you can't avoid the third blow, right?" He raised his whip and said that he was about to hit Tony. At this moment, Li Ji's lazy voice came from the sidelines. "Why don't you fight again later?" Ivan stopped what he was doing and looked at the Eastern man on the sidelines suspiciously, as if to say, "You idiot, you dare to order me?" Li Ji ignored Ivan's eyes and gently threw the box in his hand towards Tony. "Dude, do you need this?" Tony's eyes lit up when he saw the suitcase, and he rolled to the front of the suitcase. He pulled up the handle, and the Mark armor slowly fitted Tony's body under the influence of stress. "Mr. Li, you came just in time, I need this exactly, ha ha ha." Tony's aura changed after putting on the armor, as if the person struggling and rolling just now was not him. Ivan looked at Tony, who was wearing the armor, with a solemn expression. He flicked the whip in his hand and whipped Tony again without any explanation. One whip, two whips. I don't know how many times the whip was applied. The armor Tony had just put on was also ripped to pieces. Tony, with half of his helmet knocked off, looked at Ivan's chest in shock. "Arc reactor. Why do you have this thing?" Ivan's face was gloomy and he said bitterly. "I am Ivan Vank. It was your family who stole my father's research results and was the culprit who killed my father." Tony seemed to have thought of something. "You are the son of the Russian guy who wanted to sell his brother's research results for money. Based on the current situation, you guys are all the same." Ivan's face became even more ugly when he heard Tony's sarcasm. He swung the whip and struck Tony again. Snap! Tony was thrown away by the powerful and heavy whip and hit the guardrail of the racing track. Ivan walked slowly towards Tony and murmured, "You thieves must die." At this moment, Ivan saw Li Ji standing inside the guardrail again. He recalled that he had just sent Tony the armor, which delayed his death. He said angrily, "Tony, thief! It seems that you will not be alone on the road to death. I have found a companion for you." Li Ji, who was standing aside, was also confused. What was going on? Why did he have to kill him just for watching a show? Tony was stunned when he heard Ivan's words. Is this brother so brave? Obadiah's high-density alloy was punched and turned into ashes. Your tendons seem to be. Can't hold it any longer. However, he also reminded aloud, Mr. Li, his power and electric energy release come from the arc reactor on his chest. Without it, this madman would be just a mortal. Ivan also smiled disdainfully when he heard Tony's reminder. A skinny guy like him can't even catch my whip. Suffer death. Stupid Oriental. After that, he waved his whip and hit Li Ji. Li Ji raised his hand and gently grasped the path of the whip. The whip cord filled with electric current was firmly grasped in Li Ji's hand. Ivan and Tony were stunned. That is the current emitted by the arc reactor. Ordinary people would probably burn it if they touched it, but he just held it in his hand and nothing happened. It's oily, tingling, and quite comfortable. You could use an electrotherapy spa. Li Ji felt the current intensity of the whip cord in his hand and joked. But Ivan was angered by Li Ji. He continued to increase the output power of the arc reactor, and the blue light on his chest became brighter and brighter. Li Ji pulled back the hand that was holding the whip cord. Ivan was dragged towards Li Ji. I saw him reaching out to the arc reactor on Ivan's chest in the shocked eyes of Ivan and Tony. It was pulled off with a click. He played with this round little thing with great interest. It was just his next move that made the two of them widen their eyes. You call this thing the arc reactor? It doesn't seem very strong. He squeezed hard, and the space in his hand seemed to be distorted. The explosion that was supposed to occur did not occur, and the arc reactor was crushed into powder by Li Ji. Chapter 7. I remember you seem to be an intellectual, why are you so rude? My arc reactor. Ivan looked at the arc reactor that was crushed into ashes with a dull look on his face. He never imagined that the arc reactor he had worked so hard to develop would be so unsatisfactory. He was easily destroyed by an unknown Oriental man. He looked at Li Ji, who had a calm expression on his face, and laughed ferociously. It's really interesting. Besides Tony, I seem to have another person who can take revenge. Ivan didn't resist, just stood there quietly. What Tony said was not wrong. After losing the reactor, he was just a relatively strong ordinary person. Facing Tony, who had a reactor and armor, and this Oriental man who appeared out of nowhere, there was no chance of winning. He had no intention of going back anyway, and being caught by the police would suit his needs. My plan seems to be going well, but this Oriental man is an unstable change. However, it is very exciting, isn't it? Li Ji walked to Tony and helped him up. Are you okay? It's just that your new armor doesn't look very strong. Don't blame Li Ji for his mockery. Now Tony doesn't look like the playboy he once was. If it weren't for the vague sight of his valuable racing suit, one would have thought he was a refugee who had escaped from the slums. He curled his lips and took 2 steps forward. Go to jail and spend the rest of your life, you madman. Then he left Ivan to the security personnel to deal with the aftermath, and took Li Ji out of the crowd. Li, you just crushed the arc reactor to pieces, don't you feel any discomfort? You must know that the main element of the arc reactor is palladium. Although it is a huge amount of energy reaction source, it is also highly toxic and cannot be easily tolerated by the human body. It's not like there's no reaction at all, it's like the feeling of being stung by a bee, but it's almost negligible. What, is this thing awesome? Tony felt like the sky was about to collapse. The palladium poisoning that had troubled him for so long made Li Ji feel nothing at all. Since he was injured, the arc reactor has been used to absorb the shrapnel inside his body. The level of palladium in his blood has seriously exceeded the legal limit. Therefore, what Li Ji said just now that Tony's life is not long is not a joke. He was literally teetering on the brink of death now. Looking at the dull Tony, Li Ji seemed to have thought of something. It seems that this man is troubled by palladium poisoning. Did what I just said irritate him again? He chuckled. We are good young people in the new era. We are not interested in giving up on ourselves. Maybe everything will turn around. Are you right, our Iron Man? After hearing Li Ji's words, Tony's mind was shaken. He seems to know my situation. I didn't tell anyone about my poisoning, why did he? Li Ji patted Tony on the shoulder. I'll go find you later. Now I have to deal with other things. If you drink the chlorophyll juice next, it will still be of some use. What? Now Tony was sure. Li Ji did know about his poisoning, and he even knew his own methods to alleviate the symptoms. Where did this man come from, and where did he get this information? Li Ji turned around and walked out. It wasn't that he didn't want to deal with Tony right now. One is because the time has not come yet, and the other most important reason is the system just gave a prompt. Dr. Banner, who was hiding around Morocco, was detected by the system, triggering a random mission. Ding! The system has detected that the main character Dr. Hulk Banner is hiding in the surrounding streets. Please follow the prompts to contact Dr. Banner. After gaining trust, the host will start a random mission. Unexpectedly, the probability of triggering this random task is quite high. He was vaguely excited, but he didn't know what rewards he could get from this random task. Morocco, back streets and alleys. A tightly wrapped figure leaned against the wall and gasped. When will this kind of day end? Yes, this man dressed as an Arab is none other than the Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner. He has been on the run since the last riot destroyed the military's sonic cannon and the super soldier cyborg Blonsky. Finally, they agreed on a meeting place through a secret communication channel with Dr. Lan. After wandering around, he came to Morocco and wanted to find a chance to meet Dr. Lan to remove the Hulk from his body. As a result, there was a racing competition, and the flow of people in the city was not generally large. With many years of escape experience, he concluded that there must be a hidden spy inside. So it can only wrap itself up tightly and try to avoid exposing its face. Just as he was thinking about his escape route, a voice sounded behind him, startling him. "Hey, are you afraid of the cold?" Banner calmed his heartbeat and secretly looked at the man who appeared behind him with his peripheral vision. "I'm just a little injured. I'm afraid of scaring others. Sir, if nothing happens, I'm leaving." After that, Banner walked forward slowly and picked up a broken wooden stick in his hand. When he heard the unhurried footsteps coming from behind him, his heart sank. Sure enough, it was still exposed. If I had known he would have come to this damn place a few days later, I just didn't know which force this man belonged to. How about finding an opportunity to knock him out and run away quickly? Just do it. Banner's pace gradually slowed down, when he felt that Li Ji had walked behind him. He raised the wooden stick and swung it back suddenly. Whoosh! A breaking sound came from Li Ji's ears. He ducked sideways. The scarf covering Banner's face also fell off due to excessive force. Li Ji pointed to the broken wooden stick in Banner's hand with some embarrassment. "Are you going to use this to deal with the enemies who come to arrest you?" Hearing this, Dr. Banner slowly backed away. "Are you really here to capture me? Is it General Ross? Or is it someone else? If I transform here, it will definitely affect innocent people. I have to think of a way to escape." Li Ji looked at Dr. Banner, who didn't reply, and seemed to understand something. "Relax, buddy, I'm not sent by the military to capture you for research. I just want to talk to you about something you care about more. For example, the Dr. Lan you are looking for." After hearing this, Dr. Banner's tense body relaxed, but he did not completely believe Li Ji and always kept a safe distance from him. "Stop talking, I know what you want. It's nothing more than wanting my research to create more war machines. I won't do what you want." Li Ji held his forehead, feeling helpless. "I've said that I have nothing to do with the military. Why don't you believe me? Strictly speaking, I'm more like a spy now. The only relationship with the military seems to be antagonistic. As the old saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. When we look at each other like this, we are like buddies." Dr. Banner's eyes were dazed for a moment, and then he said firmly to Li Ji, "Don't use words to paralyze me. I know what you bastards are thinking. You just want to deceive my trust and then rob my genes to develop serum. You are all devils. Get away. Otherwise, I will make you look good." It is said that Dr. Banner is a high-level intellectual, but why does he look so generous now? It seems that the long-term escape life has tortured this buddy. "Dr. Banner, you are a high-level intellectual after all, but what you said is so vulgar. Let's do this. I'll let you search me. I don't have any weapons on me. I only have a bank card and a phone. I can't threaten your safety. I'm here to tell you that I'm here to help you. The Dr. Lan you're looking for is now under surveillance by the military. If you go there, you'll be throwing yourself into a trap." Hearing this, Dr. Banner seemed to have lost his soul and squatted down against the wall in despair. Am I still in vain? Am I unable to escape the capture of those bastards? Even the only friend who wants to help me become normal is under surveillance. Am I going to spend my whole life on the run? Li Ji walked over and squatted in front of Dr. Banner. I think I can help you solve your problem. Are you willing to trust me again? At least it won't be worse than it is now, right? Banner's grey eyes seemed to have a glimmer of light again. When the clear voice rang in Li Ji's ears, he knew it was done. Ding! Release a random mission, help Dr. Bruce Banner master the power of the Hulk. If you complete the mission, you will receive a set of Superman Saitama's nanosuit. Chapter 8. The method may be a bit rude, just bear with it and you will be fine soon. Li Ji stood up and helped Dr. Banner, who was squatting in the corner. Doctor, have you heard of S.H.I.E.L.D? Hearing Li Ji's words, Banner was startled again. Is it a newly established organization? It sounds like it's very safe. Li Ji smiled. Sure enough, he had never heard of it. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D was still a mysterious organization and it would take some effort to explain it. The reason why I told you that I am a spy just now is that I should be considered a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's just that I'm not called a spy there, I'm called an agent. Our director, who looks like a braised egg, is very interested in you. To be precise, he is interested in the Hulk in your body. Of course, he won't do sly studies on you, otherwise the purpose of finding you will be lost. Banner looked at Li Ji suspiciously, as if to say, you just said you were a good person. Li Ji laughed, put his arm around Banner's shoulders and continued to walk forward. First I'll show you what I'm saying, and then, how about we make a deal? Outside Gabang College. Li Ji took Banner and sat on a bench on the street. He pursed his lips in the direction of the sentry box, gesturing for Banner to look over. Following the direction indicated by Li Ji, Banner found several sturdy tourists walking around with a chilling air, looking around from time to time as if they were looking for something. Banner tightened the scarf on his face, and felt a shiver in his heart. Sure enough, this place has been controlled by the military. At first glance, these few are experienced special forces. Although they are disguised as tourists, they have the kind of killing in their hearts. There is no way to cover up the breath. 1, 2. There are actually as many as 16. Banner pulled Li Ji's sleeve, signaling the latter to leave here. After walking around for a few blocks, the two slowed down. Sir, the secret communication channel between me and Dr. Lan was indeed deciphered by those bastards. What should I do now? What Li Ji said next shocked Banner even more. Half of what I just said is still unfinished, let's make a deal. How about I help you master Hulk's power and you join S.H.I.E.L.D to deal with those unnatural events? Boom! Li Ji's words set off huge waves in Banner's mind. How is it possible to master the power of Hulk? You must know that when Hulk appeared, it was equivalent to a split personality. He can't control his rage emotions. He doesn't distinguish between friends and foes, and he will destroy everything around him. Sir, it's not that I don't want to promise you, it's just that the monster is no longer under control after it appears. I'm afraid it will hurt innocent people. Li Ji said jokingly. You are afraid that I don't have that ability. This is simple, let's just find a place where no one is and try it out. Deep in the mountains on the outskirts. Banner followed Li Ji through the forest with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The dark and damp environment made him feel timid. Why on earth would I come to a place like this with him? Not long after, we reached the top of the mountain. Li Ji stood on the edge of the cliff, and the bright moonlight scattered down. Banner looked at Li Ji and couldn't help but secretly thought in his heart, he is so damn handsome. He walked behind Li Ji and asked aloud. Sir, this place is already remote enough. Can you tell me how you want to help me control Hulk's power? Actually, it's quite simple. You call Hulk out, and I'll hit him. If he gets scared, he'll naturally obey. Banner looked at Li Ji as if he were looking at a madman. You, fight Hulk? With such a small body, he probably wouldn't last more than 1 round. Could it be that he took me up the mountain in the middle of the night just to find a geomantic treasure to bury himself? But I didn't remember the way up the mountain. How should I go back? So scared, so helpless. Seeing Banner's strange look, Li Ji didn't explain. He took a step forward, and with Banner's horrified expression, he threw him off the edge of the cliff. Let you think nonsense. Go down and calm down. Ah! Banner's figure disappeared into the forest with an exclamation. Boom! Boom! Not long after, a deep voice came from under the cliff. Roar! Hulk! Coming! A green figure flew up from under the cliff. He looked up to the sky and roared, as if expressing the anger and unwillingness in his heart. Li Ji, standing on the cliff, became the target of his venting. Smash! Li Ji looked at the rushing Hulk with disdain and plucked his ears. Wouldn't it be over if he came out earlier? I spent a long time bringing you to this stupid place to pay back your mother-in-law. Time is precious, okay? But Hulk took Li Ji's actions as a provocation. He was so angry that he didn't care. He raised his fist and hit Li Ji. Boom! The collision stirred up huge amounts of dust. But the two people in the smoke had their own worries. Li Ji, no, buddy, just this little power? It seems like it's not developed enough. Hulk, roar! Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? When the smoke dissipates. Li Ji still picked his ears easily, but Hulk's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten something. That's right. Li Ji blocked Hulk's attack with only one hand. Why only use one hand? In fact, you don't need to use one hand. It's just respect. Hulk became even more angry when he saw Li Ji taking his fist, and hammered Li Ji's raised hand like crazy. Hulk, who? Die to me. It seems that things will become simpler now. Well, Hulk, let's treat the disease. It's just that the method may be a bit rude. Just bear with it and you'll be fine soon. Li Ji grabbed Hulk's arm and threw it back. His huge amounts of body were lightly thrown away by Li Ji. Hulk, roar! Isn't it curing the disease? Why did you throw me out? Half an hour later. After a friendly exchange between Li Ji and Hulk. As expected, Hulk was beaten out of his transformation and turned back into Banner. He stood up and rubbed his swollen head. As if he had thought of something, he looked around frantically for Li Ji's figure. It's over. Sir, you won't really let Hulk die. Oh my god, how should I go back? Am I going to be a savage in this forest? He covered his head in pain and squatted down in despair. Li Ji looked at Banner's operation and thought he had his brain damaged by this guy. He walked up to Banner and waved his hand in his face. Doctor, are you okay? Banner heard Li Ji's voice and stood up in disbelief. He then pulled Li Ji to look left and right. However, Li Ji's clothes were too clean and tidy. He couldn't help but think, did I just transform? Sir. Has been hiding nearby to see what's going on? It doesn't look like there was a fight, does it? Li Ji, is this guy really mentally disturbed? He stopped Banner, who was spinning in circles. Stop turning around. Can you feel the battle just now? Fight? I was fighting with my husband just now? Looking at Banner, who was full of doubts, Li Ji also understood. It seems that the problem still lies with Hulk, and Hulk needs to communicate with Banner. After having a solution, he said to Banner. Doctor, I need your cooperation next. After the transformation, you have to try to communicate with Hulk. You can say whatever you want, as long as you can perceive the outside world. Are you ready? Without waiting for Banner to answer, Li Ji grabbed him by the collar and threw him off the cliff again. Banner, who was flying in the air, raised his middle finger to Li Ji, "You." Li Ji ignored Banner's greetings and just waited quietly for Hulk's arrival. Roar! As expected, Hulk flew up from the cliff again, but this time Li Ji didn't say much and skillfully threw Hulk to the ground. He stepped on Hulk's chest and squatted down. Doctor, Can you hear my voice? Hulk, roar. Doctor, your grandma has legs. What are you talking about? Snap. Li Ji slapped Hulk on the face. Hulk. You don't understand, blame me. Chapter 9 Mr. Li is good at treating diseases, don't treat him next time. Dr. Banner clearly felt something different after releasing his transformation for the third time. I feel a little excited and a little timid. He was excited because he could finally vaguely perceive what was happening outside, but he was timid because he saw the method Li Ji used to help him cure his disease. The scene was really cruel. Thinking of this, he trembled and said tremblingly, Mr. Li. I can vaguely feel what is happening outside. Li Ji put his hands on his hips and grinned. This piece of wood has finally come to its senses. Don't tell me, it's quite tiring to get rid of this big guy. Do you want to experience it again? Banner quickly refused, shaking his head like a rattle. As he and Banner become more integrated, he will be able to perceive the pain outside more clearly. He looked at the messy ground around him and saw how many big holes had been made in his head. Li Ji nodded. It seemed that he still had some foundation for being a doctor. Why don't we wait until we go back to S.H.I.E.L.D and open a treatment center for incurable diseases, specifically dealing with the Avengers, this group of disobedient monsters and monsters. It's no wonder that Hulk has a bad temper. I don't see many people with good tempers. Oh, yes, except for the old Antique Me team. It seems that the treatment effect is okay. At least it has opened up the communication channel between you and Hulk. The next time you fight with someone, communicate more with that single-celled organism. You two are originally from the same origin, so there is no difference between you and me. Banner, who had not yet reacted to the scene just now, just nodded in agreement and did not understand the profound meaning of Li Ji's words. Mr. Li has unparalleled powers and is really good at treating diseases. But don't treat him next time. I'm afraid you won't be able to cure others. Oops, you little thing got angry, let's go. Amid Banner's wailing, he once again experienced the fun of flying on the trapeze. Ding! The random mission has been completed, and the reward is distributed, a set of One-Punch Superman Saitama Teacher's nanosuit. The suit is currently in a power-sealed state, please collect the villain value to unlock the power. Current unlocking progress, 0/3. With the sound of the system's electronic sound, Li Ji's treatment operation also came to an end. The next day, evening. Outside Dr. Stern's laboratory building at Durban College. Several heavily armed special teams slowly surrounded the experimental building. Brinsky looked at the flashing lights in the building and laughed ferociously. Banner, you little mouse, run away, right? I gave you your destination directly, where else can you run to? If only I had the power of Hulk, why would I run around? I could just kill anyone who doesn't like me. He took a deep breath and asked each team. Each team reported its location, whether it arrived at the predetermined location, and whether it found the target. The first team has arrived at the predetermined location and has not found the target. The second team has arrived at the predetermined location and has not found the target. The third team has arrived at the predetermined location and has not found the target. The sound of reports coming from the tactical headset made Brinsky increasingly irritated. This group of soldiers is like a group of pigs, leading them to capture Hulk is not enough to cause trouble. He took off his headset and strode towards the building. Just as he was about to enter the building, a soldier stopped him with his hand. Captain, the general has not given the order yet. We should wait for the order at the predetermined location. Brinsky smiled ferociously, looking at the soldier with eyes full of pity. Soldier, are you teaching me how to do things? He pushed the soldier away with disdain and walked forward. The soldier gritted his teeth and stopped in front of Brinsky again. Captain! You! Before the soldier could finish speaking, Brinsky had already stretched out his hand and pinched the soldier's neck. I've given you a chance, Don't try to challenge my authority, soldier. You are too weak. The soldier's face turned red, and soon he lost his breath. Brynski threw it away and said to everyone around him, "From now on, act according to my orders. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed on the spot." Everyone trembled and glanced at the body that was thrown aside and responded quickly. Each team forms a tactical formation and enters the building to search for targets. Report to me immediately upon discovery of the target. After entering the building, Brynski did not stop and strode towards Dr. Stern's laboratory. He opened the door and heard Dr. Stern scolding. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me since I have an appointment tonight?" Dr. Stern raised his head impatiently and said. When he saw that the person coming was a heavily armed soldier, he was also full of doubts. "No, this doesn't look like an easy person to get along with. Tell me, why did you arrange to meet Hulk here?" Dr. Stern was stunned, and his face suddenly turned red. "What Hulk? I don't know what you're talking about." Looking at Dr. Stern's state, Brynski laughed. "Your condition has given you away. You have always had secret correspondence with Hulk, or Dr. Banner, right?" He walked towards Dr. Stern and stretched out his hand to hold his collar. "If you don't tell the truth, I will let you know the consequences of lying to me." Dr. Stern patted Brynski's slowly tightening arm. His eyes were full of fear. He is just an ordinary person with no power. How can he withstand the pressure of being transformed into a super soldier twice? So he told the whole story of his meeting with Banner very simply. Listening and listening, Brynski laughed angrily. It's so ridiculous that Banner, who has the power to destroy everything, wants to eliminate this power. Dr. Stern had never seen such a battle before. Looking at the cold Brynski, he couldn't help but retreat. Accidentally spilled the cleaning serum prepared for Hulk. Brynski heard the clear cracking sound and was attracted. "What's this?" Dr. Stern said tremblingly. "This is the cleaning serum prepared for Banner, as well as the remaining blood samples." Blood. Banner's blood is no different from being extremely poisonous to ordinary people. But for Blonsky, who has undergone 2 super soldier transformations, it is a great supplement. Maybe it could give him strength that rivals the Hulk. Thinking of this, Brynski's eyes flashed with light. "You prepare the serum and inject me with Hulk's genetic sample." After a while, Brynski's body began to swell, and the lights in the laboratory began to flicker. The teams in the building felt unknown vibrations. After calling Bronsky to no avail, they chose to report to General Ross. Reporting to the general, Captain Brynski entered Dr. Stern's laboratory alone and has not come out for a long time. General Ross, who was in the command car, felt uneasy. "Ahole, why are you reporting this now? What is that BD Bronsky going to do?" After shouting angrily, he ordered the special team. "Surround Dr. Stern's laboratory immediately and bring that BD Bronsky back to me." "Receive." After receiving the order, each team circled around the laboratory door and surrounded it. Just as they were about to break in, bang! The laboratory door burst open from inside. Boom! Boom! The low and trembling footsteps were getting closer and closer. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious monster rushed out of the laboratory. Screams and collisions were endless. General Ross in the command car suddenly felt bad. He asked on the walkie-talkie, "What is the situation now? Each team, please answer." However, the only response to General Ross was a rustling busy tone. Bang! The ferocious monster jumped from the window. It landed heavily on the square in front of the experimental building. Brynski, no, to be precise, it's time to hate him now. He felt the power in his body and laughed wildly. What a wonderful power, and that BD Banner actually wants to eliminate this power. I feel so bad for Hulk. In that case, let me end all this and become the supreme existence in this world. Li Ji took Banner to the gate of Gabang College. Feeling the unknown vibration, Li Ji sighed, is it still too late? He tapped Hulk on the shoulder. Doctor, now is the time to test the results of the treatment, don't be timid. Then he picked up Banner's collar and threw it towards the wall. Banner again. Chapter 10 The prototype of the semi-intelligent Hulk, the hatred of death. It was as if he had accepted his fate. Banner, who was thrown out this time, had no disturbance in his heart. Mr. Lee was joking with me. This level of fright no longer scares me. Until he saw an even more ferocious grey-green monster rushing out of the window of the laboratory building. The beautiful C language bursts out again. Fu *k. Li Ji. You, this is the result of testing and treatment, you said. Although Banner cursed loudly. But the Hulk inside him couldn't bear it anymore. Banner clearly felt Hulk's desire. That's right, it's the desire to fight. Banner no longer suppresses his desire to transform. His body expanded rapidly and fell to the ground wildly. Hulk appears. Roar. Let's see what's going on. The abomination that broke out of the window on the other side was also startled when he saw Hulk transforming in the air and landing on the ground. Don't tell me, he's so damn handsome. GGG, I originally planned to find you, but I didn't expect you to show up at my door yourself. Fortunately, I went to Dr. Stern's laboratory in advance, otherwise it would have been troublesome to get your serum. So, how should I deal with this annoying little mouse like you? In the square of Gabang College. The two ferocious beasts faced each other so calmly, like the calm before the storm, which people couldn't bear to break. Bang! A soft kin hit Abomination's head. Like the straw that broke the camel's back. The originally calm aura suddenly became violent. Hatred raised his arms and roared to the sky. The leg muscles swelled rapidly, and he rushed towards Hulk. Hulk looked at Li Ji questioningly, and then he couldn't help but think about it. Obviously, the abomination rushing towards him was obviously more threatening. He protected himself with both arms and received the hateful impact. Li Ji stood on the fence, holding a bottle of Coke in his hand. He burped and then watched monster battle with great interest. Yes, it was Li Ji who broke the calm. What bad thoughts can I have? I just want to watch monsters fight. Anyway, what appears now is the Hulk with a simple mind and strong limbs. He probably doesn't know that I'm trying to make a fuss. He chuckled, then jumped up and flew towards the direction where the two monsters were fighting. Roar! He's quite durable here. GGG, it's so exciting. I was almost shattered to pieces before, but now I'm on par with you. Moreover, I have so much combat experience, and you are just an angry single-celled creature. Why? Might have won me over. Damn it. Hulk. Roar. I don't understand what he is saying, and his movements are so strange, I don't understand it. Banner, beat him. Hulk. Who? Who? I want to beat him too, but he feels the same as me. Just like that, not long after, the two monsters were already fighting on the street. Pedestrians nearby saw the monster rushing into the city and immediately ran away in panic. The two monsters fought more and more fiercely, and everything around them was used as a weapon. Hit the opponent recklessly. The people who were fleeing saw a car flying towards them. He immediately stood on the spot, screaming and closing his eyes. But she didn't feel like she was hit. She opened her eyes, and a thin figure appeared in front of her. Be careful when escaping. It's best to walk along the wall, which is relatively strong. Li Ji waved his hand to her, and without waiting for a reply, he chased the two monsters again. This is not possible. It is okay to save one or two people. According to the demolition progress of the two of them, there are so many people that even the King of Hell cannot take in. Oh, this is the West, so even Satan can't take it. Hulk, be careful when you fight, don't let me wipe your A. Hulk, who was fighting vigorously, suddenly trembled. Panicked, he kicked Abomination away and came to Li Ji to explain something. "Whore. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I won't dare to do it next time, I'll pay attention." "Li Ji. What are you talking about? This is how you can roar and still be mellow." But he seemed to vaguely feel that Hulk seemed to understand what he said. "Go ahead and clean it up for him. It would be a shame if you couldn't even beat this half-finished product." The kicked hate looked at Hulk whispering in front of Li Ji and was a little curious. What is going on? Who is this man and why is Hulk so afraid of him? Then if I arrest him, Hulk's single-cell brain will definitely be coerced by me. Then I threatened him with this man and then killed him. Wouldn't it be much simpler? The man looked so thin that it would be easier to kill him than to fight the Hulk. As expected of me. The most powerful person with high intelligence and genetic mutation hates me. Just do it. Afterwards, he did not continue to fight with Hulk, but moved towards Li Ji without leaving any trace. Now, after feeling that the distance was enough, Hatred suddenly stepped back and came to Li Ji impartially. He reached out and put Li Ji's neck in his arms. "Li Ji, coming for me." "Hulk, who? They are also good friends." "Banner, not buddies." "Can they be friends? Isn't it obvious that I want to kill it?" "Hulk, roar." "Really? Is he looking for death?" "Banner, not so good." Looking at Hulk and Li Ji who were stunned. Hatred Jija smiled, and as expected, this man is Hulk's weakness. "Hulk, you little mouse is not only timid, but you also have weaknesses. You don't deserve such power. Now, put down your fists and stand back." "Hulk, roar." "What do you mean, what is your weakness?" "Banner, this guy seems to have made a mistake. He seems to want to use Mr. Li to threaten us." "Hulk, roar. What should we do? We have to save him." "Banner. Just wait and see, Mr. Li still needs you to save him. Have you forgotten who treated you like a big pendulum?" Hulk was stunned again, and finally sat down with a look of hatred and suspicion. "Hulk. I told you to back off. Or I'll kill him." He tightened his grip on Li Ji again, trying to use this as a threat to make Hulk obey. But Hulk was more relaxed and stretched out his hand, as if to say that you are free. Now Abomination couldn't make up his mind. Why does it feel like Hulk doesn't care too much about Li Ji? What was even more terrifying was when he looked down at the Oriental man in his arms. But there was no trace of fear on his face. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this man? Just this little chicken, I can crush two of them with one hand now. Why isn't he afraid? I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. Damn it. You low-level creatures actually dare to tease me. Go to hell. I saw him loosening his arms and clenching his palms into fists. Hit Li Ji's Tianling cap straight. Li Ji PSST smiled and raised his hand to catch the fist dropped by Hatred. I didn't expect it. Didn't you retain your wisdom during Integrate? Why is your brain still so unclear? You saw Hulk was quite docile in front of me just now. Do you think I am his weakness? I have to say that you still have a lot of pictures in your mind, but it's a pity that you went astray. I saw Li Ji grabbing Abomination's arm, and with a whoosh, Abomination was thrown into the ruins by Li Ji like a cannonball. Hulk, roar. I know this one. Big pendulum. Banner. Li Ji looked at Hulk who was beating his chest next to him as if he was looking at a fool. Why did this guy become abnormal after communicating with Banner? Could it be that my brain was broken by me? Does this mean you can empathize with the hatred? Abomination struggled to stand up from the ruins. I didn't expect that this thin man could burst out with such power. If only I could get a sample of his blood. As his hateful thoughts became more and more crazy, his aura also increased exponentially. The look he looked at Li Ji was no longer full of doubts, but revealed great desire. Along with the scream, the body of hatred surged again. He felt his abundant strength now and stared at Li Ji teasingly. "I'm going to order your blood." He exerted force on his legs, and while rushing toward Li Ji, huge amounts of impact left deep pits on the ground. Li Ji looked at the hatred rushing towards him. He sighed softly. No for Noti. Chapter 11 Speedy Dodge? The Lost Miracle. Li Ji stood still on his feet. He clenched his palm into a fist and pointed it behind him. Terrifying energy surged in his hands. The hatred that rushed towards him suddenly felt like the sky was falling and the earth was falling, and the aura like a huge wave instantly filled his whole body. How is it possible? How could he have such power? There was regret and despair in his eyes. But there is no turning back when the bow is drawn. Punch down. The air around me seems to be still. The moment Li Ji's fist came into contact with hatred, his huge body was cracked like a broken mirror. No screams. But after it cracked, it turned into little bits of fly ash and disappeared between heaven and earth. Hate, death. Hulk, who was sitting leisurely watching the show, his eyes suddenly glazed over. Roar. Where is the person? Roar. No more. Fu *k. Then, Hulk's body shrank instantly, leaving Dr. Banner wearing a pair of pants messy in the wind. No, just ran back like this? Then what should I do? Mr. Li is not going to kill me and we should deal with it together. Come out quickly. You can hold on for a while because of your rough skin and thick flesh. I guess there is no possibility of escaping in this state. Roar. No. Banner? You can speak English, so why have you been shouting for a long time? Forget it, let's destroy them together, there's no way to resist anyway. Dr. Banner closed his eyes and sat down as if resigned to his fate, quietly waiting for the trial to come. Li Ji on the other side did not notice Banner's emotional changes. Because he eliminated the Abomination, there was new progress in the random mission, not to mention other surprises. Ding! Random mission, as the host eliminates the main villain Abomination, obtains a villain value of 1 point, and unlocks the power of Superman Saitama's nanosuit with 1 punch. The current unlocking progress is 1/3. 1 punch Superman Saitama teacher's nanosuit. It can be stored in any medium, and can cover the whole body when summoned by the host function is unlocked. Please host select the storage medium. Li Ji thought about it, and there are only a few people in the Marvel world who have nanomolecule storage technology. Tony's armor was upgraded to the reactor stored in the chest, and Black Panther's suit was stored on the necklace on the chest. Brother, if you want to fix it, it will be completely different. What would you like? Got it. System, I want to choose the belt as the storage medium. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. I've wanted to get one for a long time, but now it can only hold the suit, not the scumbag's bottles. The host chooses the belt as the communication medium, and the reward has been distributed. Li Ji's waist flashed with light, and the battle belt appeared around his waist. Power unlocking, obtain the battle suit skill Speed Dodge. The battle suit skill unlocking progress is 1/3. Super Speed Dodge, when threatened by an attack, you can move quickly within a certain range without backswing while wearing the suit. The more successful dodges you have, the faster your dodge speed will be. Current dodgeable range, within 200 meters from the host as the center point. Super Fast Dodge, 360-degree rapid movement without blind spots. It sounds like there is no speed limit. Every time you dodge an attack, you can increase your movement speed. So handsome. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to test it. At this moment, crisp electronic sounds continued to ring in his ears. Any bigger ones? Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the current villain Abomination. Teacher Saitama will be rewarded with 5% unlocked power and 20% unlocked current power. Super Speed Dodge range upgrade, within a radius of 400 meters with the host as the center point. Please host to keep up the good work. Li Ji was stunned. The dodge range can also be upgraded according to the progress of power unlocking. The ability of this suit is still a growth type. Make a lot of money, ha 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 ha. As Li Ji looked up to the sky and laughed, Dr. Banner next to him was frightened. I thought Li Ji had been silent for a long time and suddenly laughed as if he had farted. His heart collapsed, and he couldn't help but speak out. Sir, what do you want to do? Can you give me a good time? You make me so confused like this. Li Ji realized that there was another person around him that he had not solved yet. He smiled and sat down next to Dr. Banner. What are you going to do next? What else can I do? Cold salad. I am the meat on your chopping board now. Just show mercy and give me a good time. This put Li Ji in a difficult position, as if he had just been frightened by him. Could it be that the hatred that turned to ashes left a psychological shadow on him? Why don't you take it back to him? I remember that Banner and Tony were good friends later. Both of them are geniuses in scientific research. Just do it. After thinking for a while, Li Ji called Tony. The busy signal coming from the phone made Li Ji a little puzzled. It should be broad daylight now. Could it be that Tony also does shameful things during the day? With no other choice, he called Nick Fury again. Mr. Lee, why did Tony leave him in Morocco again? Do you still want me to take you back? Li Ji's face was covered with black lines, and he gritted his teeth and said, I'm here to report to you. Dr. Banner is by my side. I'll give you another gift. Now Dr. Banner can initially master the power of Hulk. Little braised egg. I want you. Now. Send someone to pick us up immediately. Otherwise I will send Dr. Banner somewhere else. Banner on the side couldn't help but feel admiration when he heard Li Ji's tough words. He is worthy of being a fierce man who can kill hatred with one blow, and he is so tough on the phone. Nick Fury on the other side of the phone was also stunned. What braised eggs? No, Mr. Lee just said that Dr. Banner can initially master the power of Hulk. Doesn't that mean that while I got an awesome scientist, I also got someone with peak combat power? Buy one get one free? That's definitely a sure profit. Then he made up his mind and laughed. Right away, Mr. Lee, I will arrange a plane to pick you up. S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Li Ji led Banner and kicked open the door of Nick Fury's office. I saw Nick Fury standing up and coming over with a smile on his face. Mr. Lee, Dr. Banner, welcome home. Li Ji snorted arrogantly, as if to tell you to hold on to my pigtails. Nick Fury smiled awkwardly and led the two of them to the reception room. Director, why can't I get through to Tony's phone? Is he having a private meeting with an old friend again? With his current physical condition, how can he be having such a good time? Nick Fury was not surprised when he heard Li Ji's words and explained calmly. I gave him his father's legacy back and hopefully he can take inspiration from Howard. After all, no one expected his situation. Now he can only believe in himself. Just when a few people were talking, Carlson also opened the door and walked in. He nodded and smiled at Li Ji and Banner, and then reported to Nick Fury. Director, the investigation over there is over. According to the current detection results, the hammer should not belong to Blue Star. It may be a miracle left by an alien from outside. Hammer? Meow hammer? Li Ji immediately became interested. This is a highly requested artifact in the Marvel world. How about I go over and touch it? See if I can take it away directly. Nick Fury nodded and was about to say something. He suddenly felt someone looking directly at him. Why do I feel like I've been stripped naked? The initiator of that look was none other than Li Ji. I want to see Meowth hammer. The director chooses me. Choose me. Fury coughed slightly. Mr. Lee, you don't belong to our world. Maybe you will recognize that item. Could you please make a trip? Of course Li Ji said no problem. In order to facilitate communication, Carlson will go with Li Ji. But this time they can only act secretly as archaeologists. Before departure, Li Ji still applied to see Tony. After all, I told people before that I wanted to help him solve the problem, so I have to put in a little effort, right? Chapter 12 Odin, how dare you resist my spirit of speech? Beach House. Li Ji and Carlson walked into the room. Tony was thinking hard in front of a sand table. What on earth did my father leave for me? Howard said Tony was his most perfect creation. There is obviously something in this statement. Li Ji walked to Tony and patted his shoulder gently. Tony was also happy to see Li Ji. Oh. You're back, dear Li. You have no idea what that BD Fury did to me. He actually locked me up here alone, not allowing me to communicate with the outside world, and confiscated all my communication equipment. Even Jarvis's terminal data was forcibly tampered with. It's so hard for me. Li Ji quickly comforted Tony, who was about to cry. He pointed to the sand table. Tony, I think it's more important to think about how you can survive now. With just this sentence, Li Ji broke Tony's defense. He slumped in the chair in pain. How to solve this puzzle? I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out at all. I came here just to see you. We will leave for New Mexico soon. There are some things that need to be dealt with over there. So, I can only wish you good luck. Hearing this, Tony felt like the sky was falling. He looked at Li Ji longingly, as if seeking comfort. Li Ji ignored Tony's gaze. He walked to the sand table, looked at the arrangement and combination of various buildings, and gave a reminder. Why do I feel that these buildings are arranged in a strange way? If there were no roads and greenery, I might see something. I don't understand. I can't understand it anyway. Tony, let's go. You can think about it slowly. Then he left a meaningful look and took Carlson out of the beach villa. Architecture, arrangements and combinations. Tony suddenly remembered something. Jarvis. Give me a space and let's start working. Carlson asked Li Ji on the plane. Mr. Li, did you find something on the sand table just now? The last two sentences you said are a bit meaningful. Li Ji glanced at Carlson appreciatively, but didn't say anything. You'll know after a while, it seems that Tony Guy will come up with something amazing. Not long after, the plane landed at the New Mexico airport. Li Ji and the others changed into archaeological overalls and followed the team to the scene where the Meow hammer fell. A glass shed has been set up at the place where Meowth hammer fell to protect the site. After many identity checks, Li Ji and the others finally arrived at Meow hammer. The other staff quietly left the room, leaving only Li Ji. Mr. Li, this is the hammer that fell from the sky. What is certain is that the material of this thing has never appeared on the earth. Li Ji understood, of course he never showed up. You think the artifact is Huxia cabbage, and you can find the materials to make it from anywhere. It's just such a small hammer, but it took countless planet cores in Asgard to find the Dwarf King to build such a one. The two of them just circled around the hammer twice. Carlson also reached out and pulled it out. But the hammer didn't move even half a minute. No sir, is this thing welded here? I tried so hard and it still won't move. Li Ji smiled and waved his hand to signal Carlson to get out of the way. He walked up to Meowhammer. He stretched out his hand and grasped it, and an inexplicable force began to touch Li Ji, as if resisting him from picking up the hammer. Interesting. Is this the God King Yanling? However, in the face of absolute power, this simple spell is like a layer of window paper, unable to prevent what is about to happen. Then, under Carlson's surprised gaze, Li Ji calmly picked up the Meow hammer. At the same time, Odin, the king of the gods, who was sitting on the throne of the Asgard temple, suddenly opened his eyes and said with a look of disbelief. Thor's hammer was moved. But why is the aura of the person holding it so unfamiliar? If it wasn't Thor, who could it be? Midgard, Isn't that an ordinary world? How could there be an existence that could resist his own spirit of speech? Thinking of this, he regretted why he didn't investigate the small planet before banishing Thor. It would be a big loss if Thor's hammer was taken away like this. Heimdall, come to me. He wanted to see how Xiao dared to fight against the God King's Yanling. Li Ji played with the Meow Meow hammer and found it a bit light. It's not that this thing is heavy or heavy. He glanced at the sky suspiciously. Did that old immortal Odin drop a fake? Otherwise, I have been playing with Meow Meow hammer for a long time, but there is still no movement on it. Forget it, let's just put it here, lest Thor know that the Meowth hammer is in his hands to fight for his life. He put the hammer back in its place and said to Coulson. It is indeed an extraterrestrial object. This thing is connected to several immortals in Asgard who are called gods. If I took it away, maybe 1 or 2 gods would be unhappy. Coulson nodded and said he would continue to protect this place and try not to let outsiders come in and cause damage. Before leaving, Coulson picked up the hammer without believing it, but the result was the same, and he just left it there motionless. He scratched his head, he was really crazy. Inspired by Li Ji, Tony slowly peeled off the cocoon, and after most of the obstacles on the sand table were removed, the answer gradually became clear. These buildings seem to be arranged in an orderly manner like atoms and molecules. Jarvis got the answer after permutation and combination calculations. Sir, you have created a new element. The new element can replace the palladium element in your reactor without side effects, but it is a pity that it cannot be materialized. Boom. Jarvis's words exploded in Tony's head. Is there any help? Did Mr. Lee already know the result when he saw the sand table? Then why didn't he tell me clearly? But that's enough for now. Being able to solve the problem of palladium poisoning means that Tony Stark can still survive in this world. Can't be achieved? There is no impossible in my dictionary. Li Ji and others, who gave up on themselves before. After returning to New York, Li Ji had a few days of leisure, catching up on dramas every day. He found that he had slowly integrated into the rhythm of life in the Marvel world. Now that you are here, take a good look at the world and feel the atmosphere here. When Li Ji returned to the apartment after running 10 kilometers, the crisp electronic sound arrived as promised. Ding! Circular check-in task, Teacher Saitama's road to becoming stronger, the check-in task for the day has been completed. The cumulative number of check-ins is 30. The reward power is unlocked by 5%. Please choose whether to start integrate. Integrate. As the warmth surged, Li Ji felt that his overall senses had improved again. At the same time, Li Ji's suit has been upgraded. Ding! The range of Saitama's suit skill speed dodge has been upgraded, within a 600-meter radius with the host as the center point. Li Ji was a little excited, but also a little disappointed. It's been so long since I unlocked the suit and I haven't used it yet, and I don't know what this speed dodge feels like. If it reaches the limit, will it be faster than Quicksilver? Forget it, there is always a chance to experiment anyway. Just when he was about to walk into the bathroom and take a shower, the cell phone rang at an inappropriate time. He picked up the phone and lay down on the sofa to answer it. Good morning, sir. Pepper's clear voice came from the phone. This surprised Li Ji. Why would he call me? I'm sorry to bother you. The main reason I'm calling you this time is to invite you to attend the Hammer Industries Arms Expo with us. I just don't know if you are interested. Hammer Industries? Iron Soldiers? Li Ji's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this fun coming? Chapter 13 Iron Legion, Error. Unable to capture the target. The junction of 3 continents on the east coast of the United States. The exhibition hall of the Hammer Industrial Arms Expo was packed with people. Everyone was intensely discussing the cross-era weapons released by Hammer Industries. Outside the gate, Pepper and Natasha Romanoff leaned against the car door waiting for Li Ji's arrival. Happy, who was sitting in the driver's seat with a burger in his mouth, said vaguely, "It takes so long for Mr. Li to go to the toilet." The two women outside the car looked at each other and smiled, but did not answer. A few minutes later, Li Ji, who was surveying the terrain on the pretext of going to the toilet, appeared in front of them. "Mr. Li, if you don't come back, the expo will start." "Happy, go and park the car. We'll wait for you inside." After saying that, Pepper took the lead and walked inside on her high heels. Just when Natasha Romanoff wanted to follow in Pepper's footsteps, Li Ji grabbed her and signaled her not to speak. "I know you have problems, but listen to me now. I just took a look at the terrain. There are 8 emergency exits scattered around this venue. You now inform Fury and ask him to send people to prepare for the evacuation. Something bad might happen in a while." Natasha Romanoff is a little confused. Something bad? Wait, did he just say Fury? Does he know my identity? Ordinarily, he was not present when we explained the situation to Tony last time. How could he know me? Although Natasha Romanoff was full of questions, the word Fury was enough for her to contact the director. She nodded to Li Ji, walked aside and called Nick Fury again. "Director, Mr. Li Ji seems to know my identity. He just asked me to contact you to prepare for the evacuation of the East Coast Pavilion, saying that something bad might happen." Nick Fury on the other side of the phone was unambiguous and said quickly, "I know Ziona. I'll make arrangements here. Just let Mr. Li handle the situation on site. Nothing can go wrong with him." "Does it really work?" Natasha Romanoff's doubts deepened. "What is the identity of Mr. Li?" "He asked me to contact Fury to prepare for evacuation, but Fury actually went to prepare? Is this still our suspicious director?" Although there were too many confusions, Natasha Romanoff, who was extremely qualified, suppressed the doubts in her heart and walked into the venue to look for Li Ji and Pepper. When she walked up to the two of them, Hammer was giving a passionate speech on the stage, introducing the Sea, Land, and Air Force of Steel. Even War Machine Colonel Rhodes was brought in to support him. Li Ji saw Natasha Romanoff coming back and nodded to himself. He knew that there were probably S.H.I.E.L.D. agents heading for the safe passage at this moment. Fortunately, he checked the terrain in advance, otherwise he would probably have to crush a lot of people while running. Boom! Boom! At this time, a golden and red figure landed from the sky in the exhibition hall. The audience was even more excited to see the arrival of Iron Man. The screams and cheers were endless. Correspondingly, the reactions of Li Ji and others seemed out of place. "Pepper, if he didn't just go get high and not care about anything else, what is he doing here?" "Li Ji, it's okay. The new uniform is pretty cool. It seems like I've found a new element." "Natasha Romanoff, Tony is here too? Is something really going on? Are our agents in place?" The few people tacitly understood each other and didn't speak. They just waited quietly for what was going to happen next. Iron Man Tony landed on the stage and came to Rhodes. "Rhodes, listen to me first. I suspect that Hammer Industries and Yvonne have joined forces. The armor you are wearing now and these steel soldiers may have been controlled. Now I need your help." While he was speaking, he did not forget to wave to the audience. The atmosphere was detonated again. It's just that the poor viewers don't know what's going to happen next. Tony came to Hammer. "Yvonne, where is he? You must know that it is a serious crime to secretly exchange a death row prisoner." Hammer felt careless after being hit on a painful spot. "What Yvonne is, I don't know him." Tony's eyes flashed, and he was about to force Hammer to speak. At this moment, Rhodes' exclamation interrupted Tony's movements. "Tony! I can't control the armor anymore. All weapons are activated and the target is you. Go quickly." The words just fell. I saw the black muzzles of the Steel Legion's guns pointed at Tony at the same time. The cold muzzle of the gun seemed to eject life-devouring flames at any time. He turned his head and looked at the audience under the stage to calm down. Turn around and fly upward. Let's go outside and fight again. As Tony took off and escaped from the stadium, the Steel Legion's prepared bullets also spurted out. The audience immediately fled in panic. The evacuees arranged in advance by Li Ji played a key role. S.H.I.E.L.D agents directed the evacuation in an orderly manner. As there were fewer and fewer people in the venue, Li Ji began to arrange the next thing. Natasha Romanoff, go find Hammer and ask where the big whip is. At least the program for these steel soldiers must be modified, otherwise it will be too laborious to clean up. After you find the location, you can go out to find Happy and ask him to send you off. Natasha Romanoff gave Li Ji a deep look, then took the order and left. As for Pepper, well, it's safer to stay with Li Ji. After all, she hasn't accepted the transformation yet and is a fierce girl with no power. He pulled a sluggish Pepper. Let's go, don't worry, Tony's armor can't be penetrated by bullets. Then he took her outside the venue. Rhodes, who was flying behind Tony, always informed him of the weapon's aiming position, which saved him a lot of trouble. But the dense firepower network overwhelmed him. FK, are there bullets free? While complaining, Tony's palm cannon was not idle either. Cleaning up the Air Force Steel Legion following behind bit by bit. But no matter how powerful Tony's armor is, he is still a little overwhelmed facing the entire Iron Legion alone. In the end, Tony was hit in the crossfire of land, sea, and air, and landed not far from Li Ji and Li Ji. The formation of steel soldiers gradually closed up, surrounding several people in the middle. The dark muzzle of the gun was like a life-threatening sickle, glowing slightly red. Tony got up, looked at Li Ji and Li Ji who were gradually surrounded, and shouted hurriedly. Mr. Li, take Pepper out of here quickly. In the Hanmer Industrial Technology Control Room, Yvonne, who was concentrating on operating the Iron Legion and war machines, saw Li Ji also looking up to the sky and laughing. I didn't even look for you, but you delivered it to me by yourself. It seems that you two can go on the road together today. Then, he commanded the Iron Legion to turn their guns and aim at Li Ji, preparing to give him some bullets as well. Seeing that the target had become Li Ji, Tony panicked and Pepper was confused, but Li Ji was happy. I just came to the pillow when I felt sleepy. I was just looking for a chance to test the skills of the suit, and Yvonne set up the stage for me. How far can Divine Speed Dodge go? How will the skills be released? I'm really looking forward to it. Seeing Li Ji who was still in a daze while being pointed at a gun, Yvonne was furious. Still laughing? Do you really think that the guns of this group of mechanical soldiers like me are just a living thing? Since you face death so calmly, then I will make it happen for you. Go to hell. Yvonne, overwhelmed by anger, pressed the fire button hard. Cold bullets spurted out along with the muzzle of the mechanical soldier's raised gun. In a flash of lightning, Li Ji pushed Pepper towards Tony. Tap your toes and step back. Let's see, buddy, I'll give you a handsome one. Saitama suit. Fusion. Li Ji was flying in midair, crossing his hands on his belt. I saw yellow and white molecules quickly spurting out from Li Ji's waist, covering his whole body almost in an instant. Li Ji twisted his body in the air and landed lightly on the stone pillar. Suddenly there was a flash of light, and Li Ji's figure seemed to be illusory. At this moment, the bullets that were originally concentrated into a beam of light suddenly spread out as if out of control. Looking at the text displayed on the control panel, Yvonne fell into self-doubt. Steel Legion, error. Error. Unable to capture target. Unable to capture target. Chapter 14 Terrifying Ability. Speedy dodge. Tony quickly protected Pepper under his body, to prevent scattered bullets from accidentally injuring her. After the bullets from the Iron Legion were poured out, the surrounding buildings and ground are covered with bullet marks. Li Ji, who should have been beaten into a sieve, stood on the pillar intact. When the searchlight passed over Li Ji, Tony and others all exclaimed. If nothing else, Li Ji's current attire is very different from before. To say that Li Ji before was like a gentle and cheerful boy. So now Li Ji is like a monarch looking down on the world, and the momentum he exudes is frightening. Saitama's battle suit is in yellow and white, and the lines are sewn just right, without any cumbersomeness. You can't tell what material it is made of, but you can only faintly notice that it has a special luster under the dim light. A pure white cloak behind her shoulders rustled in the wind. It's like a god coming to this world. Li Ji crossed his arms and looked at the Steel Legion with contempt. That's it. Tony, is this Mr. Li's suit? That big cape is so damn handsome. Pepper, who is he talking to? Ivan, I clearly saw the bullet hit him. Why is he okay? Ivan, who did not believe in evil, once again directed the Iron Legion to shoot at Li Ji, but before a few bullets were fired, the Iron Legion's guns collectively misfired. Natasha Romanoff, who was just sent by Li Ji to cut off the control authority of the Steel Legion, is already in place. She has already cut off the network communications of Hammer Industries. Although she does not have control yet, these steel soldiers no longer pose a threat. Ivan, who also discovered the problem, slapped the table furiously. After venting, he stood up and walked into the laboratory. Do you think I have no backup plan? Just wait, I will use my latest invention to finish you off. As he turned on the lab lights, a giant dark armor came into view. The most obvious symbol is the reactor on the chest and two large whips. P.S. It seems that Ivan really likes whipping and walking birds. When Natasha Romanoff rushed to the door of the laboratory, Ivan had already roared away in his armor. Li Ji jumped down from the pillar. He looked at the steel soldiers around him with some unfinished expressions. Tony and Pepper came forward and looked at Li Ji in the battle suit with their mouths wide open. It looks even more handsome up close. The nanomaterial battle suit perfectly fits Li Ji's body. After practicing the daily check-in task, the muscle lines on Li Ji's body are also becoming more and more obvious. Normally, you can't tell because he always wears some loose and baggy clothes, and he has never been exposed in battle so far, so you can't tell how strong he is, he always looks so weak. Mr. Li, how did you get this outfit? You're so damn handsome. Especially that big cloak, it looks awesome. Tony, who is obsessed with collecting armors, is undoubtedly a serious fan of armors. Ever since he became Iron Man, he has been competing with his armors, either by changing the material or the way he wears them. Anyway, he just wants to make them look more handsome. Today he asked Li Ji to show off his face. He touched Li Ji's belt curiously. Does Mr. Li's battle uniform come in his belt? But how can such a small belt fit such a long cloak? Could it be nanotechnology? Thinking of this, Tony's dull eyes became fiery. This is indeed a good idea, but how can we ensure the strength of the armor while being convenient? It seems that I have to go back and experiment. You don't have to worry too much. I think you will figure it out in the future, Tony. Wouldn't it be better to solve the matter at hand now? Hearing Li Ji's voice reminding him, Tony came back to his senses, as if that guy Ivan wasn't dead yet. Ivan, do I have such a low sense of existence? Be careful, I will punish you with a big whip. Oops. Tony slapped his forehead. I seem to have forgotten about it. Just when Tony was blaming himself, a faint voice came from mid-air. Thank you for remembering me. With Natasha Romanoff successfully severing the data network transmission line of Hammer Industries, Rhodes also regained control of the armor. Hearing Rhodes' teasing voice, Tony also smiled awkwardly. Just when he was about to explain, Li Ji's phone rang. The caller was none other than Natasha Romanoff, who helped Rod release his control. "Mr. Lee, I'm a little late. Ivan has already driven an unknown armor toward you. Be careful. The ability of that armor is still unclear. Aren't they just two whips carrying bombs? There's nothing to be afraid of." "Wait, bomb?" Speaking of this, Li Ji seemed to think of something. It seems that this Ivan has set a time bomb on all the iron soldiers. Judging from this quantity, it would be a troublesome thing to detonate it. "Natasha Romanoff, what would you say about your programming skills? You can basically handle it, Mr. Lee." "That's easy to say. Now turn on the data transmission line of the Iron Legion again, and then see if there is anything fishy about these soldiers. Don't let them self-destruct or anything." After hearing this, Natasha Romanoff stopped talking, hung up the phone and went to do some errands. Li Ji put away the phone and smiled slightly while looking at Tony and Rhodes, who were inseparable. "Stop being slimy first. Ivan is on his way here. You two discuss how to solve this problem." Tony scratched his head and looked at Li Ji, who was wearing a battlesuit. "It seems to be saying that even Obadiah wearing alloy armor can't defeat you wearing nothing. Now that the equipment is all put on, it will be over if Ivan can just deal with it. Why do you still want the two of us to discuss a solution? How can you grow if you rely on me for everything? One day I will leave here. How will you solve things without me?" Li Ji seemed to see Tony's doubts. He explained with seriousness and sincerity. His figure instantly grew taller in the eyes of Tony and others. "It turns out that Mr. Lee is here to train us. It seems that we need to sum it up carefully. I will definitely live up to your trust." Li Ji looked at the strange looks in their eyes and coughed slightly, then waved his hand and walked to the other side of the square. It shouldn't matter if Tony and the others are arranged to deal with Ivan first. The odds of winning if one of the two fight is still very high. Now it's better to calm down and think about this suit skill speed dodge. In the battle just now, Li Ji felt that when he was about to be hurt, it was as if his body was taken over by the suit and he made evasive movements very quickly. But the position where he stood did not move. Doesn't it mean that you can move freely within a radius of 600 meters? Why didn't you change places after being attacked? This made Li Ji murmur in his heart. That's all it does? Isn't it awesome when you read the introduction before? How to activate this skill? Super quick dodge. Li Ji, who tried to activate the suit's skills to no avail, chose to yell. What if it's voice activated? It doesn't matter if you don't shout. This shout startled the people discussing tactics nearby. What? Speed dodge? Tony and others thought Ivan had arrived. They instantly put on their armor and assumed a defensive posture, preparing for the coming battle. After waiting for a long time but nothing happened, Tony and Rhodes opened their suit helmets and looked at the embarrassed Li Ji with some doubts. Li Ji smiled coquettishly and waved his hands to show that the two of them did not notice the enemy. Just when Tony and others were relaxing, a cannonball suddenly exploded in the square. The aftermath of the explosion splashed with flying stones, and Tony hurriedly protected Pepper under his body, rolling to avoid it. Rhodes, who didn't have time to close the steel mask, was not so lucky. His reflective forehead was hit by flying rocks. He fainted straight away. I saw a dark mecha with two luminous whips wrapped around it hovering in mid-air. The ultimate form of Ivan the Whip has arrived. Li Ji's eyes on the other side were erratic. It's like discovering something. It turns out that this is how it is used. Speedy dodge is really a terrifying ability. Chapter 15. Who killed you, and who did I kill? Boom. The whipcord suddenly fell from the air and stepped on Rhodes' body. Huge amounts of pressure made the floor dent. I didn't expect that the police acted so quickly and allowed you to escape control. Looking at Rhodes at his feet, Ivan said with surprise. But it's a pity that you will still die. Tony. I have to thank you, a thief, for giving me the inspiration to upgrade this armor. Then now, let's count your sins in detail. As soon as he finished speaking, Ivan untied the whip rope wrapped around his arm and suddenly struck Tony. Seeing Ivan coming menacingly, without any hesitation, Tony immediately activated the leg armor thrusters, leading him and Pepper to distance themselves. Ivan looked at Tony, who was retreating. He ran pretty fast. Since you ran away, I'll do the following surgery first. He raised his whip and prepared to look at Rhodes at his feet. Stop! Looking at Rhodes in crisis, Tony pushed Pepper away. The propeller started, and he flew over and kicked away Ivan's whip. You want to kill him, do I agree, you damn Russian. What good things can be made out of those junk materials from Hammer Industries? Let me send you to jail again now. Ivan didn't answer and just waved his hand with a whip. As expected, Tony was whipped out again. How is that possible? The new reactor I just upgraded should have more energy than before, but why is it still being pumped away? Did he also find a way to strengthen the reactor? While the two were fighting, Rhodes fainted and woke up faintly. He was a little confused when he saw the two people beating each other back and forth. Weren't we discussing tactics just now? Why did they start fighting so quickly? Hey? Why does my head hurt so much? Is there blood? Whose is it? Looking at Tony, who was knocked away again, Rhodes stood up and assumed a fighting posture, and then shouted to him. Tony, we need a plan. Tony, who was being flogged by the whip, suddenly felt confident when he saw Rhodes waking up. Rod, now I have a plan. That's a fence. They are indeed a pair of good friends in the Marvel world. Just these 3 or 2 sentences made Rhodes understand. The two armors took off at the same time, using their thermal weapons and whip Ivan to fight guerrilla warfare. Ivan also smiled disdainfully when he saw Rhodes waking up and joining the battle. So what if there is one more person? All have the same result. Then he increased the current released from the whipcord and whipped the two of them. Tony, who was hit, felt something was wrong. The whip seemed to be able to destroy the control system. He quickly stopped Rhodes, who was about to fight in close combat. Don't come near him. There's something wrong with his whip. Hearing Tony's reminder, Rhodes made a sudden stop in the air, narrowly avoiding the whip rope drawn by Ivan. When he hit me just now, the operating system failed for a moment. His whip might have affected the central system of the armor. This is easy to handle, let me use ex-wife to end him. Ex-wife? When did Rod get married? Why didn't he tell me that he betrayed me? Did he? A miniature missile emerged from the war machine's shoulder. Is this your ex-wife? Hey? He's handsome. After a while, the ex-wife finished charging up and shot towards Ivan. Ding! The ex-wife micro-missile made a crisp sound when it hit Ivan's armor. Then, it fell to the ground softly and became misty. Rhodes? Tony, how resentful is your ex-wife? She won't help you even if something happens to you. Pepper, are the current weapons backward to this point? It seems that we need to inspect the company carefully after returning to prevent this kind of problem from happening. Rod, Hammer Industries, an unscrupulous weapons dealer. Li Ji, you don't have to think about it. They are all in a group now. Who has nothing to do but make weapons to beat yourself? Tony, Mr. Li, you can just give me your green card number. Since the ex-wife is not easy to work with, she has to continue to work. The two came to their senses and then launched an attack on the whip rope. Ivan looked at the attack route of the two men and swung the whip in his hand to entangle the two men in place. As the electrical energy is released, it gradually increases. There is a resonance between the 3 arc reactors. The two discovered through the panel that the energy in the reactor was being absorbed by Ivan bit by bit. Due to insufficient power supply, the operating systems of Tony and Rhodes' suits suddenly failed. Broke in. Li Ji, who was standing aside, looked at the two people in crisis. There was no hesitation in taking a step forward. If the brothers don't take action, it will really be over for the two of them, and then he shouted to Ivan. "Your whip will shine, but I don't know if it hurts or not." Ivan was also a little surprised when he heard Li Ji's voice. "Why didn't you see him just now? Could it be that Tony and the two arranged a secret?" Then he exerted force in his hand, and Tony and the two were casually thrown aside by him. "Forget it, I've already killed 2 of them anyway, it's not too difficult to kill 1 more, besides, I've absorbed so much energy." It's just that when he looked at Li Ji's attire, why did he feel that it was different from before? If nothing else, his whole aura was completely different from before. He cracked his whip twice. "No matter who you are, today's results will not change. You and them are all going to die. Jesus can't keep you, I say so." Li Ji tossed his cloak back and walked towards Ivan unhurriedly. "I originally wanted to use you to practice with Tony and Rhodes. But it seems that some force majeure factors occurred. It doesn't matter, I'll just find another chance next time." He hooked his fingers at Ivan and smiled. Come on, let me see what kind of dog you are, how dare you bark in front of me." Li Ji's words successfully angered Ivan. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Li Ji with his whip. As if venting anger, the 2 whips emitted violent light. Obviously, Ivan has adjusted the electric energy to the maximum. It is estimated that even the steel bars will turn into a puddle of molten steel under the whip this time. With a snap, the whip hit the ground under Li Ji, splashing dust all over the sky. When the smoke dissipated, Ivan discovered that the whip had hit Li Ji, but he was fine. "Can you bear this, Ivan? Did I hit him? Then why is the whip under him? Did I miss him? Then why is the whip under him?" Ivan was stunned when he saw the whip falling under Li Ji. He shook his head. "An illusion. It must be an illusion. If you do it again, you will definitely be able to kill him." He swung another whip and struck Li Ji again. Snap! When he saw the whip hitting Li Ji's body again, his CPU almost burned out. "Did I hit him or not? This Oriental man makes me so confused." Then he whipped Li Ji with 2 whips like crazy. But Ivan could only vent his anger on the ground beneath Li Ji. No matter how hard he beat him, there wasn't a single scratch on Li Ji's body. Li Ji just looked at Ivan with his arms crossed and a smile. Not only did she not stop him, she even teased him. "Have you dug enough? You have almost dug 2 meters deep in this land. How about we change the place?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ivan discovered that Li Ji, who was in front of him just now, had disappeared. What's going on? Holographic projection? I was having S*X with a shadow just now? He put away his whip and looked around cautiously. Come out. What's the point of hiding here and there? The too quiet breath made him feel frightened, and he could only use loud roars to comfort his emotions that were about to collapse. I'm not hiding. There's just no camera above your head, so you can't see me. Ivan. When did he get on top of me? If you whip me again, don't blame me if you die from the whipping. I didn't do it. Quick dodge, activate. When Ivan just arrived and caused the explosion, the sand and gravel splashing on him made Li Ji understand the use of this skill. When the suit is worn, whenever there is a possibility of being harmed, by silently reciting the place you want to dodge in your mind, you can move to the place you want to dodge without any hesitation. Just now, Li Ji used this skill to jump repeatedly on the spot to avoid Ivan's whip. At present, it seems that his operation just now has made this big man have self-doubt. Emotions have also reached the edge of collapse. Now it's time to give him the final blow. Ivan, I want to ask you a question. If you answer it correctly, there will be a reward. You just kept talking about killing me. But now it looks like I might be the one to kill you. Then the question is, who do you think killed you, and who do you think I killed? Ivan's eyes became more and more dazed. Finally, under the double mental and physical torture, Ivan's CPU was successfully dry burned by Li Ji, and he answered vaguely. Did I kill me? Li Ji laughed. Answer correctly and you will be rewarded with a painless reincarnation. He exerted force on his feet, and Ivan was stepped under the floor like a carrot. Chapter 16 Suit Skill Upgrade. 1/3 of Obadiah. Ivan, with only half of his body exposed, twitched his arm. Found that the body could not move. He looked at Li Ji in horror. Didn't you tell me that I was the one who killed me? Why do you still do it? Kill me and you will all die too. I have installed self-destruction programs on these steel soldiers. If they are not cleared, they will detonate immediately. Just then, Li Ji's phone rang. He answered the call in front of Ivan. Natasha Romanoff's voice rang out from the microphone. Mr. Li, the self-destruct code of the Iron Soldiers has been cleared, and they will not detonate again. After losing his last bargaining chip, Ivan muttered to himself with dull eyes. How is it possible? How could you know? Li Ji smiled slightly and did not explain any more. Enough fun, let me give you a good time. He raised his fist and struck Ivan straight on the head. Bang! After a crisp sound, Ivan's suit exploded violently. Only parts scattered on the floor were left. Ivan was no longer around in the square. After confirming that there are no threats around you, he gently put Saitama's suit back on his waist and walked over to Tony and Tony who were lying on the floor. He held one in each hand and patted the two people trapped in the armor. Hey guys, how are you guys? Fortunately, but this suit is too damn heavy without power supply. It feels like it's crushing me. Tony tried to raise his arm, but suddenly felt weak. Rhodes complained quietly. I don't feel very good. It's too suffocating inside the armor. My head is a little dizzy and I can't breathe. I feel like I'm going to see God. Li Ji was not surprised by Rhodes' talkativeness. You can even think of strangling baby Thanos. It can be seen that this guy also has some problems in his head. Li Ji knocked and untied the two men's suits. The two people trapped in the steel shell stood up, holding their knees and breathing heavily. Tony stretched and said seriously. It seems that we will have to design an automatic release device in the future. The feeling of running out of power is too uncomfortable. I just want to take a good bath now, I'm so sticky. Okay, the matter is settled, where is Happy? Let him find someone to deal with the aftermath, damn the Russian guy, for making such a big noise. Lee, come to my place for a drink. There must be a party after the war. It can be regarded as a celebration of my rebirth. Tony opened his arms and breathed in the fresh air greedily. Li Ji and Rhodes looked at each other and smiled. Yes, it's good to be alive. Rhodes also echoed from the side. I just have to trouble you to help me upgrade my armor. I don't dare to use it anymore. Fortunately, Mr. Li is here this time, otherwise we would have gone to see God. How many people were there? Only then did Tony realize that Pepper was also here. It seems that he hasn't explained to Pepper the reason why he gave up on himself. Then he frantically searched for Pepper in the square. Pepper, who was standing aside, slowly stepped forward and looked at Tony's eyes with awe. At the moment when the matter was resolved, Pepper could no longer suppress his emotions. She no longer controlled herself, hugged Tony and cried. Li Ji also hugged the gossiping Rhodes wisely. Brother, let's go out first. Being a light bulb at a time like this is not a good idea. If you have nothing else to do, you can repair your armor. Rhodes turned his head from time to time to look at the two people who were about to kiss, and reluctantly replied to Li Ji. Sir, this is not my area of expertise. So what are you good at? I'm good at gossip. After arranging Rhodes not to disturb Tony's good things, Li Ji left the Convention and Exhibition Center square with peace of mind. He stood on the street and stretched. Finally got it done. At this moment, the clear voice of the system sounded in Li Ji's ears. Ding! In view of the fact that the host has eliminated the current villain Ivan the Whip, he will be rewarded. Saitama's suit skill Speed Dodge has been upgraded from passive release to active release. Saitama's suit skill Speed Evasion, while wearing the suit, he can move quickly within a certain range without backswinging. The movement range, within a radius of 800 meters with the host as the center point. Because the host eliminates the current villain Ivan the Whip through cooperation, the reward will be upgraded. Acquire 33.33% villain value. When the villain value reaches 100%, you can unlock the second skill of Saitama's suit, Magic Floating Cloak. When the system finished broadcasting, Li Ji thought he had heard wrongly. Only 33.33% villain value? This Ivan is indeed one of the weakest villains in the Marvel Universe. From this point of view, one Ivan is approximately equal to 1/3 of Obadiah. It's so ironic, the second-generation ironclad villain is not as good as the first-generation villain. But it was somewhat rewarding. It seems that the skills of the suit have been upgraded. He found a secluded place and touched his belt with his hands, releasing Saitama's suit again. Then, how to use it? When he was thinking about how to release this active skill, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. The change in the scene in front of him made Li Ji a little uncomfortable. How did I get here? When he fell from mid-air, his figure flashed again. Taking a closer look, his body had appeared on the tall building facing the street. It feels like Flash? This description is very appropriate, but automatic display with a radius of 800 meters? This is so handsome. Li Ji's mind suddenly moved, and his body disappeared on the spot. After a while, he flashed into the bus. After a while, he flashed in front of the two Tonys who were kissing. Tony? Pepper, so embarrassing. Ahem, mistake. You go on, just pretend I don't exist. The two words made Pepper blush with embarrassment. Tony stopped Li Ji. Li, we are going back, do you want to ride? It's a pleasure, my friend. By the way, I will introduce you to a new friend when I get back. He is also a very smart scientist. Really? Who can say that they are smart in front of me? S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's Office. Natasha Romanoff was reporting what happened at the Hammer Industrial Arms Expo on the East Coast with Nick Fury. Li Ji opened the door at an inappropriate time and walked in. So soon, dear Ms. Natasha Romanoff. Oh, and dear Director Ludan, long time no see. The former smiled politely at Li Ji, but the latter gave him the middle finger. Li, how do you feel about traveling far away? It's still comfortable at home, but when I go out, I can't sleep well or eat well. Although I solved something smoothly. The bureau didn't even give me any subsidy. I didn't expect you, Fury, an old BD, to be an evil capitalist. Oh, you are wrong. Not only am I a capitalist, I also have many identities that you haven't discovered yet. While the two were bickering, Coulson didn't knock on the door either, and hurriedly opened the door and walked in. Nick Fury glared at Coulson angrily. Coulson turned a blind eye and spoke to several people. Director, Mr. Lee, there is a situation in New Mexico. Agent Barton discovered a sneaky figure moving around when he was on duty at the protective shelter. Judging from his appearance, he is a middle-aged man around 30 years old. What's very interesting is that after data comparison, he is the same as Mr. Lee at that time. No such person found. And judging from the current situation, he seems to be very interested in that hammer. Chapter 17: The God Left in the Mortal World. Thor. Men interested in hammers? Who else but Thor, who was banished by Odin, the father of the gods? No, you can't call him Thor now. Now he is just an ordinary person with relatively strong muscles. It seems that he wants to restore his divine power through the hammer. But he still didn't seem to understand what Odin meant. Coulson, let's go there again. Maybe there will be a good harvest this time. Carlson nodded and got up to make travel arrangements. Li Ji twisted his sore neck. Looks like I'm going on a long trip again. He gave Fury a meaningful look before walking away. Hey, old BD, maybe you will bring back something amazing for your team when you go out this time. By the way, you can ask Dr. Banner to visit Tony when nothing happens. I believe the two of them will definitely have something in common. New Mexico. Outside the Meow Hammer protection shed. A middle-aged man in a black leather coat with a bow on his back sat leisurely on the tower crane and swayed his legs. Suddenly, he felt a gaze looking towards him. He subconsciously held the compound bow in his hand, skillfully knocking the bow and drawing the arrow. He was obviously relieved when he saw that the person coming was Carlson. Barton, you are still so alert. You can't be careful if you don't. That man keeps wandering around here. Next time I see him, I will definitely see him through his A. Thor, who was thinking hard about how to get the hammer back in the tavern, suddenly tightened his anus. He frowned slightly, wondering, why do I feel like someone is plotting against my butt? Thinking of the 2 days ago when he went to the protection shed to check the situation, he was almost shot to death by an earthling with a bow and arrow. He thought that the man was chasing him and was about to attack his anus. He looked around with his peripheral vision alertly. After finding nothing unusual, he continued to compete with the beer in the draft beer cup. How can I get my hammer back? This is a problem. Marvel's sixth Hawkeye Barton swung down from the tower crane, walked up to Li Ji and extended his hand generously. Nice to meet you, sir, I'm Clint Barton. Li Ji, it's nice to meet you too. Mr. Barton, can you describe to me what the man you saw 2 days ago looks like? How should I put it? Long brown hair, sideburns, strong muscles, slovenly. In general, people with well-developed limbs and simple minds are just like that. That's right. The man who sneaks in to find the hammer is the banished Thor. Having never lived in Blue Star, he would definitely look out of place with Americans. It's normal to look a little not very smart. Barton, have we sent an agent to follow him? We have sent tracking personnel, but the news that comes back is always a bit strange. Oh? What a strange method. He seems to be an alcoholic. He basically hasn't been out in the pub these days. And I'll only drink beer, nothing else. He was shaking his head and sighing while drinking, which made the boss almost call the police. Li Ji smiled slightly. New things always arouse people's interest. It seems that Asgard's group of old immortals are more human. Barton, where is he? Can you take me there? Outside the town tavern. Patton leaned on the car seat and pointed at the man holding a draft beer glass by the window. No, it's him. I don't know if he likes drinking or not. If he likes to drink bars, he drinks beer. If he doesn't like drinking in bars, he drinks beer. What a strange man. Li Ji smiled slightly. I'll go over and take a look. You guys wait for me here. Then he got out of the car, closed the door, walked into the tavern and sat down opposite Thor. Thor, who was thinking about how to retrieve the hammer, was stunned. Looking at Li Ji sitting opposite, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Have I been discovered? But this guy doesn't look threatening at all. If anyone comes to trouble me, kill him and get out of here. Li Ji raised his hand. Hello, give me a draft beer too. The bartender responded in a low voice and returned to the bar to bring Li Ji a glass of beer. He raised his glass and said to Thor with a smile. How do the specialties on Blue Star taste? Thor, son of Father Odin. Thor swung his wine glass and looked at the man who raised the glass and smiled at him in shock. How does he know my identity? Is he from Asgard too? No, I'm supposed to be familiar with the aura of Asgard. This man doesn't look like a local. Giants of Jotunheim? But there was no cold breath about him. Who is this man? Now that I have lost my supernatural power, I probably won't be his opponent before I get the hammer back. It is the right choice not to be tough now. He cleared his throat and replied to Li Ji in what he thought was a gentler voice. I like it very much, sir. You can't taste this kind of taste over there. Thor, who deliberately spoke with a low voice, made Li Ji feel uncomfortable all over. He shivered. Why did Thor, the omnipotent person in heaven and earth, turn into a small clip? Speak normally, my friend, I don't mean any harm, otherwise you might not be in this world anymore. Thor, what do you mean? Does he have the power to destroy gods? Even though I have lost Thor's power, my body still has some of the god's power. Why does he look like he can kill me easily? I know what you are thinking. You want to get the hammer back and restore Thor's power, right? Thor also responded generously. Yes, I need that hammer. Asgard is not peaceful now, I need to get my power back. Li Ji sighed. It seems you still don't understand. Forget it, I'll take you to see it and you'll understand. Hearing this, Thor looked at Li Ji in surprise. Can you take me in? There is a man with a bow and arrow outside the tent. He can shoot accurately. We can't get close to him like this. Li Ji waved his hands indifferently. Just follow me. I told you to see it so you can see it. Li Ji took Thor out of the tavern and got into S.H.I.E.L.D's special car. When Thor got in the car and saw Barton carrying a bow and arrow, his anus tightened again. Are you in the same relationship? Let's go to the hammer. Not only Coulson, who was driving, but also Button, who was sitting in the back, were stunned. What the hell? Bringing a thief into your home? That thing belongs to someone else, so it's not a bad idea to show him. That hammer is his. Is it possible that this man is the alien creature? Doesn't this look similar to us? Li Ji nodded to the confused Coulson, dispelling his doubts. Then he drove away in the car. When everyone came to Thor's hammer, Thor's emotions became increasingly uncontrollable. Finally, see you, my baby. He placed his hand on the hammer's handle. It's like caring for your own child. Come back. My power. He gave it a hard tug. An embarrassing scene happened. Thor's hammer remained motionless in its place. What's going on? Meow hammer is resisting my power. Impossible. He is my weapon, how can he not be controlled by me? I don't believe it. Looking at Thor, who was blushing but unable to lift Thor's hammer. Li Ji, I knew this idiot didn't understand what Odin meant. Coulson, does this thing belong to him? Then why can't he pick it up? Barton, I guess Mr. Li is wrong. It seems he is still a thief. I have to find an angle to shoot him in the butt. Don't fight with the hammer yet, Thor, put him here first, you can't take him away and no one else can take him away. Now I want to talk to you more about your family. You are very lively now. Are you interested? Thor, what? I came out to work. My home was stolen? Chapter 18 Loki's life experience, the destroyer is coming. What happened to Asgard? Why do you know what's going on there? Thor excitedly picked up Li Ji's collar and roared loudly at him. How I know is not important. What is important is, do you know that your dear brother is a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim? What? Loki is actually a descendant of the giants of Jotunheim? Li Ji's words were like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, freezing him, the god of thunder and lightning, in place. I guess Loki also knows his life experience now, and he may be thinking about how to kill you and Odin. By the way, it seems that Odin fell into a deep sleep not long ago. It seems that if Loki attacks at this time, it will be easy to succeed. So, what do you do? Thor, son of Odin. After this paragraph, Thor felt that the amount of information exploded. His father is sleeping, and Loki plots to kill his father. I have lost my power now, what should I do? No, we can't just let Loki succeed. He must find the strength to fight for his throne. It looks like a new friend is coming. While Thor was struggling in his heart, Loki looked into the distance and murmured. He patted Thor on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, there's someone in your family, let's go out and meet him." "Is there someone at home? Loki has solved everything? How could he have such strong ability?" Looking at Thor, who was thinking about it, Loki was also embarrassed and had black lines on his head. "Don't be nervous, we should be friends." When several people walked outside the shed, they saw 3 people in strange clothes walking towards them. "Coulson, cosplay? Barton." "Loki, I can't understand Coulson's brain circuit." Thor looked at the 3 people with joy. The visitors were none other than Sif, Fandral, and Hogun, known as the 3 warriors of Asgard. He walked forward and gave the 3 of them a big hug. "It's nice to meet you. How is Asgard?" Sif bowed. "The situation is fine now, but the king fell into a deep sleep. While he was sleeping, he sent us down to assist you. The king predicted that there will be a disaster, and you will be the key to solving this disaster." Thor said bitterly. "But I have lost my power. I don't know what to do, I can't hold that damn hammer." Several people quickly comforted Thor. "We in Heimdall will be your strongest aid, don't worry, dear Thor." "Wait, these warriors were sent by my father to help me, wouldn't Asgard be more defenseless? Could it be said? Now he has a crazy idea. Maybe the father is Loki pretending to be?" He shouted to the sky with a trying attitude. "Loki! What on earth are you going to do?" As Thor's voice fell, the changes that came next confirmed his idea. Indeed it is. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and then a huge amount of vortex gradually formed. Along with the thunder and lightning, a colorful beam of light fell from the sky. When the light slowly faded, a silver armor suddenly appeared in the town. When I saw this armor, except for Loki, who knew what it was in advance, and Coulson and Barton, who didn't know what it was, the other brothers from Asgard all trembled. "Destroy! Destroy! Destroyer!" I can't blame Thor and others for being so excited. Because this armor is the armor of Father Odin, and it is also the ultimate weapon of Asgard. Its appearance is often accompanied by killings and rivers of blood. The look on Thor's gritted teeth said it all. Yes, it was indeed Loki who caused the 3 warriors of Asgard to be sent to the underworld. Maybe the Rainbow Bridge is now under his control. Damn it! As Odin fell into a deep sleep, the warriors were sent down to the underworld. There are only a handful of people in Asgard who can threaten Loki. "Loki! What exactly do you want to do?" Thor, who still had a glimmer of hope, looked up to the sky and shouted, knowing that Loki would definitely be able to hear what he said now. "What you want to do, of course, is to kill you and Odin. I will be the next king of Asgard." Thor stood stunned on the spot, his last bit of hope gone. It turns out that what Loki said was true, and Loki really betrayed us. So what do you think of the brotherhood that has existed for so many years? Loki looked at the scene in front of him through the destroyer and smiled darkly. Then he waved the Odin divine spear in his hand. The destroyer immediately received the instructions. Destructive beams of light erupted from his face. Although Thor doesn't have Thor's power, he still has a lot of combat experience after all. In desperation, he turned over and avoided the destroyer's attack. He looked back at Coulson and Barton, who looked solemn. "Immortal Palace is Immortal Palace. I can't affect innocent people," he ordered aloud. "Sif, Fandral, Hogun, cooperate with me. I'm going to kill it." Looking at the destroyer in front of them, the 3 warriors of Immortal Palace also burst out with shocking fighting spirit. "Don't think that we are afraid because you are the destroyer. I hope you won't disappoint us." Then Fandral flew forward with his battle axe in his hand. Thor was not to be outdone. "So what if I don't have the power? I am who I am. Thor, son of Odin. But the reality is cruel. Thor without his divine power is no match for the destroyer. Just the aftermath of an ordinary explosion knocked him away. When the destroyer seeks to destroy the Fandral warriors, Thor stood up and shouted, "Stop it! Loki! Don't hurt my innocent friends, the only one you want to kill is me. I'm wondering now if it was me who led you to where you are today. But killing doesn't bring you glory. Kill me. Then make a truce." The destroyer put away his attack stance. When everyone thought that the monster had found its conscience and was about to stop, Li Ji smiled inappropriately. Finally, this fool said these words, so his power will soon come back. With just a bang, Thor was slapped away by the destroyer. When he was dying, Li Ji came to him. Only those who are worthy of Thor's power will be called Thor. So Thor, son of Odin, tell me, do you think you are worthy of the name Thor now? He was full of momentum, and surging energy fluctuations filled the air in front of him. Thor only felt that Li Ji's power was as boundless as the sea of stars. He began to think about what Li Ji said. Am I worthy? What would I do if I still had Thor's powers? I will protect my tribe and friends from harm. Will protect my home from invasion. Will uphold fairness and justice in the world. If this is the case, I should be worthy of it. Yes. I am worthy of the word Thor. I am Thor, son of Odin, father of the gods. With Thor's open-minded thoughts, Thor's hammer far away in the isolation tent seems to have been summoned. I saw the Meowth hammer rising into the air and landing accurately in the hands of the dying Thor. Everyone present was either surprised or delighted. Thor, come! Along with the thunder and lightning, the wounds on Thor's body healed visibly. Thor's armor slowly fit into place. When he reappeared in everyone's sight, he was no longer the sloppy big man before, but Thor in armor. He spoke to Li Ji. Sir, thank you for letting me understand the meaning of power. I'm sorry that I was skeptical about you before. When this happens, you will be our forever friend in Asgard. Li Ji nodded, then pointed at the destroyer. You need to get rid of this thing first. Although I'm not afraid of this iron knot, I don't know how many I have dismantled before. But my two friends probably won't be able to withstand his power. Let's talk about other things after solving this problem. What an honor! Thor turned to look at the destroyer. Loki. Wait until I get back and see how I deal with you. Chapter 19 Giants of Jotunheim, was I deceived by my own son? Thor's momentum dropped. Raise your arm and swing Thor's hammer. The terrifying energy instantly filled the entire town. Gradually, Thor's body floated in the air following the guidance of divine power. As the Meow hammer spins faster and faster, a huge amount of tornado rises out of thin air. Thor flew to the eye of the storm and continued to increase the rotation of the Meow hammer. The destroyer was also lifted into the tornado by this force. Seeing that the time was right, Thor grasped the handle of the hammer and struck the destroyer. Sensing the crisis, the destroyer reacted immediately. Orange-red rays shot out from his face. With two clanging sounds, Thor swung his hammer to fend off the destroyer's attack. For a moment, the destroyer, who had easily crushed everyone just now, actually fought back and forth with Thor. Li Ji looked at Thor standing in the center of the whirlpool, like a god descending to earth, and couldn't help but gasp. Make an iron shell and grind for a long time. Flying so high, it's so obvious to you. Then he said to Hawkeye Barton, who was watching this scene with a serious face next to him. Barton, give me a special effect arrow quilt, one with higher strength will do. Hear Li Ji talking to himself. Only then did Barton come back to his senses. He pressed it on his backpack. A bow and arrow equipped with a high-hardness alloy arrowhead is completed. He asked as he took the arrow out of his backpack. Mr. Li, what do you want arrows for? Li Ji took the arrow from Barton. It's nothing, I just feel like that ST is too cool, so I need to speed up a little bit. I saw Li Ji casually throwing it into the sky. As if the high-strength alloy arrow could not withstand such force, it whimpered and flew towards the sky. Hearing the strange sound, Carlson and Barton were both stunned. If you heard me right, that was a sonic boom just now? There are no airplanes here, so where did the sonic boom come from? Could it be a stealth fighter? Just as the two of them were trying to figure out where the sonic boom came from. But he saw the destroyer who was about to be sucked into the center of the storm suddenly exploded and scattered into a pile of fragments. Carlson? Self-destructed? Patton, it seems like something has passed. Thor, why did you explode before I even used my ultimate move? Li Ji, the daylilies will be cold by the time you gather your strength. At the moment when the destroyer exploded, Barton seemed to see the alloy special effects arrow Li Ji just threw passing through him. Could it be that Mr. Li caused the explosion? No, the arrow I gave him was an alloy arrow with relatively strong penetrating power and hardness, not an explosive special effect arrow. Why did it cause an explosion? Barton looked at Li Ji with doubts. Li Ji smiled without explaining. I'll tell you later. Now let's deal with the matters at hand. Li Ji waved to Thor, who was still flying in the center of the storm. Well, stop flying and come down. If you don't leave, your home will be stolen. The moment the destroyer's core couldn't withstand the impact and exploded. As the controller, Loki felt an extremely sharp force that instantly destroyed the core of the destroyer, triggering an explosion. Who on earth could pierce through my father's armor so easily and successfully hit the core? Midgard? What secrets are there? Is that man the helper invited by Thor? If such a person comes to Asgard, my plan will be completely ruined. It seems I have to think of another way. Just as he was thinking about what to do, a cold breath appeared from behind him. Laufey, king of the giants of Jotunheim, has arrived in Asgard. He looked at Loki appreciatively. As expected of me, the prince of the giants of Jotunheim clan, I have the demeanor of a king. He nodded, and then went to the king's chamber where Odin slept. Loki ignored Frost King Laufey's actions. Instead, he walked quickly towards the Rainbow Bridge. No, they must be stopped. He wants to close the Bifrost before Thor is ready to return to Asgard. Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, the gatekeeper of the Asgard domain, saw Loki's arrival and said unsmilingly. Loki, the son of Odin, why did he come to Tianmin? Loki rolled his eyes. Heimdall, you failed to guard the heavenly gate. Now, on behalf of Heavenly Father Odin, I will deprive you of your rights as a gatekeeper. Heimdall immediately felt something was wrong, and wanted to take Loki and confront him in front of the king. Just when he was about to take action. But Loki froze his hand. Not only his hands, but his entire body was sealed by frost magic. Get it, this Heimdall is really an idiot. Frost King Laufey came to Odin's chamber. Looking at the sleeping Odin, he smiled gloomily. I heard that when you fall into Odin's sleep, you can hear the sounds around you and feel what's happening. Then now, please feel our pain. I saw a frost dagger suddenly condensed in Laufey's hand. It's about to penetrate Odin's heart. The Queen Frigga, who had rushed over, looked at the scene in front of her and let out an exclamation. Stop! Laufey's smile became even crazier. Just when he was about to succeed, Loki holds Odin's spear. He gathered his divine power and delivered a fatal blow to Laufey. Frost King Laufey, I never thought that I would be deceived by my own son. I never thought that I would be killed by my own son. Laufey, the king of the giants of Jotunheim clan, died like this. Queen Frigga saw Loki coming. She hugged him in surprise. Fortunately, I have you, my son. Loki also hugged Frigga. But Frigga couldn't see his gloomy smile. Don't worry, mother, I'll take care of everything. Thor led everyone to the location where Asgard is connected to Blue Star. Coulson looked at the strange patterns on the ground and fell into thought. Is this the text of the divine world? Thor looked up to the sky and called to Heimdall. Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge. Can you hear me? Heimdall. After waiting for a long time, I didn't receive a reply. Li Ji said. Maybe Asgard has been successfully invaded by the giants of Jotunheim. If you shout a few more times, you might hear me. Thor suddenly shouted anxiously. Heimdall, who was far away in Tianmen, heard Thor's call. He also gradually broke free from Loki's seal. Use your last bit of strength to open the rainbow bridge. Lead Thor back to God's domain. As the colorful light pillar fell, the rainbow bridge between Blue Star and Asgard opened smoothly. Lee, dear friends, I still have some things to deal with at home, and I will repay you for today's kindness in the future. Thor led the three warriors of Immortal Palace and stood outside the passage and said to Li Ji and others. Except Li Ji. Both Coulson smiled and waved. It doesn't matter in the future, I want to go to Asgard now to see what Asgard looks like. Li Ji said to Thor with a smile. After hearing Li Ji's words, Thor also persuaded him earnestly. Sir, the turbulence of time and space around the Rainbow Bridge is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hearing this, Coulson also showed a strange smile. Coulson, for ordinary people, if you compare with Mr. Li, you are probably an ordinary person. No, your whole family is just ordinary people. Li Ji didn't answer. He stretched out his hand and the hammer of Thor ran into Li Ji's hand as if it had been summoned. Thor? The three warriors of Asgard. Can he pick up that hammer? Li Ji weighed the Meow Meow hammer. Who told you that I am an ordinary person? Your level is not enough. Thor looked at Li Ji playing with the Meow hammer in shock. Being able to pick up a hammer proves that his strength is at least equal to his own. Maybe even more powerful than myself. But his outfit doesn't look very impressive. As if he saw Thor's doubts. Li Ji wiped it on his waist. Saitama's battlesuit instantly covered his whole body. Looking at Li Ji's sudden change in momentum, Thor dismissed his last concerns. Li, my friend, Asgard welcomes you. Then everyone stepped onto the rainbow bridge together. Go to Asgard. Chapter 20 The way to be a king is to only be virtuous and virtuous. After a period of dizziness, the picture in front of me gradually became clearer. Li Ji and others were successfully transported to Asgard by the Rainbow Bridge. When they step into the gate of heaven, it was found that the gatekeeper Heimdall had fainted at the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor explained to the three warriors of Asgard. You take care of him, and I'll go and end things with Loki. When Li Ji saw Thor flying towards the main temple of Asgard wielding the Meow hammer, he also used his suit skills to quickly dodge and chase after him. Although the speed of divine speed dodge is much faster than Thor's. But he did not leave Thor and go on his own. The reason is simple, he doesn't know the way. Li Ji followed Thor step by step. Thor was surprised to find out. No matter how fast he is, Li Ji can always get in front of him one step ahead. Has he mastered the power of space? Could it be that the explosion that occurred in the destroyer just now was caused by him? Did Mr. Li use the power of space to crush the destroyer alive? But why is he standing all the time? Doesn't he need to fly? On the other side, Loki in the king's chamber felt Thor's aura, and his gloomy face suddenly showed a pitiful look. If Li Ji were here, he would definitely say that. I can't change my face as fast as you. Queen Frigga was holding Loki and comforting her softly. Just listen to Thor's angry voice coming from outside the door. Stop it! Loki. Frigga, who was confused, had questions on her face. Why did Thor tell Loki to stop? Didn't he just save the life of Father Odin? There must be some misunderstanding. Thor, your brother just saved Odin's life. You should pay attention to your attitude when you speak. looking at the queen who is still protecting Loki. Thor also had a headache. Mother, it was Loki who forged his father's order and introduced the giants of Jotunheim to Asgard. He is the culprit. What? Loki opened the passage between the two worlds? Seeing that Loki was exposed, he no longer hid, and with a flash of light from the Odin divine spear in his hand, Thor flew out of the dormitory. Loki stood at the door with his arms folded and watched everything calmly. Why didn't he stop it? Very simple. Because Loki is not bad in nature, he just loves to play. He wants to prove his existence. Thor is not the only prince of Asgard. He is also a child of Odin. He should also have the right to fight for the throne. Afterwards, Loki followed Loki towards the Rainbow Bridge regardless of the messy Queen Frigga in Odin's chamber and Thor who had just been beaten away. Loki's figure escaped from the king's chamber and arrived at the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge. I will make the giants of Jotunheim submit to the great power of Asgard. Then he no longer hesitated, inserted Odin's gun into the keyhole, set the coordinates and activated the Rainbow Bridge. Today, the giants of Jotunheim will be destroyed. I will be the hero leading all this. When he was about to activate the weapon, Loki's voice interrupted him. Does this really make you taken seriously? Loki's hand froze. Who is speaking? This voice is not Thor. Who else can come to me quietly? When he turned around and looked, Loki, wearing Saitama's battle suit, sat by the Rainbow Bridge and swayed his legs. Loki was shocked. I haven't seen him in Asgard. Could it be an intruder? He looked at Loki warily. Who are you and why did you invade my Asgard domain? Invasion. Loki scratched his head. Yes and no. I'm an outsider but I don't mean anything malicious. No malice? Did he just bring it back with Thor? Damn it, the BD brother even brought helpers. No, I have to complete my plan quickly, or it will be all over. It's too late, it's fast. Loki activates the Rainbow Bridge positioning coordinates. Terrifying energy circulates around Odin's divine gun. With the coming of Odin's divine punishment, Jotunheim, the hometown of the giants of Jotunheim, suddenly burst into smoke, and countless frost tribesmen fled screaming. Loki watched all this with a grim smile. Finally going to complete my plan. These damn invaders will all perish under divine punishment. Loki stood up and walked to Loki. She put her arm around his shoulders and pointed at the picture under the Rainbow Bridge's positioning coordinates. Is this what you want? Do you think killing will bring you pleasure? Or do they really deserve to die? Loki tried to break free from Loki's arm around his shoulders. But he found that his divine power seemed to be imprisoned. He was unable to move just by being pressed by one of Loki's arms. He gave up the struggle. Sure enough, it was still a miscalculation. I didn't expect that I could find such a helper from that backward planet. But fortunately, I have achieved my plan. They once invaded my homeland. Loki calmed down and explained to Loki. The flames of war once pervaded all of Asgard. I want to destroy them so that there will be no more invasions in this world. Sure enough, Loki thought too simply. Then what? Loki was a little overwhelmed by Loki's inquiry. Yes, destroy them and then what? Continue to eliminate the next invading race? What do you think your behavior means to them? Loki pointed at the giants of Jotunheim who were fleeing in all directions. Are you, in a sense, an invader to them? Boom. When Loki finished speaking, Loki felt his faith waver. Yes. Although I entered their territory under the guise of destroying the invaders. But isn't what I'm doing just aggression? However, when they invaded Asgard, countless tribesmen were also killed by them. All I am doing now is to avenge them. Looking at Loki, whose eyes became firmer, Loki shook his head. This little prince has gone astray again. Just when Loki was about to say something, Thor, who had just been knocked away, arrived late. Loki. What the hell are you doing? Let Lee go quickly. Loki, please, brother, he won't let me go, okay. Lee Ji, this little thing is quite good sometimes, isn't it? When he saw the divine punishment of the eternal spear being unleashed in Jotunheim, the homeland of the giants of Jotunheim, he even exclaimed in surprise. You're crazy. You actually activated divine punishment casually. What makes you so reckless? Loki lost his temper when he saw his brother scolding him without asking any questions. You care? I just want to destroy these damn giants of Jotunheim. He has killed so many of our clansmen, so it is natural for me to destroy them. Thor's expression froze. It's like there are thousands of words brewing in my mind but I can't say them out. He did not argue anymore, but tried to pull out Odin's divine spear. However, Thor cannot enter the protective shield formed by the fully activated divine punishment. He gritted his teeth. For more living beings. Father. Please forgive me for destroying the Rainbow Bridge. Yes, Thor intends to cut off the transmission of the Bifrost to protect the giants of Jotunheim from being destroyed. When he raised the hammer and charged it down, he smashed it down. Lee Ji raised his hand to block the blow. For a time, the void around the Rainbow Bridge was also turbulent under the violent energy fluctuations. There are little cracks in the space due to energy imbalance. Thor looked at everything around him in disbelief. Why can he block my full blow so easily? I'm glad you think so. Lee Ji stood up and said to Thor and Loki. There is a saying in my hometown. It's called, the way to be a king is to only be virtuous and virtuous. When you decide to protect these creatures, at least mentally, you are already a qualified king. Lee Ji clapped his hands and walked to the protective shield formed by Odin's spear. Don't worry, things can still turn around. Not to mention that repairing the Rainbow Bridge is time-consuming and labor-intensive, even if I want to go back, it will be a problem. Thor frowned after hearing Lee Ji's words. But sir, Odin's gun is automatically protected, so I can't get in. Lee Ji glanced at Thor angrily. If you can't get in, I can't get in. In the shocked eyes of Thor and Loki, Lee Ji walked into the protective shield easily. When Lee Ji held Odin's spear, it was obvious that Odin's power was resisting him, an outsider. Tisk, even at your level, you still want to resist my power. Get up for me. Odin's gun? Don't hurt me. Chapter 21 Loki's Confession. Undercover Kirita Legion. As Odin's divine spear was pulled out, the divine punishment that descended in the space-time tunnel located at the Rainbow Bridge lost its energy support. The sky in Jotunheim, the hometown of the giants of Jotunheim, is gradually clearing. With the emergence of light, Jotunheim, which was originally lined with tall buildings, turned into a ruins. The surviving giants of Jotunheim raised their arms and shouted. Worship devoutly to Asgard, the divine realm that has taken back divine punishment. It's like thanking the gods for not killing. The other side of the Rainbow Bridge. When the projected image is about to disappear, Lee Ji pointed to the giants of Jotunheim who kept kneeling in worship. Is this what you call an invader? Why do I feel like they are more pious than your Asgard people? Loki couldn't believe what was happening. Obviously, the giants of Jotunheim, led by King Laufey, have always wanted to seize the territory of Asgard. So why do these tribesmen of giants of Jotunheim miss their homeland even more? Lee Ji looked at the two people who were silent. For leaders, ending war with war is not the only way. Why do you think Odin stopped attacking the territory? It's because he found that benevolence often solves problems more easily than violence. Of course, this is based on Asgard's strong foundation. Hearing Lee Ji's words, Loki stepped back in despair. He couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. When he wanted to prove himself, it was because of his own stupidity. It almost caused a disaster. He murmured. I've always been well protected. The quiet life made me forget the bloody nature I should have. I started to worry and get irritable. Until I discovered that being disruptive gets people to take notice. Then I kept showing off my weirdness in front of my tribe. But he can't see the father. All he can see is you, my brother. When you were banished, I sensed an opportunity to replace you. But I didn't expect that it would cause such a disaster. I was wrong, so wrong. Hearing Loki's confession, Thor also felt distressed and stepped forward to hug his brother. I never blamed you, my brother. Although you are unreliable sometimes, you are my only brother after all. I think my father and mother also think so. Looking at the two reconciled brothers, Li Ji was surprised to find out. Hehe, something interesting seems to have happened. Looking at the warm scene in front of me, Li Ji was thinking about other things. How did it become a warm ending? In this case. So why not just make mistakes? Take advantage of Loki's current desire to make amends. Send him to Thanos as an undercover agent. Then take the opportunity to weaken his troops. In the future, when he attacks Blue Star to snatch the gems, he won't have that many troops. In this case, it will be relatively easy for the S.H.I.E.L.D members on Blue Star to deal with it. If done correctly, maybe we can kill 1 or 2 codders. I have to think about how to deceive Loki reasonably. He coughed twice, interrupting the conversation between the two. I'm sorry to interrupt your happy time. Now there is an opportunity to make your family value you. Do you want to seize it, Loki? Loki, who was a little troubled at first, suddenly became interested. What's that? Li Ji said in a pretentious manner. Saving the world, what do you think? Hearing this, Loki's eyes instantly shone. What to do, sir? If it is really beneficial to the world, I am willing to use my life to make up for my mistakes. Done. Now we have to speak out about Thanos in a reasonable way. Let me compile it carefully. You must be curious about my identity. Actually, I come from ancient times, the origin of world civilization, the holy land of Daxia. In my hometown, astrology can be said to be the most powerful prediction magic. I just did a little divination based on your request. Turn out, there's going to be a sea change in the near future. I don't know, have you ever heard of Thanos? Thor and Loki said seriously. It turns out that Mr. Li is an ancient sage. Then it makes sense that he could have power beyond the gods. But what did Mr. Li say just now? Thanos? Who is Thanos? Looking at the questioning expressions of the two people, Li Ji understood. It seems that they don't know yet. That's easy to deceive, no, it's easy to handle. If you don't know Thanos, do you know the Eternals? The birth of another word made the two of them even more doubtful. Looking at the inscrutable Li Ji, Thor also felt a little embarrassed. Why does Asgard seem to be lagging behind in information? He didn't know anything, so in order to save some face, he told Li Ji. Li, I think we can go to the archives and check the files. Led by Thor, everyone came to the splendid archives. After jumping up and down to search, finally, the life of the Eternals was discovered in ancient books. The legendary Eternals are the descendants of the ancient Celestials. They have extremely long lifespans and powerful powers, as well as terrifying recovery abilities and agility. The more Thor looked, the more chills he felt running down his spine. Will such a terrifying person be our future opponent? He hesitantly handed the ancient file to Loki. After reading the file, Loki also looked struggling. After some ideological struggle, he strengthened his belief. Sir, what do I need to do? Li Ji glanced at Loki appreciatively. This kid is on the road. It seems that he is really eager to prove himself. It's not too difficult, after all, I know you can't kill him. I want you to go undercover in the Zirita Corps. Use this to weaken the Thanos Legion's vitality. Finally we achieved the goal of competing with it. And you will be a key part of this. Under Li Ji's crazy Pua offensive, Loki quickly lost himself and was defeated. He asked Li Ji, "Sir, where should I find the Zerata Legion?" Li Ji asked as if he was a little worried. "You Asgardians can survive in space?" "Yes sir." "That'll be easy, I know their approximate coordinates. I'll take you there when you take me back via the Rainbow Bridge later." "Do you know the positioning coordinates?" "Then why do I have to ask you to send me there? Why are you sending me off, sir? Can't you just use the Rainbow Bridge to go there? You are also a god who is going to go undercover. Why don't you have any basic qualities? If you just use the Rainbow Bridge to go over there, you'll let him see your intentions. You have to think of yourself as an actor. The more miserable you act and the more you hate the world, the more they will believe you." Loki nodded understandingly. As expected, Mr. Li was thoughtful. Loki looked like he understood everything. Li Ji also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "As expected of me, I can even lie so eloquently. After you are ready." Li Ji takes Loki and prepares to go to Earth through the Rainbow Bridge. When we came to Tianmen, Gatekeeper Heimdall also woke up from his coma. He looked at Loki angrily, as if he had been blacklisted. Loki smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Heimdall, I did something wrong this time. I'm going to do something big. I will give you a stove next time we meet to make up for my mistake of freezing you this time." Heimdall turned to look at Thor, as if asking for his opinion. After getting Thor's affirmative answer, he walked to the Tianmen and entered the coordinates. After a while the Rainbow Bridge started smoothly. Loki reluctantly looked back at the place where he lived, and then followed Li Ji into the passage. In fact, Li Ji didn't know where the Kirita Core was. But according to the progress of the plot, Loki will definitely find the Kirita Legion. Hey, no matter what, he can't die anyway. Good luck to you, buddy. Li Ji traveled through the passage of time and space for a while. Feeling that the time was right, he immediately punched out, and the space inside the Rainbow Bridge was instantly shattered. The resulting space-time turbulence suddenly swept the unprepared Loki out. "Protect yourself, Loki, and look forward to our next meeting." Then Loki disappeared into the turbulence of time and space. Chapter 22: The Return of Li Ji. The disappeared Tesseract watched Loki leave. Li Ji still felt a little sorry for him. It was so simple to deceive children who didn't know the truth into the dragon's den and the tiger's den. I hope he has a better life and nothing happens to him. After another bout of dizziness, the colorful light beam fell, and Li Ji returned to New Mexico. Huge amounts of noise woke up Coulson and Patton, who were lying sprawled in the car. When the two of them saw the colorful light pillar, they thought another armor had arrived. When the light receded, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Li Ji said to the two of them with a smile, "Don't be so nervous, it's all trivial. Let's go back. I'm quite tired from the past few days. I have to ask that old BD Fury to pay me mental damages when I get back. Are you not tired? Apart from solving these trivial matters, Li Ji never forgets to check in every day." Even when he was in Asgard, Li Ji found an excuse to run up and down the Rainbow Bridge. Thor and the others thought this was Li Ji's training method. He also ran with Li Ji for a while. When they felt it was useless, they let him move freely. "Mr. Li, what does Asgard look like? What do the residents there look like, and is the food delicious?" When Li Ji came back, Coulson and Coulson also asked him. Several people chatted and laughed on their way home. A few hours later, Li Ji yawned and got on the plane back to New York. These two old boys are so good at chatting that they would have known better not to answer questions. Li Ji leaned on his seat tiredly. After a while he fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Loki was swept away by the turbulence of time and space after wandering in space for a long time. They also discovered the location of Thanos' Kirita Legion. Mr. Lee will not deceive me. Sure enough, the place where the crack appeared is very close to the destination. Lee Ji, I'm blind, I'm lucky. I'm lucky. Looking at the densely packed battleships and the majestic main ship, Loki was also a little frightened. Is the plan really feasible? But now that things have happened, there is no turning back. I just believe in Mr. Lee and give it a try. Then he flew in the direction of the Chitauri Legion. When Lee Ji woke up, he had already returned to New York. He did not follow Coulson and the others back to S.H.I.E.L.D. After bidding farewell to the two of them, he called a car and returned to the apartment. It's really because I traveled too frequently during this period. If you don't go back and pack up the food you bought some time ago, it might be expiring soon. There is an old Hyuxia saying that goes well. Waste is shameful, saving is glorious. When Lee Ji sat cross-legged on the sofa and struggled with junk food, Nick Fury's dark face appeared again in the holographic projection. Lee, why didn't you come to my place to sit when you came back? It's been so relaxing these days, I'm almost bored. Lee Ji said vaguely. If you're bored, just go and play with Tony and the others. If you don't have anything to do, just come and bother me. You old BD, you haven't given me the subsidy yet. I heard Lee Ji proposed another subsidy. Nick Fury also laughed and did not respond. Then what? Just rest and say hello, I won't talk about anything else. Then he hung up the phone. Didn't you just say that you are very leisurely and bored? Sure enough, this old BD is an out-and-out capitalist. They only know how to exploit the working people. Forget it, let him be. Anyway, I don't have much money to use right now. You owe it first, if you don't pay when you use the money. Then I'll break his game. Just do it. He put the episode behind him and continued to fight with the food in his hand. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's Office. Nick Fury was covering his forehead, listening distractedly to Dr. Hilvig's chatter. Director Fury, believe me, the energy of the Rubik's Cube will be an important part of us breaking through the bottleneck. As long as we thoroughly study the energy of the Rubik's Cube, we will have the most powerful weapon in the world. Research weapons? Dr. Hilvig, I know what you mean, but the gamma rays released by that thing are simply not something we can withstand. Nick Fury is still giving persuasive words. After all, scientists are all treasures, and missing one would be a huge amount of loss. But Dr. Hilvig was tough. Seeing that Nick Fury refused to let go, he actually lay down on the ground and refused to move. This gave him a hard time. Why are these intellectuals so arrogant? Isn't it said that the more educated people are, the more polite they are? Why do all these people who study culture become crazy? Nick Fury had no choice but to agree, but he was only allowed to study for a week. 1 week is enough, ha ha ha. I will bring you a weapon that will shake the whole world. Send away Dr. Hilvig. Nick Fury called Patton in. While I agree to let Dr. Hilvig research the Tesseract, but you and I both know the risks. I'm asking you to help him keep an eye on it while he's studying the Rubik's Cube. Don't make any mistakes. Barton nodded and took the order. S.H.I.E.L.D. Underground Laboratory. When Dr. Hilvig placed the Tesseract on the experimental device, the surroundings suddenly emitted a light blue light. Barton sat on the hoisting frame of the crane and stared at Dr. Hilvig, who was conducting the experiment. As the power of the instrument continues to be output, the light blue light emitted by the Tesseract becomes increasingly dazzling. Even Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but escape from this light. And just in the blink of an eye, Barton. The dazzling light disappeared into the laboratory together with Dr. Hilvig, who was conducting the experiment. He rubbed his sore eyes. I watched in disbelief as people went to the empty laboratory. Something bad happened. He turned over and jumped off the honing stand. While rummaging around, I called Nick Fury. Director, Dr. Hilvig, and the Rubik's Cube disappeared out of thin air. When Nick Fury rushed to the laboratory in a hurry, the Tesseract sits quietly on the test bench. But Dr. Hilwiger fainted on the ground and did not know whether he was alive or dead. Patton, who was checking the injury, saw Nick Fury arriving. Get up and report. Director, Dr. Hilvig, and the Rubik's Cube disappeared for a total of 5 minutes and 37 seconds. I was on guard at the door, and the strong light from the Rubik's Cube appeared again. When I returned to the laboratory for examination, I found that the doctor had fainted on the ground. Nick Fury was shocked. It seems that it is better not to touch this item easily. Send Dr. Hilvig to the infirmary now. We will discuss everything after the doctor wakes up. Don't leak anything here today, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. When Dr. Hilvig wakes up from his coma, his eyes were full of excitement. I saw a new world. That will be the pinnacle of technology. Nick Fury returned to the office and thought about it again and again. I still made a call to Lee G. Barton, should the director be merciless when he leaks secrets? I will keep an eye on you, dear director. As the call goes through, Lee G's vague voice came from the phone. You better have something more important to do, BD Fury. Otherwise I will let you know the consequences of disturbing my sleep. But Nick Fury's next words made Lee G's anger disappear without a trace. Mr. Lee, do you know Tesseract? It disappeared from the laboratory today for 5 minutes and 37 seconds, taking Dr. Hilwiger with it. Coming. The space gem came towards Lee G with his shell. My dear Mr. Director, can you let me see this Tesseract? I'm interested in it. Chapter 23 1/3 of the power of the original Space Stone, changes in battlesuit skills. S.H.I.E.L.D. Underground Laboratory. Nick Fury took Lee G to the room where Dr. Hilvig and the Tesseract disappeared just now. Look around. The empty laboratory looks a bit desolate. Only the Tesseract is still lying quietly on the experimental table. Nick Fury pouted. This is where Dr. Hilvig conducted the experiment just now. At that time, Barton's eyes were stung by the strong light emitted by the Tesseract, and he was temporarily blinded for a moment. When he opened his eyes, Dr. Hilvig and the Rubik's Cube disappeared. Until 5 minutes later, they suddenly returned to the laboratory. Except for taking the doctor for treatment, no other parts of the scene have been touched. Nick Fury was silent for a while. He didn't know if what he felt was right. Ever since Dr. Hilvig woke up from a coma, it's like he has become a different person. He sighed. Maybe it's my misunderstanding. Lee G walked to the test bench. Pick up the Tesseract and look at it carefully. Light blue luster flows in the Rubik's Cube. It reveals mystery and seems to contain infinite power. What a good thing. He glanced at Fury. Is there something else you haven't told me? For example, the doctor's mind has become slightly abnormal. Nick Fury was stunned. He asked a little suspiciously. Is it really possible to have mental problems? I just thought maybe I was feeling it wrong. Indeed, when I saw Dr. Hilvig waking up, I did have an unusual feeling. But everything I communicated with him was pretty normal. So I didn't say anything. Lee G played with the Tesseract back and forth in his hand. How about we do an experiment? He turned his head and looked at Barton somewhat sinisterly. Barton, let's play a game, okay? It's very safe. There are absolutely no side effects. Looking at Lee G's evil smile, Barton's heart was pounding. Not buddy. How can this be problematic? You wouldn't just play around and make yourself an idiot for your brothers, would you? Well, there's something going on at home. You guys talk first, I'm leaving. After speaking, Barton ran towards the exit. Lee G would give him a chance to escape. Barton was stopped in a flash. Dear little Hawkeye. Don't blame me. Who makes you keep thinking about something that you don't have? Don't use some tricks in advance to prepare you mentally. You will be the one who suffers then. Barton, Mr. Lee's sanctimonious appearance immediately frightened me. I was really forced to do so. When Barton hadn't reacted yet, Lee Ji took his hand and pressed it on the Tesseract. With the start of the Rubik's Cube, under Nick Fury's shocked eyes, the two figures of Lee Ji disappeared into the laboratory again. Barton only felt a faint blue light flowing around him. It seemed like I was in a mysterious and warm ocean. When he wants to continue to explore the secret, the pale blue shimmer suddenly condensed into a ball, exploded before his eyes. For a time, light and shadow flickered, and the picture changed. The vast starry sky came into his eyes like a substance. He subconsciously drew his bow and shot an arrow. Wherever the arrow strikes, the planet exploded and space shattered. Excitement instantly occupied Barton's brain. When he wants to continue to pursue more powerful power, Lee Ji slapped him back to reality. In a flash of light, the two returned to S.H.I.E.L.D's underground laboratory. When Nick Fury saw the missing two people again, Barton's expression made him shudder. What a face that is! Not to mention the distorted facial expression, the completely bloodshot eyeballs can no longer see their original pupils. As light blue light surged around Barton, he also shouted excitedly. Ha 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 ha! Power! I want stronger power! Lee Ji pointed at Barton, who was looking crazy. You see, this is what being controlled looks like. After explaining, Lee Ji slapped Barton on the back of his neck. His body fell limply. Nick Fury asked worriedly. Lee, what happened to Barton? I just took him to see the vastness of the universe and experience the power of transcending limits. After saying that, Lee Ji took the Rubik's Cube and tapped Barton's forehead lightly. A light blue halo floated back to the Tesseract from inside Barton's body. Take him to the infirmary. This time we played a little too much. He probably has to lie down for a while. However, this is still a good thing for him. How can someone who has seen the stars and the sea be easily controlled by simple power? He took a deep look at Barton lying on the ground. Then he explained to Nick Fury. I think it's best to hide this thing first. With the current level of technology, if you let that doctor study this thing, your building might be blown up. Don't blame me for not reminding you then. Hear what Lee Ji said. Fury's already dark face looked even more gloomy. It seems that this thing is indeed dangerous. Hey, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to it. This brought back a big bomb for me. That leaves me with what to do. Don't worry, this thing is still very safe if you don't touch it. When Lee Ji was about to put the Rubik's Cube in the safe and return it to Fury, the clear voice of the system rang in Lee Ji's ears again. Ding! Please ask the host to choose whether to absorb 1/3 of the power of the Space Stone. There will be unexpected gains. Water fa? Can the system even extract the power of infinite rough stones? Ding! Host, please think carefully, there won't be this store after passing this village. So why are you hesitating? Of course it's extraction. The system absorbs 1/3 of the power of the original Space Stone. Please treat yourself. When the system sound falls, the Tesseract's flickering light dimmed for a moment. Then Lee Ji calmly put the Rubik's Cube into the password box. Passed back to Nick Fury. The matter is settled, please take good care of this thing. If you lose it, there will be serious consequences. After explaining what was at hand, Lee Ji put his hands on his waist. Summon Saitama's suit. The quick dodge was launched, and within a few breaths, he had arrived at the outskirts of the back mountain. It's not that he doesn't want to go home now. The system just prompted him. The movement of the extracted space raw stone power may be a bit loud when integrated. It's best to find a sparsely populated area. Lee Ji, this system is quite user-friendly. When Lee Ji came to the suburbs and confirmed that there was no one around, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Please choose the host whether to integrate 1/3 of the power of the original space stone. If you get everything back, it must be integrate. Integrate. I saw a light blue light gradually appearing around Li Ji. The light is getting stronger and stronger, as if revealing unwillingness and fear. It seemed that he wanted to break free from Li Ji's shackles. But under the power of the system, the light gradually became gentle and smooth. Little by little, it was gradually absorbed into Li Ji's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating 1/3 of the power of the space stone. Reward: Saitama's suit's speed dodge skill evolves into space movement. Due to the influence of the original power of space, he obtains the accompanying skills space blockade and space folding. Space movement: when Saitama activates the space movement skill while wearing the suit, the host can travel through space to reach the designated location. The teleportation distance is increased by 10 times. Current transmission distance: 10,000 meters with the host as the center. As Saitama's original power is unlocked, the teleportation range can be increased. Space blockade: forced fastening skill. While Saitama is wearing the suit, he can select a target and block it in a confined space. The blockade time depends on the strength of the target. In view of the host's current weak strength, this skill is currently in a sealed state. Space folding: forced damage skill. While Saitama is wearing the suit, he can select a range of targets to perform space folding to obliterate the target. In view of the host's current weak strength, this skill is currently in a sealed state. It seems like a big one came? But it doesn't seem too big. The names of these two companion skills are quite awesome. But this power is weak. Hearing the description of the system, Li Ji felt even more. You seem to have been tricked by him? Chapter 24: All check-in tasks are completed. Companion skills are unlocked. Li Ji returned to the apartment and thought about what just happened. No matter how you think about it, you feel at a loss. The system said there would be unexpected surprises. That's it. The space rough stone is not very good either. Isn't it one of the 6 original forces known as the universe? That's it. That's it. Li Ji suddenly turned over after thinking for a long time without coming up with an answer. Sleep first, sleep first. Anyway, there will definitely be a time when the lockdown will be lifted. I want to see how awesome this skill is. Dare you say that my strength is weak? So many villains have to be solved by me in the end. Lying on the bed, his breathing gradually became even. It's just that Li Ji, who fell asleep deeply, still didn't understand the meaning of the system. The original space stone serves as the original power of the universe. How could it be so easily taken as one's own? Even Loki, Thanos, and others who have used the space stone ability have only used it. And possesses the original energy of the space stone. Li Ji can be said to be the only one. So, he really got something amazing this time. Spring passes and autumn comes. Unknowingly, a year passed quietly. Although terrorist attacks occur from time to time on Blue Star. But there were no supernatural events either. Team Rice, Natasha Romanoff, and Patton were very busy. After all, they are the professional counterparts when dealing with terrorist organizations. When Li Ji finished his 10-kilometer morning run, the system prompts also come as promised. Ding! The cycle check-in task, Teacher Saitama's Road to Becoming Stronger, the check-in task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for fully unlocking Saitama's template power. Please host to choose whether to start integrate. Finally! I have finally waited for this day. Do you know how I spent this time? After a year of training, Li Ji's figure has become significantly stronger. He no longer looks thin and weak. Li Ji said excitedly. Integrate. This time integrate is different from before. When the staged power was unlocked, Li Ji only felt warm and comfortable. When the full power is unlocked integrate, he felt that the meridians and bones inside his body were rapidly expanding. Then it shrinks rapidly. That's it for Li Ji. After going back and forth for a few times like a balloon being played with by the system, only then did it gradually return to its original state. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Saitama's template power has been fully integrated. The host's strength reaches the standard. The suit's skill space is moved and upgraded. The original accompanying skills are unlocked. Space movement. When Saitama activates the space movement skill while wearing the suit, the host can enter an independent space and can choose to shuttle to the designated location. The teleportation distance is within the planet. It is not supported in vacuum state yet. Space blockade. Actively release forced fastening skills. While Saitama is wearing the suit, you can select a target and block it in a confined space. The blockade time depends on the strength of the target. Current unlocking seal time, 1 minute. Space folding. Actively release forced damage skills. While Saitama is wearing the suit, he can select a ranged target to perform space folding to obliterate the target. Current unlocking range, within 1 square meter of the host's line of sight. The unlocking strength of skills increases with the collected villain value. Ask the host to collect villain values and unlock power. No. I have unlocked all of Saitama's template powers. Those 2 Lashiza companion skills are only unlocked so little? 1 minute and 1 square meter are enough for what? Is there any mistake? Li Ji is sure now. The system is playing tricks on him. Forget it, it's better than nothing. At least it's a good start. When Li Ji sorted out his emotions, when preparing to tidy up the room, there was news from the braised egg director who hadn't bothered him for a long time. When the holographic projection showed Nick Fury's slightly fat face, Li Ji also joked. Fury, UBD, how are you doing in your life? It seems that the funds are sufficient, right? Would you like to settle my subsidy with me? Nick Fury, who was still smiling, suddenly felt embarrassed. Why does Mr. Lee have nothing to do and always provides subsidies? I didn't say anything about it before he came back to me. What should I do? Wait online. It's urgent. Looking at the embarrassed braised egg comrade, Li Ji wisely didn't ask any more questions. Nick Fury rearranges the language. Sir, at the suggestion of Dr. Hilvig, the Federation agreed to restart the Tesseract research plan. This was decided by the Federal Parliament. Even I can't refuse. After all, this is a very dangerous thing. To ensure safety. After much thought, only you can help keep an eye on it. I'm really afraid that lunatic will blow up my building. Li Ji thought for a while. It seems that time is almost up. Loki, who is undercover with the Chitauri, should be considered stable. At this time, continue to study the Tesseract to attract the Chitauri Legion. It seems completely acceptable. It's hard to get a few high-level codders to follow. Those are all living villain values. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Ji nodded. Okay, I will go to your place this afternoon. Nick Fury didn't say much when he heard Li Ji's affirmative answer. He hung up the phone neatly. S.H.I.E.L.D. Underground Laboratory. When Li Ji stepped into the door, it was obvious that the surrounding space was shaking strongly. He came to Nick Fury and asked. Old BD, did you feel anything just now? Like, vibration? Nick Fury looked around suspiciously after hearing this. The surrounding environment has not changed much. Where did the vibration come from? He fiddled with the water glass on the table uneasily. Make sure there are no changes. But he seemed to suddenly think of something. He said to Li Ji with a wretched look. No, Li, look at the equipment around here and there is no deviation. Even the water in the cup didn't react at all. You shouldn't. There must be some little toy hidden on you. Looking at Nick Fury's dirty eyes, Li Ji simply chose to ignore it. Can't he feel it? But there are obviously spatial fluctuations. looking at the people in the laboratory who were hurriedly going about their business without being affected in any way. Li Ji also understood. It seems that only I can feel it. After all, he integrated 1/3 of the power of the space stone. It makes sense to have a unique affinity for space. Preparation for the 6th experiment, increase electric energy output. Dr. Hilvig was operating on the experimental table excitedly. Nick Fury and Li Ji stood side by side in the observation room. I don't know what the doctor is looking for. These few times he seems to be trying to activate the energy of the Rubik's Cube. Li Ji sighed lightly. It's been such a long time. Dr. Hilvig still hasn't gotten over the shock that the Rubik's Cube gave him. He was influenced by the inside of the Rubik's Cube. I also want to get this power. It's just that he's not as simple and crude as Barton. He wants to use the power of the Rubik's Cube to make weapons. What a bold idea! But he didn't think about it. A mortal relying on science that he is proud of. Just want to control the original power of the universe. How ridiculous! Doctor. The energy is out of control. The pulse is coming, all departments pay attention. As electrical energy continues to increase, the energy fluctuations stimulated by Tesseract are getting stronger and stronger. Oops, I'm out of control. The researcher responsible for the power output switch exclaimed. The other assistants were also panicked. But Li Ji made an unexpected discovery. Dr. Hilvig was not at all flustered. He seemed to be expecting something. This guy is indeed a lunatic. When the energy release reaches its peak, the Tesseract suddenly sent out a violent wave. The turbulent blue waves were like a tidal wave rising one after another. With the release of the last wave of energy, the space channels connected by the Rubik's Cube are also gradually opened. The light faded. A figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Look at the visitor's attire. Li Ji knew that this wave was stable. Chapter 25 News from Loki. Superheroes assemble. That's right. The figure that gradually became clear was Loki, the god of trickery who was sent by Li Ji to undercover the Chitauri Legion. As Loki's vision becomes clearer, I laughed out loud when I saw the tunnel was successfully built. Me. The god of trickery. He will be the legitimate undercover king. He stood up and looked around. When I saw Li Ji standing on the honing stand, he winked at him calmly. Li Ji looked at Loki's eyes. He understood without making a sound. Does this seem fishy? He poked Nick Fury next to him. Old BD, go over and see what's going on. Hearing this, Nick Fury was stunned. It seems, I am the leader. Are you drifting, kid? Are you starting to teach me how to do things? But I thought of Li Ji's terrifying power. Still scared. He glanced at Li Ji angrily. He strode into the laboratory. I wonder why this friend came all the way here. If you want to sit down and talk, please put down your spear. Loki glanced back and saw that the passage was not closed. He knew clearly that Ebony Throat was watching all this. You can only act tougher. His heart skipped a beat. I have no choice but to take action. I have to think about how to look miserable without hurting them. It is not a wise decision to ask an Asgardian to lay down his weapons. Say it. Loki raised his hand and touched the scepter. A flash of blue light passed by. A laser blasts towards Nick Fury. Fortunately, this old BD still has some combat experience. He quickly lowered his body. A shovel hid behind the experimental bench. The researchers behind them were not so lucky. The explosion caused by the laser knocked him off his feet. For a time, there was chaos in the laboratory. The Ebony Maw at the other end of the space-time channel, watching Loki take action whenever he disagrees. He also nodded with satisfaction. Then the space-time channel was closed. Loki, I look forward to seeing you unify the Blue Star. GGG. Loki also quietly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the space-time tunnel was closed. Is it really easy for me? Not only do I have to kneel down and lick this stupid guy every day, also help them complete their shameless plan to collect rough stones. He looked at the messy laboratory and coughed awkwardly. Sorry, I'm a bit harsh. Don't mind, don't mind. It's just acting, don't take it seriously. Nick Fury, what kind of drama are you acting? If I hadn't been able to dodge quickly, I would have gone to see God. Li Ji walked to the laboratory. He patted Nick Fury comfortingly, who was hiding behind the experimental table. It's okay for me. Then he waved to Loki. Did the plan go well? Loki replied with a proud look on his face. That's for sure, I am the great god of trickery. Let's not stay here anymore, it's such a mess. Lee, you have to buy me a drink. You don't even know how I spent this time. Nick Fury was also a little confused when he saw the two people holding hands. What's going on? The laboratory was being demolished just a second ago. Become close friends in the next second? This outsider has a split personality? No, he just said the god of trickery. Could he be from Asgard too? Then why did he do it? With a lot of questions, Nick Fury chased after the two people leaving. S.H.I.E.L.D. Reception room. Old BD. There's no recording or monitoring here, right? Nick Fury glanced at Li Ji angrily. Where do you think I am from, S.H.I.E.L.D? How can you ask such a retarded question? Of course there is. Li Ji clapped his hands and applauded. Then go and lock it up. It would be very serious if others overhear it. Fury, you've been giving me endless orders, right? Believe me or not. Forget it. I can't beat you. Nick Fury reluctantly walked to the control room to do some work. After a while, he returned to where he was and sat down. He raised his hand as if to signal the two of them. Please start your performance. Lee, since our last separation, I have indeed found the Chitauri Legion at the coordinates you mentioned. With my reputation in Asgard and my status as the son of Odin, I successfully established cooperation with them. It's just that they keep sending an ugly thing following me. It seems like you still don't trust me. Until the passage was closed just now, it seemed that it had escaped surveillance. What should we do next? Don't say it, don't say it. This kid Loki really has the talent to be a spy. Judging from the simplicity of the report and the degree of obedience to Li Ji, it's really unusual. Li Ji glanced at Loki with satisfaction. Not bad. You are very talented. The next action may require the cooperation of our braised egg director. Nick Fury, you are the only braised egg, and your whole family is braised too. Mr. Lee, with all due respect, I feel that I am a humble and ordinary person. I can't help you gods. Yo. You still have a temper after saying a few words. I have never seen you tormenting us less before. If you reject me now, Blue Star will be destroyed. Will you think carefully about your words, Mr. Director? Li Ji said to Nick Fury with a teasing look on his face. Don't doubt the authenticity of these words. Then now, please make your choice. Should I be obedient and help, or should I be a sinner to all mankind? Nick Fury's face is terrifyingly dark. Lee, are you threatening me? That's right, I'm threatening you. Then I agree. Li Ji, Mr. Director, where is your backbone? Shouldn't I be giving you both soft and hard advice before you reluctantly agree? In that case, let's make preparations early. Go and call people, and call everyone you can. Then let's have a meeting when I come back. He looked at Loki, who was sitting aside, waiting for his arrangements. As for Loki, you go to Diguo first and find a place to stay there and wait for me. Loki nodded and left the reception room to go to Diguo. Li Ji discussed the candidate with Nick Fury. Tony, Banner, and Team Me became members of the squad without any controversy. As for Patton and Natasha Romanoff, Li Ji smiled mysteriously and said he had other plans. He arranged for Nick Fury to inform Tony Banner and them. Then he put his hands on his waist. Space movement is activated. He disappeared from Nick Fury's sight in an instant. Everyone here is a weirdo. Coulson, come to my place. New Mexico. At the Asgard Rainbow Bridge Passage. Heimdall, take me to Asgard if you can hear me. I have something to do with Thor. Along with the falling of colorful light pillars, Li Ji came to Asgard again. Thank you, Heimdall. I'll come back to you after I finish my business. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ji's figure disappeared at Tianmen. Heimdall, where's the man? Didn't I pick him up? Why did everyone suddenly disappear? Are you hallucinating? He scanned the entire divine realm with his eyes of truth. But Li Ji was not found. It's really strange. When he was ready to continue observing the situation in the 9 realms, suddenly, I felt that a familiar figure seemed to appear in the main hall. This is Mr. Li? He really came? Why can't I find it? Li Ji didn't expect it either. Using the suit's skills to rush on your own will cause problems for Heimdall. Before he came to the bed, he looked at Thor sleeping soundly and was speechless for a while. No, are all gods so free? Just fall asleep in broad daylight. Is it their custom here? I remember that when I came back last time, his father Odin was also asleep. Then I almost lost my family. Dude, wake up. I'll take you to see your brother. Thor rubbed his swollen eyes. Hey. I think I saw Lee. It just feels like he has gained weight. Did he just say Loki was back? It's only been a while, and he might have come back again. Why? Don't tell me, I really miss them. Looking at Thor, who was awake but not fully awake, Li Ji lost his patience. Thor was sent flying with one slap. And the confused Thor was even more confused. I was sleeping in my house, and then I got beaten? You mean Loki's undercover operation was successful? Yes. And he's going to attack Earth. That's right. And you came to Asgard to find me. Yet. Thor was even more puzzled. If the undercover agents are all successful, why don't you just contact them directly and solve the problem? Why did you come to see me? As if seeing his doubts, Li Ji said with a smile. When it comes to acting, you must do the whole thing. Chapter 26 Li Ji, try not to make any noise if you can. You mean, you want to take the battlefield to Blue Star? Yes. And now to create some unrest. That's right. Now you want me to go over there and capture Loki alive. Yet. After listening to Li Ji's explanation, Thor was even more speechless. Do you know, Loki is my beloved relative and friend, a brother and sister. How could I betray my brother? Li Ji scratched his head. After this is done, I will find a beer recipe for you so that you can drink beer in Asgard. Make a deal. Thor's eyes straightened when he heard the beer. I think he fell deeply in love with this great invention when he was on Blue Star. Now I can drink delicious beer at home. Brothers and friends, Loki was so easily forgotten by Thor. Li Ji nodded with satisfaction, and then took Thor back to Blue Star. S.H.I.E.L.D. backyard. As the colorful light pillar falls, the figures of Li Ji gradually solidified. When they walked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. combat command center, the people sitting around the round table are of different shapes. Nick Fury stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. Tony put his feet on the round table and shook his legs relentlessly. Captain Me leaned against the wall with his arms folded. Dr. Banner was squatting on the ground and drawing circles. Li Ji stared at these uncles in shock. What's going on? Those who know say they are superheroes. For those who don't know, it seems that the creditor has come to collect debts. What's going on? BD Fury also owes you money. Hear Li Ji's voice. Everyone turned their heads. Fury seemed to have seen a savior. He took 3 steps and 2 steps to step forward and grab Li Ji. I'm really convinced by this group of people. I've been arguing about the command right here for a long time. If you didn't see the scene just now, the roof of my house is about to be lifted. Command power? Do you still want to fight over this thing? It's so worthless. They looked at the people who disliked each other and were eager to take action. Li Ji also came up with an idea. He signaled Fury to be silent. In my hometown, there is such a saying. If you can do it, try not to make any noise. Can't you just direct a fight if you want? Fury was confused. No, if I ask you to solve the problem, why don't you help me? These ancestors are not normal people. All my furniture and stuff are all money. Li Ji ignored Fury, who was distressed and about to bleed. Let's go to the backyard and have a wrestling match. Whoever loses will give up command. Team Rice, I can play all day. Tony, my armor can fight with you all day long. Banner, my friends can beat you up all day. Hulk, roar. Come on, little trash. Thor looked at the people who were looking increasingly crazy. He was also stunned. Li, are they fools? Hearing Thor's words, Li Ji laughed. Needless to say, the description is quite appropriate. Although Li Ji knew the final command will be the Me team. After all, Marvel's 50-50 reputation is not for nothing. As an enigmatic being in the Marvel universe, you could call him weak, but he also tore apart Thanos with his own hands. You could say he's strong, he almost didn't even beat the Special Forces soldier Umling. Facing ordinary opponents, even if he can't win, at least he can't lose. And his shield that defies the laws of physics. What a good thing. By the way, it wasn't me who got knocked away last time. Didn't you do anything bad for others? Li, do you also want to participate in the arena competition? After everyone stood still, Tony asked Li Ji. Li Ji waved his hand. I'm not interested. But I can be the referee. I will stop you when you decide the winner or when you are in danger. A discussion is a discussion, don't hurt the harmony. Also, be careful to protect S.H.I.E.L.D. property. Nick Fury, Li. My dear. So. Who comes first? After some dispute, the candidates for the duel have also been determined. Tony vs Team Me. Thor vs Banner, Hulk. Why are they grouped like this? Is it appropriate for you to let 2 gods come up and beat 2 people? So why did Thor also go up to fight for command? There is no way, there are not enough people to make up the number. Scene 1, Tony and Rogers. Ready. Start. As Li Ji's voice fell, Tony started the accelerator and rushed towards the Me team. Strike first. As the distance got closer, Tony's hand armor fired an orange-red laser. The Me team raised their shield and blocked the blow very easily. He turned around and kicked Tony away with his right whip kick. I told you, I can fight all day. Tony became angry and prepared to release missiles to blow up the Me team. Li Ji thought something was wrong. Pointing a finger at Tony. Space confinement. Tony's figure was frozen in mid-air. Everyone watching the battle looked at this scene in surprise. What did Mr. Li just say? Space confinement? Thor, Li indeed has the power to control space. Banner, I really want to slice up Mr. Li and study it to see what kind of creature he is. Hulk, roar. Don't think about it, have you forgotten the time when we were both blasted by the blaster? Nick Fury? What are you talking about? Why isn't Tony moving? Is he going to blow up my building? Watching Tony's ultimate move being blocked by Li Ji, the Me team also gave a kind smile. It seems that I wrongly blamed him before. There are still many good people in this world. A minute later, Tony, who was still in the air, regained his ability to move. He took off his helmet and looked at Li Ji resentfully. "Li, you are cheating. You intervened before I even made a big move. This is unfair." Li Ji glared at Tony angrily. "Didn't I tell you before that you should be kind? Besides, aren't you being cheating by using missiles? Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D will blow up for you." Tony suddenly glanced at Nick Fury with a guilty conscience. He stood aside in embarrassment, not daring to make a sound. Looking at Tony, who had stabilized, Li Ji continued to organize the second competition. The second game, Thor vs. Banner. "Ready, start." When Thor heard Li Ji's words, he waved his hand and said, "Li, forget it, I didn't do it lightly or hard, it won't be good if I get damaged by this friend." Li Ji looked at Thor as if he were a fool. "It's okay, just hit him as you like, he will resist the beating." Thor didn't change much after hearing this. Banner on the side immediately became energetic when he heard the word resist beating. "The wait is finally here," Mr. Li said, to resist the beating. "Then I can properly test my current strength. Hulk! Roar! Let's smash it!" When Thor still wanted to argue with Li Ji about something, he suddenly felt that he was in a shadow. It gets dark so fast on this blue star. When he turned around to look, he saw a green giant Wu appearing behind him. "Thor! Waltfa!" Hulk looked at the shocked Thor and smiled evilly. "Roar! Come on, little trash! Let me see how durable you are." Then he grabbed Thor's ankle and threw him back and forth. I saw the solid ground in S.H.I.E.L.D's backyard being smashed by Thor's body, sending dust and smoke everywhere, and flying rocks flying everywhere. Hulk swung violently and threw Thor away. But who is Thor? The great god of thunder, son of Odin. It's really tough. Hulk gets more and more excited as he fights. He actually flew towards Thor. Thor, who was flying in the air, shook his head and gave Li Ji, who was standing below watching the show, the middle finger. "It turns out that when you say I am durable, I am relatively durable. I thought you were talking about him. But the current situation is indeed a bit embarrassing. I'm sorry, little monster." He spread his right palm. Thor's hammer felt summoned and flew from the ground. It fell firmly into Thor's hands. I saw the Meow hammer wrapped around Thunder. He threw it violently at the chasing Hulk. Roar! The hit Hulk was like a cannonball, hitting the ground with a cry of pain. Nick Fury, my backyard. Upon seeing this, Li Ji also released the spatial confinement again and took Hulk down steadily. Tony, who was sulking next to him, felt even more depressed. "Look at people. This is called fighting. You stopped me before I even started showing off my skills. Unfair. There is a shady story." Li Ji didn't know that Tony was already drawing circles and cursing him. He was ready to start the third and final battle cleanly. The last game of the arena match, Thor vs. Rogers. "Ready, start." Hear the word start. Rogers, the Me team, also looked at Li Ji in horror. "Dude, seriously?" Chapter 27. The command belongs to Movie King Loki. Thor looked at the serious-looking Team Me and felt troubled. What should I do? Can I really do this to an ordinary person? How about hammering him to death? Looking at the entangled two people, Li Ji suggested. How about the fight between you two is simpler? Thor, give Rogers a hammer. You lose if he's not hurt. On the other hand, you win. Thor weighed the Meow hammer in his hand. Li, are you sure? If I hit him with the hammer, he might be gone. Roger's face was solemn. Could it be that this guy likes to avenge himself? You want to use the power of the God of Thunder to kill me? And then seize command? Li Ji explained loudly at this time. Roger's shield is pretty powerful. If he can hold up a hammer with his shield, it means he has the ability to fight you. I heard Li Ji say that his shield is great. Rogers also felt emboldened. He readily agreed to Li Ji's suggestion. Thor took a stance, preparing to give Rogers a hammer as he raised his shield. You really don't need me to release the water? Li. It's okay, you can hammer whatever you want. If the hammer breaks, you don't have to pay for it, that's what he said. Li Ji smiled and pointed at Rogers, indicating that Thor could attack at will. Thor stopped talking nonsense, swung the Meow Hammer and smashed it towards Team Mi's shield. Boom! Under a severe impact, the ground in S.H.I.E.L.D's backyard sunk a little deeper. When the smoke clears, the Mi team was squatting under the shield unharmed. At this point, the battle for the command of the first-generation Avengers team has come to an end. Rogers was successfully elected captain and team commander. Except for Tony, several people also accepted the result with sincerity. Nick Fury came over and said, "Now that everyone has agreed that Captain Rogers will serve as the team commander, let's get acquainted with him. Lee, come with me, there is news from Loki." Just when Li Ji was about to go back with Nick Fury, Captain Rogers stopped them. "I have no problem with Director Fury returning. Lee, should you stay and attend the meeting together? After all, everyone needs to know your ability during the battle. We also need unified command." Li Ji scratched his head. "Is this an idea for my buddy? Something's wrong. Look at the arrogant look of the Mi team." Li Ji figured it out. "He wants to arrange it with me. Well, I won't get involved. You guys chat, I have something else to do." Captain Rogers' face darkened. "Are you going to split the team just after it was formed? This is not what a qualified Avenger should do." Li Ji spread his hands. "I think you are mistaken. I am not an Avenger. I never said I wanted to join the Avengers from the beginning to the end, right? I don't have the time or obligation to listen to you." "You think so?" Captain Rogers. Hearing Li Ji's words, Captain Rogers' handsome face instantly turned red. Watching the two people walking away, he didn't say anything to persuade them to stay. "Li Ji, want to show off your authority over your buddy? You can't pick eggplants without even looking at me." S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's Office. When Nick Fury sets up the encrypted communication code, Loki's face also appeared on the holographic projection. "Loki, what's going on? The Chitauri are urging me. It feels like I haven't done anything for a long time. And they can't sit still. Don't worry, we will start taking action in just these 2 days. I'll make the arrangements here, and then I'll meet you. We'll discuss it then." Li Ji called Barton. "Embark on the journey to the country. Daegu Ziver Hotel, Executive Suite." When Li Ji and Li Ji arrived at Loki's residence, they also smacked their lips. "Don't tell me, this god really knows how to enjoy it. We also got a suite. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D's funding is still sufficient. I must ask that old BD Fury to pay off the subsidy for me when I go back." Loki led the two of them to the reception room. Said excitedly, "Lee, what should we do next? It seems that Chitauri is already a little impatient." Li Ji pulled Barton and Loki in front of him. Arranged quietly. "Let's do this way, and then this way." Loki applauded after hearing the whole plan. It feels exactly like his style. On the other hand, Barton's face looked a little ugly. "Barton, are you so mysterious that you brought your buddy here just to let me play the villain? You want me to attack that group of monsters in the base? Brother, I haven't lived enough. Lee, with all due respect, I'm still young and I don't want to commit suicide. It's just acting. I'll get into trouble soon. Otherwise, it would be useless for Loki to bring that scepter." Scepter? Until Li Ji mentioned the scepter. Only then did everyone discover the scepter leaning against the wall like a fire stick in the corner of the room, Barton looked at Li Ji suspiciously. Why, does this thing still have to be useful? Li Ji explained. Loki, you must know what this thing is, right? Loki blinked. Isn't this just a magic staff? Have to. It seems that our little prince of Asgard really knows nothing. However, since Thanos has come to send gifts, then wouldn't it be inappropriate if you don't keep it yourself? Li Ji walked to the wall and picked up the scepter. The surging mental power exploded in the palm of his hand. It is indeed a stone of the soul. The mental power is indeed strong. He tapped the scepter lightly on Barton's chest. I saw a golden light flashing in Barton's eyes. That's right. He once again entered the inner scene created by the original stone. At this moment in Patton's mind, the figure shaped by mental power was whispering in his ear how powerful he was. But only for a moment. Barton got rid of the nightmare and returned to reality. Li Ji looked at Barton, who was gradually becoming clearer. He also nodded with satisfaction. After all, the inner scene condensed by mental power is far less direct than the substantive impact. Barton, who has seen the interior of the space stone, now feels extremely powerful. He will no longer be affected by the soul stone. Barton, do you feel the effect of this scepter this time? Yes, this scepter has the ability to control thoughts. Mr. Li just used the scepter to create a mental projection to try to control my actions. But I have been controlled by stronger forces before, and I broke free easily. Loki also suddenly realized. It turns out that Chitauri also wanted to place an undercover agent on Blue Star's side. That's why the scepter was given to Loki. But I didn't expect it. All of this is under Li Ji's plan. The Loki they trusted was actually Li Ji's undercover agent in the Chitauri Legion. Next, let's put on a good show for that BD. Seaver Hotel Council Chamber. The head of state was giving a speech passionately. Barton quietly touched the ceiling vent. Smoke bombs were released into the Parliament chamber. For a time, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. He fled from the safety exit to the square in panic. Standing behind the podium, Loki saw that the time was ripe. The projection of the space-time tunnel was opened. Let the audiences far away enjoy this wonderful show together. Following Loki's footsteps, the god of trickery's costume also slowly appeared on his body. At that time, almost all the high-level officials of Germany appeared in the square. His scepter shook. Countless duplications illuminate the surroundings. Boom! The terrifying pressure swept across the entire square instantly. I said, everyone kneel down. The congressman looked at the projections appearing all around and fell silent. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will be in disaster. I don't know if it's because I'm afraid or because I didn't hear clearly. They just stood there motionless. Kneel down. Seeing that no one responded, Loki shouted again. The pressure of the scepter swept across again. The congressman couldn't hold on any longer, and they knelt in the square under the pressure of darkness. Ebony Throat on the other side of the space-time channel looked at this scene with satisfaction. This Asgardian still has his wits about him. It was so easy to surrender the top leaders of a country. It seems that handing the scepter to him was a wise decision. Li Ji stood in the void. Looking at the other side of the passage, Ebony Throat showed a satisfied smile. Also giving Loki a thumbs up. Loki, your performance is as good as that of an actor. Chapter 28 Screwed Up? No, this is more realistic. At the same time, the Rice team and others who organized training in the United States also received the news. Supernatural events occurred in the country. No word from Nick Fury. The Me team has already started arranging tasks. Banner and I flew to the scene in a Quinjet. Tony and Thor arrived first to grasp the situation on the scene and report to me at any time. If it is not necessary, Dr. Banner should not transform, so as not to harm the public. Before the mission started, Li Ji told Thor not to show up yet. Knowing the details, Thor didn't say anything, and flew away into the distance waving the meow hammer. Tony was speechless when he heard Captain Rogers' arrangements. "Just because my buddy can fly, you let me go first? Flying is also very tiring." Although he was mumbling reluctantly, there was no hesitation in his body movements. "Take off towards the direction of Diguo. Banner, can you fly a plane?" "No, I haven't studied it." The Rice team was left at a loss. What to do? "Brother, you can't reach the battlefield after your first command?" Nick Fury stood at the window watching all this. Then he called Li Ji. "Li, it's just as you said." As expected, they rushed to Diguo without notifying me. But something went wrong. Neither Rogers nor Banner can fly a plane. They are in a daze in the backyard now. What's going on? Li Ji finished listening to Nick Fury's words. Also smiled softly. "I know you can't sit still. You asked Natasha Romanoff to fly them here. Don't reveal the plan to them." On the plaza of the Seaver Hotel. While he was performing hard, Loki felt a meteor streaking across the sky. When the light is getting closer and closer, an orange-red laser burst towards him. He reflexively used the scepter to activate the spell to offset the incoming laser. When he saw the person clearly, he looked in the direction where Li Ji was hiding in confusion. "It's not that this steel shell is one of our own. Why come up and take action? Is this part of the performance? Then I have to be careful not to hurt them. After all, being a god leaves a little bit of a chance to see you again someday. People of the gods, Blue Star is closed today, go back to your hometown." Tony assumed a fighting stance and threatened Loki. "Oops, it seems that this Iron Man is also here to act. It's really fun. Then I have to cooperate with him. Well, it won't look good if my secret is revealed." Loki looked understanding. Then he said gloomily, "I am the god of trickery. Son of Odin. Today I am going to rule Blue Star. Who can stop me? The great Chitauri legions will burn this place to the ground. Poor humans will eventually perish. Ebony Maw, Loki, looks like an emperor." Just when Loki was giving a passionate speech, the Quinjet was long overdue. Team Me and Banner jump out of the plane. "I remember when I came back to conquer the country, this place was still filled with war. Today, 70 years later, I will prevent a war here from happening again." After saying that, Team Me threw the shield at Loki. I saw him knocking the shield away with a wave of his scepter. "Who is this person?" After saying a few words, he took action. "His uniform is a bit too snug. Thada is so perky. He's just a bit stupid. Was this thing arranged by Lee? Forget it, it's already here, let's continue acting first." A soldier dares to shout here. It's so reckless. He waved with one hand. An arrow shot from the roof. That's right, Barton took action. As a key part of this stage play, Li Ji must make Wumuhao believe it. Loki has used the Mind Stone to control Barton, who is also an important figure. In this way, they can safely leave the rough stones in Blue Star. Captain Rogers awkwardly raised his shield to block the arrows fired by Patton. "Damn it! Barton, what are you doing, UBD? Why do you attack me? Why did I attack you? It's not because of Mr. Lee's arrangement." Patton continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. The Me team relied on their quick reactions to avoid being shot into hedgehogs. "Banner, take care of him for me." With no other choice, the Rice team was finally ready to use its last trump card. But Banner stood still and didn't move. "Why haven't you transformed yet? Do you want to disobey orders?" Banner said expressionlessly. "Captain, it's not that I don't want to transform. If I transform here, I may be the one who dies without a burial place. What do you think a monster is most afraid of? That must be exposure. What if Banner turned into the Hulk in public? This was back when Hulk's reputation wasn't very good. Then his life would be over. although there is no substantial threat to him. But his life will definitely be affected. Looking at the Me team, who all had reasons not to take action, their expressions gradually turned ferocious. Okay. Everyone will find a reason. Forget it about Li Ji. Even your defeated generals are disobedient. That can only be done by me. He tightened the shield strapped to his arm. Contemplating death, he rushed towards Loki. Loki, on the other hand, was a little confused as he looked at the rushing Me team. Is this brother crazy? Why do you have to fight me so hard? Don't mess up Mr. Li's plan all at once. Will the Rice team screw up? No, it makes it more real. This is also Li Ji's intention of not letting Nick Fury tell him the entire action plan. After all, it is obviously impossible for you to make a single-minded person turn around. It's better not to tell him the real situation once it's over. Just being on the spot is already the most perfect performance. Just as Li Ji expected. Ebony Maw, who was far away at the Kirito Legion station, looked at the Avengers who were suddenly in internal strife. He also nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough. It was the right choice to temporarily give the Stone of the Soul to him. This way you can avoid casualties to the greatest extent. He glanced briefly. It cuts off the projection of the space-time tunnel. After all, he had other things to deal with and couldn't keep an eye on Loki. Before leaving, he left Loki a message saying well done. Li Ji, who discovered that Wu Momiao had left in the void, immediately used space confinement. He froze the Me team that was about to rush over in mid-air. It's impossible not to take action. This idiot really doesn't care. One word is dry. If he didn't stop him, he would actually hit Loki on the head with his shield. Li Ji also walked out of the void. He came to Loki's side and nodded. Saw Li Ji appear. He understood and put down his scepter and raised his hands in surrender. Until now. Except for Team Me, the superheroes at the scene also saw the reason without knowing it. It turns out that Loki is also Mr. Li's man. 1 minute later. The Me team fell from mid-air. The landing position is not so pretty. He turned his head and looked at the strange looks around him. His face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. He glared at Li Ji fiercely. Turn around and walk towards the Quinjet. Tony Banner and others, who already understood, stepped forward and asked. Tony, Li, are you acting? Who are you showing this big battle to? Li, of course it's for future dangerous people. Why else would I go to all this trouble? Banner, but sir, does it really matter? He pointed at Team Me, who was sulking back in the fighter plane, and asked. Li, people always have to go through a lot of things if they want to grow up. He has been frozen for so many years that he is almost frozen. It's better to prepare him mentally in advance. After saying that, Li Ji patted Loki. Arrange for everyone to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. We'll prepare the big one next. Sarita, are you ready to accept my gift? Chapter 29 Pre-War Plan. New York Battle. Are you saying that alien creatures are about to invade Blue Star? That's right. And then you have to fight in New York. Yes. Now you want me to evacuate civilians in advance. Yet. Looking at Li Ji with a relaxed look on his face, Nick Fury really wanted to go up and give him a big slap. Li, with all due respect. Evacuating civilians without an incident may cause panic. Don't say we are evacuated. It would be good if we don't take to the streets to march. Besides, there are those old stubborn members of parliament. It's not easy to convince them. Li Ji patted his chest. It's all a small problem. I'll do a magic trick for you later. He borrowed the scepter from Loki. Then follow Nick Fury to the council chambers. Commander, you are really crazy. How can you evacuate all civilians in New York with just one sentence? That will cause marches and panic. Nick Fury pouted into the void. It's like saying, look, you still don't believe me when I say it's useless. At this time, Li Ji picked up Loki's scepter. Use the suit skill space movement to tap lightly on the counselor. After a while, the originally noisy Parliament Hall slowly became silent. The expressions of many congressmen changed from calm to panic. That's right, it's panic. Li Ji used the power of the Mind Stone to project what would happen in the future into the minds of the congressmen. Monsters, outsiders, destruction. People died, high-rise buildings collapsed, and disaster struck. These shocking things were deeply imprinted in their minds. When their eyes gradually clear up. It's also a deep tribute to Nick Fury. Commander, you are right. We will arrange an evacuation. As for other things, I'll leave it to you. Nick Fury was stunned. What, is it done? Don't I have to ask again and again, and these bastards may not agree? He didn't ask. He nodded and walked out of the council chamber. After he got in the car. Only then did Li Ji's figure appear beside him. Li, what did you do? Why did they change their tune so quickly? Li Ji touched Loki's scepter. Maybe, they think you will be the savior. S.H.I.E.L.D. Conference room. Coulson was also troubled when he looked at the people of different shapes. The first operation ended hastily. I must be feeling bad. After all, everyone here is a proud person. At this time, Nick Fury opened the door and walked in. The people sitting at the table were also stunned. I have something to say to you. I'm equally happy whether things go well or when things go wrong. After all, that is the only way to grow into a mature team. If you want to continue to feel depressed, you can go out. If you still want to continue to prove yourself, then let's hear the next plan. The Rice team was the first to express its stance. Sir, as long as it's a war, it's our duty to fight. The remaining few people surprisingly did not object. Nick Fury looked at the unanimous team and nodded slightly. Loki will use the Tesseract to open the space-time channel, luring the alien Kirita army to New York. Parliament has agreed to evacuate people in advance. But if there is no civilian inside the city, it is possible that there will be abnormalities there. It was finally agreed that soldiers would enter the New York battlefield instead of civilians. Everyone. Now is the best time for the Avengers to attack. The specific battle arrangements are made by Captain Rogers. The time is set in 3 days. If there is no doubt, let's adjourn the meeting now. No one spoke. Nick Fury turned and walked out of the conference room. But he saw Li Ji waiting outside the conference room door early. Why don't you go in, Li? I won't get involved anymore. Team Rice is probably eager to tear me apart now. Listening to Li Ji's complaints, Nick Fury smiled. Actually, he is pretty good. Yes, I know he is good. But he definitely doesn't want to see me. The two walked out the door while chatting and laughing. 3 days later. People in New York have been evacuated. The entire city was completely taken over by the military. General Ross served as chief dispatcher. His order to the soldiers was only one sentence. While ensuring safety, quietly eliminate all alien creatures you can see. Other side. The rooftop of Stark Tower. Dr. Hilvig is making final preparations for the opening of the space-time channel. Tony stood next to Li Ji. Why do you have to choose the rooftop of my house? Just because I have money. Li Ji patted Tony's armor. No, just because you are conspicuous here. His words left Tony speechless for a moment. Is it wrong that my house is built high? When Dr. Hilvig notified Nick Fury on the headset that he was ready, he also gave orders to the Avengers team. Sometimes, just escaping is not the best solution. We don't want war, but they want aggression. Then, let a victory change our destiny. Avengers, go and tear them apart. With Nick Fury signaling, Dr. Hilvig activates the Tesseract. The space-time channel gradually appears above the New York sky. Loki stood on the dome and looked at the Kirita army that was gradually flooding in. He also flew forward and sat on the command ship. With a wave of his hand, the entire legion invaded the sky above New York in an orderly manner. The soldiers disguised as civilians broke out in cold sweat when they saw this scene. Fortunately, they were vaccinated in advance. If ordinary people could see the Kirita legion passing through like locusts. I was already scared to death before the fight even started. Ebony Throat, who was watching the battle through the gate of time and space, was a little strange. Is there no one in this city? Our army has entered the airspace. Why haven't you been attacked yet? Are these lower creatures made of mud? Loki, who was standing on the command ship, also discovered a flaw in the plan. He contacted Nick Fury via a wireless intercom. Sir, the city is a bit too quiet. This will expose the secret. Hurry and create some panic. Hear Loki's request. Nick Fury isn't cool either. A call was made to General Ross, the commander-in-chief of the army. General Ross, let the soldiers create a scene of panic. The city was too quiet and made the other party suspicious. After hearing this, General Ross quickly arranged for various teams. Fleeing in panic in the city. Ah! Alien creatures have invaded the Earth. I'm going to die. The energetic voices densely spread throughout New York. For a time, there was a huge buzz of people looking at the soldiers deliberately creating panic. Li Ji also touched his head in embarrassment. No. This is too fake. Who among the civilians still cooperates with the tactics and moves to escape? This is obviously a well-trained gang. But Li Ji was overly worried. Ebony Throat, who was watching all this through the gate of time and space, could see clearly that there was a ghost. Do you think everyone has Heimdall's true eye? Seeing panic in the city. Ebony Throat also dispelled his doubts. Continue to observe the battlefield. New York Center Square. Quinjet landing. Team Rice, Natasha Romanoff and Patton jump out of the plane. Looking at the sky full of Kirita soldiers. The Rice team was also quickly arranged. Barton, find the commanding heights and find the marching route of these monsters. Natasha Romanoff and I tried to keep the battlefield on the ground. He touched the wireless headset. Stark, Thor. Can you hear me? Most of the enemies are in the sky. Try not to let them get close to ordinary people. Tony Stark flew in from afar. It's a rocket heading towards the door of space. Got it, Captain Rogers. Although his voice was still reluctant. But in the face of great right and wrong, Tony is always a trustworthy partner. Thor came from afar wielding the Meow hammer. Team Me looked at Thor standing on the top of the tower and ordered. Thor, summon thunder and lightning to burn the scum that enters the earth. Thor nodded and then raised Thor's hammer. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning. Thor drew the thunder and lightning. The door to space suddenly burst into flames. Countless Kirita soldiers died in Thor's thunder and lightning. Ebony Throat watched with interest as everyone on Earth joined forces to resist the Legion. Go, send the big guys over to have fun. I want to see how these crooked melons and jujubes can resist the brave Kirita Legion. Chapter 30 Plan exposed? Anti-invasion operation begins. At the gate of twisted time and space. A giant beast covering the sky slowly appeared over New York. Barton stood on the top of the building and watched the giant beast appear. Hey guys, guess what I found? A big boy. Which of you is interested in playing with him? The Avengers, who were fighting with the Kirita army, heard Barton's words. They all looked up. The behemoth that covers the sky like a kunpeng has descended over New York City. Jarvis, scan his weaknesses. Without much explanation, Tony breaks free from the pursuit of Kirita's soldiers. Turn on the thrusters and fly towards the giant beast. Sir, no weak link was detected in the external scan. The only weakness may be within him. Tony coughed slightly. Fire decoy bombs to attract the beast's attention. Where is Dr. Banner? I'm in Block 6. Tony. Wait for me, I have a surprise for you. After hearing the exact location, Tony fought a guerrilla war with the giant beast. Slowly attract him to New York 6th Street. When Tony and the beast slowly appeared in front of Banner, he also communicated with Hulk from the bottom of his heart. Brother, the sun is shining on your butt, it's time to get up and work. Hulk, big monster. Yes, we are all monsters, let's take a look. Who is more powerful? Banner just finished speaking. The giant beast attracted by Tony also appeared in front of him. I saw him clenching his right fist. The body suddenly expanded. He smashed it hard at the giant beast. The giant beast that was hit stopped moving instantly. Like being cut in half, the giant beast broke in the middle. Due to inertia, the back half of the body is still heading backward. Just then, Tony arrived. A rocket blasted the back half of the beast into ashes. Loki, who was floating in the sky, watched everyone progressing smoothly. It's also safe to say. Sarita, all troops attack. But there were not as many troops as he thought. He glanced at the gate of time and space suspiciously. I seemed to see the gloomy face of Ebony Throat from a distance. Not good. Did he find out we were acting? He jumped off the command ship. Arriving at the penthouse suite of Stark Tower, Li Ji also emerged from the void. Li, the plan seems to have been exposed. Ebony Maw promised me more troops than this. He must have something behind him. Has Ebony Maw been discovered? Of course I found it. When the war started, Loki is either fishing or walking a bird, completely failing to direct his troops in an orderly invasion. It can be said that the army that entered Blue Star was a mess. Defeated one by those stupid Blue Star people. If you don't find something wrong again, then he should stop being a coder. Find the leader of Thanos and die as soon as possible. He hasn't closed the door to time and space yet, he's just thinking about it. Can you take this opportunity to get back the Space Stone and the Soul Stone together? After all, the Soul Stone was handed over from his own hands. If you can't get it back, you will inevitably be punished. He wants to use the Space Stone to offset his mistakes of destroying the army and secretly handing over the Mind Stone. No. This can't go on. Their strength must be reduced. Otherwise, the larger the battlefield, the stronger their ability to divide their forces to fight. As for Loki, he had no hope. It was obvious that he had been tricked into spying by them. Li Ji smiled at Loki. If you find it, you will find it. Since the show can't go on, why don't we take the initiative? If he can invade, we can also fight against the invasion. Go to space and establish a base? What a crazy idea! But I like it. Loki heard this and was already eager to fight with Ebony Maw in the sky. It just so happens that I have been annoyed by that octopus a lot during this period. Watch if I don't crush his skull and make him regret appearing in this world. The two hit it off immediately. Then we went to integrate the space team. But in detail. It seems that only 3 people can go to space. Strictly speaking, they are 2 gods plus an iron shell. Why doesn't Li Ji go? It's just because his space movement cannot be used in a vacuum state. I guess I would have suffocated to death soon after going into space. He briefly settled Nick Fury. Let him prepare to organize the finishing work on Blue Star. Then Tony and Thor were called back to the top of Stark Tower to discuss matters. Oh, my god, Lee. Do you mean to fight in space? This is crazy. But the energy of my armor no longer supports me going up to space to fight. He pointed at the dim reactor on his chest. He said to Li Ji helplessly. Didn't you develop a new armor? Wouldn't it be appropriate to take it out and use it now? But, Li, it hasn't been tested yet. Isn't now the best time to experiment, Tony? Tony pondered for a moment. Finally, Jarvis was ordered to take out his new armor. Fighting in space is not something everyone can do. I, Iron Man, Tony Stark, want to be the first to eat crabs. I saw Tony's fighting spirit. Thor also weighed his hammer, hugged Loki, and asked Li Ji. What shall we do, my friend? Li Ji pulled everyone over. Let's do this first, and then, and finally. Thor, flashing in space. It sounds fun, but does vacuum conduct electricity? Loki, I brought the scepter to fight Ebony Maw, and there are so many troops. Li, are you serious? Tony, how can I carry so many bombs? They might all explode before we reach space. Are you kidding me? Li Ji said nothing, picked up one in one hand and threw it towards the door of space. Go now and stop talking nonsense. This is the battle plan, you just have to implement it. He looked at Tony, who was still standing there without his armor on. He raised his eyebrows. Tony put on the armor with understanding. Pack the trigger bomb and fly towards the gate of time and space. I guess you know me. Seeing that all three people safely passed through the gate of time and space and headed to the Kirita Legion station, Li Ji picked up the phone and dialed Nick Fury. Old BD, can you get me a nuclear bomb? Yes, it should be a relatively large one. No, that's too small. There's no point in bringing it over. Okay, then I'll wait for your letter. After hanging up the phone, Li Ji looked in the direction of the gate of time and space. Murmured. Kirita must have never seen the fireworks. It's okay, you'll see it soon. Nick Fury on the other side came to the Parliamentary Holographic Projection Conference Room. Request to launch nuclear bombs from the helicarrier. Commander, where is the nuclear strike site? New York City. Why a nuclear strike? To destroy the invaders. What about your emergency team or those Avengers? I have my own response, please approve it. Resolution passed. Commander Nick Fury is allowed to launch a nuclear bomb from the helicarrier for a nuclear strike. The target has been determined. New York City. After closing the meeting impact, Nick Fury let out a long sigh. My Mr. Lee. You must handle this nuke properly. Otherwise, let's have a lot of fun. The three people who came to space through the gate of time and space looked at the station of the Chitauri Legion. Only then did I understand. It turns out that the group of alien creatures they just destroyed on Blue Star were just their joke. Compared to the mothership, the alien creatures that enter Blue Star are undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. The entire Kirita Legion is centered around the mothership. Frigates and attack ships cruised beside us. There are countless small destroyer fleets. Densely packed Kirita soldiers were busy on various fighter planes. It looks like it's being renovated or built. Tony watched the scene. He couldn't help but ask the two people around him. I said, Lee asked us to destroy them, right? But why do I feel like we are here to die? Chapter 31 Space Folding. 1 square meter in real estate. Thor looked at the densely packed Kirita Legion. It was also difficult. This iron shell is right. Even if I swing my hammer and smoke, I still can't kill so many soldiers. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Loki, I feel the same. When they are still ready to say something. A battleship formation from the Kirita Legion flew towards the meteorite where several people were hiding. Broke in. Found. The 3 people who had nowhere to retreat were also frustrated. Come on, let's FK him. No matter how bad things get, you can still escape. Thor arranged for the 2 of them. I will fight in close combat, and you 2 will deal damage from a distance when you have the chance. Keep my back safe. Thor's arrangements were very appropriate. Iron Man Tony is equipped with a laser cannon, which can only exert its power over long distances. As for Loki, the title of the #1 mage in the 9 realms is not for nothing. Remote output is an explosion. watching the Kirita battleship formation getting closer and closer. Thor flew forward brandishing the Meow hammer. When he hammered a small frigate to pieces, the thrill of fighting instantly covered his whole body. The God of Thunder's divine costume becomes brighter and brighter. It shows that his fighting spirit has reached its peak. I am the God of Thunder, the son of Father Odin. Zirida's bastards, come out and die. Sitting in the main ship, Ebony Throat frowned as he watched Thor shouting in space. These two brothers are so annoying. He raised his hands. Form a seal in the void. The wreckage of the battleship that had just been blasted by Thor instantly turned into steel needles. He turned his hand. The changing steel needles all turned around, fiercely shot towards Thor. Tony, who was standing in the meteorite group, reacted quickly. Volleys of decoy shells fired from the shoulders and legs blocked the steel nails fired at Thor. Loki, on the other hand, waved his scepter to check for Tony's mistakes and fill them in. Ebony Throat also became interested. It seems that these Asgardians are not incompetent. These 2 times are quite decent. His hand shape changes. He guided the meteorites to squeeze towards the 2 people behind him. Seeing this, Thor speeded up the process of dealing with the frigate. What a pity. There are too many frigates. He couldn't get away for a while to help the 2 people who were surrounded by meteorites. Tony drove the suit flexibly through the meteorites. He said to Loki, "This won't work. With the density of this meteorite, the 2 of us will be surrounded and killed here sooner or later." Loki nodded in agreement. "Just shoot the meteorite that hits you and explode it. Didn't Lee ask you to bring a lot of bombs here? Did he say anything else to you?" Tony fired a laser beam through the gathering meteorites. After thinking for a while he said, "He asked me to put these bombs on the warships of the Zirida Legion. I just said that I would place it casually, and there was no specific location specified." Loki looked around. Found a relatively hidden corner. "I'll open an opening for you. You go and put the bomb first. If Lee doesn't tell you clearly, it must be because of his considerations. First complete what he said, and we will have room to retreat." Tony briefly analyzed the situation. "It feels like they won't last long." Then he said to Loki, "I'll finish it as soon as possible. You wait for me. If you are surrounded, retreat first." Loki nodded. Then energy gathered in his palms. A ball of energy is shot from the center of the scepter. A gap was opened for Tony. Seeing that Tony has flown out of the meteorites, he no longer hides his strength. Raise the scepter above your head, condensing the divine power around your body. Then it suddenly spread out in all directions. Huge amounts of meteorites were blown into powder by him, and they were shot towards Zirida's army overwhelmingly. "Squidward! Come out and die!" Ebony Throat in the main ship also sighed in admiration when he saw this scene. Do people in Asgard actually have such power? Did he just say Squidward? That's something. It shouldn't be a thing. He floated out of the cockpit of the main ship. He bowed gracefully to the 2 people standing in space. "Ebony Maw, son of Thanos, the Lord of the world, sends his regards to both of you. Please take a look at the current situation. It's not an exaggeration to say that you can catch a turtle in an urn. He who knows the current affairs is a wise man, as long as you 2 return the Tesseract and the scepter. I will ensure the safety of both of you." Thor and Loki looked at each other. Then they said it together. "The pride of Asgard will not allow us to surrender. Facing the invaders, we will fight until the last moment as long as we are alive." Ebony Throat spread his hands indifferently. "Anyway, I want those 2 things. It doesn't matter whether you live or die. In this case, then you will perish together with that so-called glory." He said no more and commanded the battleship to surround and suppress the 2 men. Although it feels like Thor and Loki are getting braver as they fight. However, Zirida's huge battleship group still made it difficult for the 2 to deal with it. Gradually, the attack power of the two people declined. The Asgard Protoss has shown signs of decline. Tony, who was cruising around the battleship installing bombs, looked at the increasingly tired two people and accelerated the installation progress. Don't die. If only I could go back safely this time. I'll buy you a beer. On the Blue Star. The cleanup work against the alien invaders has come to an end. Only a few monsters were still running around. Li Ji's phone rang at this moment. When he picked up the phone, Nick Fury's serious voice came from the receiver. Li, the nuclear bomb will arrive in 1 minute. Get ready on your side. Li Ji responded. The display space moved to above the nuclear bomb. He looked at the space door and thought for a moment. Then he shouted into the sky. Heimdall, if you can see Thor and the others, summon the Bifrost and get them out of there while I ask you to take them away. Otherwise they'll all have to finish playing. If you hear me, open the Rainbow Bridge. As the colorful light pillar falls. Li Ji also understood. Then he came under the nuclear bomb. Lift up slightly. The ballistic trajectory of nuclear bombs also changed, shooting towards the Kirita main ship outside the space gate. When the nuclear bomb completely flies into the gate of time and space, Li Ji looked at the approximate distance. Say it silently in your heart. 3, 2, 1. Heimdall. Now. The three people who were fighting with Zirita's army were instantly enveloped in colorful light beams. It disappeared within a few breaths. Ebony Throat, who was sitting in the main ship, also scratched his head in confusion. Why did you run away? What about my wand and Rubik's Cube? No, I have to get them back. When he was about to command the battleship to Asgard, a violent roar came from the direction of the mothership. The nuclear bomb sent into space by Li Ji accurately landed on the mothership of the Kirita core. The nuclear explosion detonated the bomb that Tony had planted before. The whole space is illuminated by fireworks formed by chain explosions. Ebony Throat watched this scene in a daze. My heart is indeed cold. He didn't know how he was going to deal with Thanos. That is to say, the control of the original stone is lost. Another third of the troops were lost. Damn it. It's all the fault of those Blue Star bastards. He commanded the remaining warships to turn around. Main gun recharged. Since the door of time and space has not been closed yet, then let you stupid Blue Star people be buried with you. After charging is completed, dozens of violent bright lights shot straight towards the gate of time and space. Li Ji, who was standing outside the space door, was a little worried watching this scene. I forgot to leave the scepter behind. This door can't be closed, so what can I do? Space confinement? No, even if these attacks are banned for 1 minute. The scepter still can't come back, and it can't close the door to space. Is there really no other way? Team Me and others standing on the ground looked heavy as they looked at the bright light bursting from the space gate. This place cannot withstand this blow. Li Ji has no good solution. He gritted his teeth. Forget it, let's treat a dead horse as a live doctor. Isn't the scope of space folding only 1 square meter? I have to use it a few times to get rid of this laser. Otherwise, my buddies won't be able to hang out here. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. Raise your arms as if measuring the distance. With the target locked. Li Ji's majestic voice also echoed on Blue Star. Space folds. As the sound falls, the space locked by Li Ji suddenly trembled. The space gate in the sky and the coming attack suddenly closed as if being squeezed. Even the Ebony Maw and the remaining Kirita battleships that launched the attack were squeezed into the void and disappeared. Everyone who was cleaning up on the ground in New York City was stunned when they saw the suddenly disappeared space gate. Why did Li Ji say something? Then the space gate and the terrifying laser disappeared? What's going on? Have we already been reincarnated? It wasn't just the people on the ground who were shocked. Li Ji himself was too excited to speak. It turns out that this is what the system means by 1 square meter. Chapter 32. The war is over. Will my subsidy be settled? Just now, Li Ji suddenly discovered. The space folding range of 1 square meter mentioned by the system refers to the 1 square meter within sight. That is to say, regardless of distance. All are 1 square meter. Therefore, when Li Ji, who was standing in mid-air, released the space fold into space, this 1 square meter will be enlarged infinitely. Even the remaining warships of Ebony Maw and Zerata Legion far away were not spared. He was directly crushed and killed by the power of space. Li Ji quickly apologized to the system. I remember that I seemed to dislike this skill before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating Ebony Maw, the leader of the top codders of the Kirita Legion, ahead of schedule. The villain will be rewarded with 1 point. Current progress 2/3 33.3%. Host, please keep up the good work. As the host villain's value reaches 1 point, the second skill of Saitama's suit, Magic Floating Cloak, is unlocked. Magic Floating Cloak, Flying Skills. After unlocking, Saitama's battlesuit cloak becomes intelligent and can move with the host's thoughts and travel around the 9 heavens. A protective cover is generated during flight, which can withstand some impacts. The strength of the protective cover depends on the strength of the host. The strength of the protective shield is unlocked to 100%, which can withstand a full blow from a Heavenly Father level powerhouse. Cooling time is 1 day. After listening to the introduction of the system, Li Ji also sighed softly. It's really getting harder and harder to earn villain value. Is Ebony Maw only worth a little villain value? This is a proper big boss in the later stage. One person can defeat the existence of Doctor Strange and Tony in nano form. That's it. The system also gave an explanation for Li Ji's question. At this stage, Kirita's top codder Wumuhao is not in the strongest condition. The host can only gain 1 villain point by destroying him early. No more. Do you want love? Yes, the system is getting more and more arrogant. But Li Ji seemed to have seen the skills he unlocked this time before. Magic Floating Cloak. Magic Floating Cloak. The effect of this thing seems to be similar to Doctor Strange's humanized magical floating cloak. Li Ji's cloak seemed dissatisfied with being compared to magic items. He gently tapped Li Ji's head with the corner of his clothes. What? Li Ji turned around and found that his battle suit and cloak seemed to be alive, floating and shaking regularly in the air. The complex pale golden light patterns on the cloak shimmered faintly. Li Ji is highlighted and becomes more and more sacred. He couldn't help but sigh. He is really getting more and more handsome. With this big cloak, no one will be confused when looking at it. He fell from the sky. Arrive in front of everyone who is completing the finishing work. I just saw Li Ji's blow just now. Everyone in the Me team looked at Li Ji with slightly different eyes. Some have a little fear, some reveal weirdness, and some have secret admiration. Team Me, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so powerful. I was the one who spoke loudly before. Barton, sure enough, except for me and Natasha Romanoff, this group of people are monsters. Natasha Romanoff, Mr. Li's cloak is so handsome. It's made of bling. If I touch it, he won't scold me, right? Hulk, ho, ho. Did you see, the big monster was gone in an instant. Banner, yes, I know the big monster is gone. We were almost gone before, but luckily that guy kept his hand. A phone ringing interrupted everyone's thoughts. Li Ji picked up the phone. Nick Fury's slightly relaxed voice came from the receiver. Li, I didn't expect you wanted a nuclear bomb to give space a try. I'm really afraid that you want a nuclear bomb to blow up New York City. It was over, and Nick Fury was relieved. After all, it was he who gave the order to launch the nuclear bomb. If something goes wrong, I really couldn't eat anymore and walked away. Now that the matter is settled, Well, dear Director Fury, will my subsidy be paid to me? Just when the two were about to discuss the issue of subsidies in depth, colorful light beams fell around several people. Li Ji left a message for Fury and then hung up the phone. I saw the figures within the light pillar gradually solidifying. The three Thors returned to the blue star. When their vision gradually became clearer, they saw Li Ji and others looking at them with strange expressions. Li, we are back for support. Where are Kirita's troops? Let's kill him without leaving any trace behind. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff, who has always been calm, also laughed like a silver bell. Patton explained to them. The fight is over, it's okay. Is everything okay? How long did it take before all those fleets were finished? Loki looked at the scepter in his hand. Said anxiously. Where is the gate of space and time? We have to close him quickly, otherwise the main fleet's main gun will directly destroy Blue Star with a full blow. Banner, who had released his transformation, pouted towards the sky. No more. No, then why are we rushing back? Which god took action to calm all this? Tony stood aside. Looking at Li Ji, who was wearing a battle suit and a cloak behind him, he was moving without any wind. Said weirdly. Li. It's not like you solved them again. Li Ji spread his hands. Do you think anyone else here besides me might have this ability? Invincible is really lonely. Tony slapped his forehead. I can't stand it. Doesn't this person even have a face? It's over, it's over. I don't want to see this guy pretending to be bad anymore. While joking, everyone boarded the fighter plane back to S.H.I.E.L.D. After the Great War, order in New York City is being restored in an orderly manner. The civilians who were originally evacuated returned to their hometowns and went about their busy lives. The damaged buildings were rebuilt at the expense of all parties. On the other side, Li Ji and the Avengers were also saying their final farewells. S.H.I.E.L.D. Council Chamber. Thor, this is the recipe for the beer I promised you before. Remember to buy some basic ingredients before you go back. Don't let the time come when it's useless to go back. Upon hearing the beer, Thor's eyes lit up and he immediately took it solemnly as if he had found a treasure. But Li, I want to buy it but I don't have the money. Li Ji pointed to Nick Fury sitting in the main seat. Ask him for it. What? My brother has been taken advantage of? You want anything from me? Nick Fury said angrily. Li, you can't just ask me for everything just because I owe you a so-called subsidy, right? But I can still afford a little bit of beer ingredients. Coulson, go take note of Thor's needs. Have them take them back to Asgard after purchasing. Coulson received the order, got up and walked out with Thor and Loki. Everyone, the mountains are high and the road is far, see you later. Before leaving, Thor raised his hammer to everyone present. He still cares about these Blue Star friends. Everyone sitting at the table smiled and nodded. You can go back directly in a while. I will visit you when I have time. Li Ji waved his hands to Thor and the others. Then asked Tony. What about you, what are your thoughts recently? I took Banner back to continue research. Also, I am planning to transform the Stark Tower in New York City into the Avengers headquarters. When there are combat missions, it will be easier to coordinate everyone. I heard that a capitalist is willing to donate a building as a base. Nick Fury also had EN in his eyes. On behalf of the members of the Alliance, thank you for your donation, Tony. Everyone held their foreheads and sighed. This old BD really has no bottom line. Tony gave Nick Fury a friendly middle finger. Then he took Banner and left the meeting hall. Captain Rogers, what about you, what are you going to do next? I heard Li Ji ask. Team Me, who had been sitting silently, also reacted. Me? Just stay in S.H.I.E.L.D and train new recruits. I don't have any other advantages. I only have some combat experience. Li Ji secretly said. Wasn't the impact on him a bit too great? Why has Team Me become less confident? No, you have to find ways to make up for it. Actually, you can complete ordinary tasks alone, right? You are very powerful, but you are not as powerful as some of us monsters. Hearing this, Captain Me sighed again. Thank you. Don't try to persuade me next time. Maybe I really am a little behind the times. When I have nothing to do, I'd better make up for my lessons. Lest you really fall behind. After saying that, Captain Me picked up the shield and walked out of the meeting hall without looking back. Patton still had a mission, so he also left with Captain Rogers. Now that it's basically settled, old BD, let's talk about my subsidy issue. I'm going on vacation. If you don't pay me, try it and see if I don't demolish your building. Chapter 33 Vacation starts with a heart-to-heart talk with Natasha Romanoff. You said you were going on vacation. Yes. Where to go on vacation? Hawaii. Leave now. That's right. Take Natasha Romanoff with you. She has been under too much pressure recently. It's time to give her a vacation and relax together. I'll transfer $100,000 to you. Uh-huh. Did you pay your buddy? It was really the first time for a big girl to sit in a sedan chair. But he seemed to want to take Natasha Romanoff with him. Still stressed? Has this old BD discovered his conscience recently? Can Natasha Romanoff not be under too much pressure? You have a great job as a spy. It's very confusing, isn't it? You also let her, a weak woman, join the Avengers to fight monsters. It's obvious that you are trying to force others to do something difficult. He turned and glanced at Natasha Romanoff, who was still sitting at the conference table. He found that the other party was also looking at him with a smile. I also took a vacation recently because of the war in New York and the federal government needs time to recover. So I don't have anything to do recently, so I can only bother you to take me for a walk. Otherwise I might be arrested as a spy if I go alone. Li Ji nodded. Make a deal. He waved to Natasha Romanoff. Go back and pack your things and come find me at the apartment. Let's set off together. Nick Fury also said to Li Ji with a chuckle. Li, I hope you have a happy holiday. Outskirts of Titan. Thanos, who was sitting on the main mothership of the Kirita Legion, suddenly opened his eyes when he felt the life breath of Ebony Maw disappear. What's going on? Even if he can't beat him, he should have the ability to protect himself. How could he die for no reason? Corvus Glaive, go find out what happened over there at Ebony Maw. General Corvus Glaive, who stood respectfully aside, took the order and left. After a while, he returned to the command room in a panic. With a plop, he knelt down in front of Thanos. Sir, all the Kirita fleet branches led by Ebony Maw have disappeared from the map. Not only that, the space communicator didn't respond at all. I suspect that they may all have died. Thanos was so angry that he trembled after hearing the report. Who is it? How dare you destroy my fleet? The most important thing is, the Stone of Mind is in Ebony Throat. If you lose it, you have to look for it again. Ebony Throat. Something that fails to succeed but fails to succeed. It's a shame I still trust you so much. Put a third of the army under your command. Just bring me this news. Damn executioner. I'm going to make you pay the price. Corvus Glaive, you take a team to check out the place where they last disappeared. If there is any news about the original stones, bring them back. General Corvus Glaive saluted. Then he took the order and headed to Ebony Maw's station. But Li Ji on Blue Star had no way of knowing Thanos' true thoughts. He is busy packing his things to go on vacation. Apartments in the heart of New York. Li Ji, who had been picking and choosing for a long time, had no idea what to bring. He rubbed his hair randomly. In the end he chose to take nothing with him. After all, the old BD has already received the small amount of money he just received. Can't you just buy whatever you need? Just do it. Did he? A horn is heard. Li Ji also knew that Natasha Romanoff had come to pick her up. He jumped down from the building in a flash. Came to the sports car. Natasha Romanoff looked at the sudden appearance of Li Ji and chuckled. Li, there's no need to worry. Next time I go out, I'd better take the elevator, otherwise it won't scare the residents here. Li Ji laughed loudly after getting in the car. He perfunctorily promised to do it next time. The people around were stunned and lost in thought as they looked at the floor that was trampled to pieces by Li Ji. Is he really okay? But Li Ji and the two people who caused the accident drove away in a sports car. You and I are not allowed to fly on a civilian aircraft due to our status. So Fury arranged for a Quinjet to send us there. Natasha Romanoff explained to Li Ji when arriving at the military airport. That's great. I'll save you money on air tickets. When I get to Hawaii, I'll treat you to a big dinner. While talking and laughing, the two embarked on a journey to Hawaii. Only half an hour passed. The Quinjet landed at the Hawaii Military Airport. A convertible sports car was also waiting next to the plane early. A big man in a suit respectfully handed the keys to Natasha Romanoff. She shook the key and gave Li Ji a flirtatious look to get in the car. Has Fury even arranged this? This sports car is personal to me. Their governor was elected because of me, so it's just a car, not a big deal. Li Ji became interested. Then how did you help him become governor? Natasha Romanoff said easily. It's very simple. Just kill all his competitors. Of course, those competitors are not good things. S.H.I.E.L.D does not allow indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Only then did Li Ji understand. What does it mean to say the most cruel things in the lightest terms? Natasha Romanoff looked calm, as if she didn't kill those people. No further questions were asked. Li Ji leaned on his seat and closed his eyes lightly. Feel the salty smell brought by the gentle sea breeze. Hawaii Beachfront Hotel. The two people who handed over the convertible car to the hotel security for parking were ready to check in the lobby. Just then, Natasha Romanoff suddenly hugged Li Ji's arm and leaned against him and walked forward. Li Ji was stunned when he felt the soft touch on his arm. Suddenly I felt a little at a loss. Feeling Li Ji's stiffness, Natasha Romanoff covered her mouth and chuckled. What's the matter, Li, are you so nervous? Relax, we are on vacation. Don't let others think we are aliens. After hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Li Ji gradually relaxed. He looked around. The tourists in groups around him were all walking arm in arm in the same way. Looking at Li Ji, who was serious, Natasha Romanoff thought to herself. This Mr. Li is too cute. If Fury and the others see this scene, they will definitely say that he has no future. The two of them booked a sea view room. The gentle sea breeze blew open the curtains in the house. The boundless blue sea is looming. Li Ji came to the balcony. Looking at the setting sun on the horizon. The setting sun illuminates the bay. Scenery like this makes people feel peaceful, doesn't it? Natasha Romanoff also walked out of the next door. He leaned against the guardrail and asked Li Ji. The sunset is so beautiful, why don't you go for a walk? Okay. The two hit it off immediately and agreed to meet on the beach. Li Ji also rarely changed out of his usual jeans and loose t-shirt. Wearing a yellow and white beach suit. Then he came to the back door of the hotel and was waiting for Natasha Romanoff. Have you waited long? Sorry, it will take some time to change clothes. Li Ji followed the sound and looked. The scene before him almost made his nose bleed. Natasha Romanoff changed into a black three-point bikini according to the occasion. Li Ji was frozen on the spot like Brother Pig, unable to move. She was very happy to see Li Ji's embarrassed look. He covered his mouth and let out a laugh like a silver bell. She stepped forward and hugged Li Ji's arm. Asked Li Ji. Shall we go for a walk? Broke in. The more real touch made Li Ji feel uneasy. Are you going to use this to test cotters? Sorry, I can't stand this test. Li Ji is a junior brother. No one has ever experienced such rough waves. He is like a wooden man. He was pulled straight to the beach by Natasha Romanoff. The two walked for a while. Li Ji looked extremely stiff. Natasha Romanoff has no choice. Pulled him to a lounge chair on the beach and sat down. Okay, Li. It's time for you to become normal now. The disappearance of the soft touch on his arm made Li Ji feel empty inside. After hearing Natasha Romanoff's voice, I came back to my senses. What, am I abnormal? Li Ji's reaction once again made Natasha Romanoff laugh. She curled up on the recliner and tried not to embarrass Li Ji. Li, you're really funny. You are completely two different people when you are fighting and in ordinary life. When facing thousands of troops in battle, he shows no fear. And in life, just such a small trick can make you feel at a loss. It really surprised me. Chapter 34. If possible, let me protect you from now on. After relaxing, Li Ji rested his arms on the recliner. Really? After I traveled to the Marvel Universe, I was either checking in or fighting. And the usual social life is indeed a bit behind. Spend more time in your apartment. It can be said that he is a proper otaku. Even this time I said I wanted to go on vacation. It was just a temporary idea. He was a little hesitant. Also a little helpless. I originally wanted to experience the world. But he was blinded by the power given by the system. Put all your thoughts on how to become stronger. If I come to this world, if there is no awakening system, then would I have fallen to Obadiah's offensive long ago? Looking at Li Ji, who was deep in thought. Natasha Romanoff stretched her hunched body. Perfect curves are exposed. What are you thinking about, Li? Since it's a vacation, don't think about it so much. It's nothing more than intrigues while working. If I go out to play, I'll accompany you for some EMO. Then I'm really going to collapse. Hear Natasha Romanoff's voice. Li Ji woke up from his meditation. Yes. Why bother? Now that I'm out to play, I'm happy. Otherwise it would be meaningless. Natasha Romanoff, did you learn how to comfort people from that old BD? His shadow is revealed in everything he says. She fixed her hair. Maybe I have been cooperating with him for too long, and my words and actions will be affected to some extent. Then why don't you want to persuade yourself? Advise yourself? Li Ji's question left Natasha Romanoff confused. Li, I don't quite understand what you mean. Li Ji sat up straight. Looking at the sparkling sunset on the sea. You know what I'm talking about. You are not the real you, either at work or now. The real me? That should be dead. Died in that damn red room. When they took away my future. I no longer belong to me. What is the real me? Isn't it great now? I have a job and a partner I can trust. Li Ji felt a little distressed when he saw Natasha Romanoff, who had not yet taken off her disguise. Arguably in the Marvel Universe, the most tragic female character is undoubtedly Natasha Romanoff. She has no relatives. Only teammates. There was a lover. However, due to various reasons, he failed to achieve positive results. Even during Endgame. He also chose to sacrifice himself in order to obtain the original Soul Stone. She must have been very scared at that time. Falling alone on the cliff of the soul. End the rest of your life. This might be the best solution she could think of when she was helpless. Have you never thought about the future? The future? Li, if a person can't even face the past, how can he talk about the future? What is the past you're referring to, the Red House? Or the long, nasty undercover career? What did he just say? Red House? Why would he know there? Lee, I don't know what you are talking about. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who is becoming more and more emboldened, Li Ji sighed silently. I haven't told you about my life experience for such a long time. Actually, I come from ancient times, the origin of world civilization, the Holy Land of Daxia. My current situation is similar to yours. Also alone. As for your past, there is no need to hide it from me anymore. In my hometown, there is a prophetic magic called astrology. You can see the target's past through prophecies. And a hazy future. After hearing Li Ji's explanation, Natasha Romanoff felt enlightened. Is that so? That all makes sense. With such an ability, all of our disguises would be vulnerable to it. No wonder when I went undercover to Tony, he recognized me immediately. No wonder he knew what happened in the Red Room. So, you are also an old monster who has lived for a long time, right? She said mockingly. Yeah, longer than all of you. It's been so long that I'm almost tired of this world. Otherwise I'll dismantle it for Blue Star. It saves you trouble. Li Ji said half-jokingly to Natasha Romanoff. His relaxed and cheerful tone made the previous gloom disappear. So? Li, will you take action against Blue Star? Natasha Romanoff hugged her knees and asked curiously. Of course I'm kidding, I like the atmosphere here very much. I also like the friends I met. The same goes for you, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff's face turned visibly red. What kind of like are you talking about? Her question stunned Li Ji. Brother, is the coverage a little wider? Did she misunderstand? Li Ji glanced at Natasha Romanoff calmly. Well, I do have a good figure and look very beautiful. It would be a lie to say that you are not moved. No, how could I attack my friends? Ours is a pure revolutionary friendship. There is no room for any filth. I like them all. Ding. The host confided in his heart and issued a random task, an in-depth communication with Natasha Romanoff. You will receive generous rewards. Etc. What did I just say? Accidentally, Li Ji said what he was really thinking. Looking at the cute Natasha Romanoff on the side. I heard another random task issued by the system. Li Ji couldn't figure out what he really wanted to say at that time. I still like that sentence even though I said it under the influence of the system. Never mind him. I have said it all, if you are not responsible, you will become a deserter. Come on, host. I'm optimistic about you. Night falls. The tourists return to the hotel in 2s and 3s. Only. The 2 rooms adjacent to Li Ji will start today. There will only be one room with bright lights. The next morning. The sun is shining brightly, and the sea is like a mirror. Reveals peace and tranquility. The scattered clothes in Li Ji's room seemed to be telling of the fierce battle last night. He woke up from his sleep. Look at Natasha Romanoff curled up like a kitten. He scratched his head in confusion. It's over. Up. What can we do? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the random mission, in-depth communication with Natasha Romanoff, and being rewarded with a power cloning ring. Power clone ring, a charged passive trigger item. The host can store his own power in the ring. It will be automatically triggered when in danger. The current charging and usage times are 3/3. Have you even thought about the means of protection in advance? Really thoughtful. That's right, now that things have developed to this point. It is obviously impossible for Li Ji to just pat his butt and leave. The rewards issued by the system are also just right. Even the style is a ring. He now had serious doubts. I liked what I said yesterday under the influence of the system. But after a night of S**X, Li Ji felt that it was not a bad thing. He reached out and gently touched Natasha Romanoff's face. It seems that you are not only good at fighting, Li. Natasha Romanoff rubbed her sore waist. She said to Li Ji like a coquettish person. He laughed as if he was being praised. Then he took out the rewards issued by the system. This is for you, it's not an ordinary ring. Part of my power is stored in it, although it cannot be released actively. But it can save your life in dangerous situations. If possible, let me protect you from now on. Natasha Romanoff lies on her side on the bed. Hold your chin with one hand. Said slyly. Li, now I doubt your purpose of taking me out for vacation. What? Are you even ready with the ring? Li Ji cried out in pain. The system tricked me. How can I turn around and be the master? This goblin can't handle this. Looking at Li Ji, who was getting more and more embarrassed as he stretched out his hand. Natasha Romanoff covered herself with a quilt and laughed. No, he is too cute. Is it so unfunny? Then she sat up suddenly. Blushing, he stretched out his left hand. Bring it to me. Only then did Li Ji react. He anxiously put this hot potato on Natasha Romanoff's left middle finger. After putting on the ring, Li Ji suddenly reacted. She seems not wearing any clothes. Natasha Romanoff also rushed towards Li Ji at this moment. Morning exercise helps your physical and mental health. Chapter 35 Odin's Invitation, The Legend of the Dark Elves. A few days later. Li Ji and Natasha Romanoff are no longer as awkward as they were when they first arrived in Hawaii. At first glance, they looked like an ordinary couple. The two walked hand in hand on the beach. While whispering, quietly feel the salty breath of the sea breeze. What a coincidence! The colorful lights of the Rainbow Bridge flashed by. This warm scene was interrupted. The light is solid. Thor's muscular figure stepped out of the pillar of light. Li, my father Odin has awakened from his deep sleep. He asked me to invite you to Asgard as a guest. Thor's untimely appearance made Li Ji furious. Li Ji looked unhappy. Then he looked at the hands held by Natasha Romanoff. Thor also feels like he came at the wrong time? Finished. Heimdall, you idiot. Why don't you tell me when you see this? Heimdall, who knows why they are holding hands? I have never been in love. He awkwardly pointed at the hands the two held. What's going on with you two? Thor teased. Natasha Romanoff was also shy and wanted to take away the hand that Li Ji was holding. She tried her best not to break free. Instead, he looked at Li Ji angrily. Li Ji smiled. Said to Thor generously. This is what you see, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation. Then Asgard has no need to exist. Thor, Mr. Li's betrayal is faster than turning the pages of a book. Also, Heimdall, just wait for me. I didn't want to come to you, it was my father Odin who asked me to invite you. And when he sent me here, his face was quite serious. I've never seen him look so serious. Li Ji calmed down. Calculating the time, it seems that it is almost time for the Dark Elves to invade Asgard. It seems that Odin Guy sensed something and wanted to find foreign aid. Forget it, let's go see what's going on. After all, he has a good relationship with the two brothers from Tiangong. You can go, take Natasha Romanoff with you. She hasn't been to Asgard either, so we just happened to go over there to have some fun. Li, her body may not be able to withstand the force of the Rainbow Bridge. Li Ji glanced at Thor angrily. Don't question my power. He touched it with both hands. Saitama's suit instantly covered his entire body. Then he hugged Natasha Romanoff into his arms. Let's go, the vacation spot will be upgraded. Target, Asgard. The magic floating cloak skill is activated. A protective shield is generated around the two people. See this scene. Thor also stopped talking nonsense. Raising Thor's hammer summons the Bifrost. Looking at the bizarre time and space tunnel. Natasha Romanoff is also full of curiosity. I never thought I would be able to go on vacation to God's land. Accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness, the figures of Li Ji and others gradually appeared at the Asgard Tianmen. Natasha Romanoff is like a curious baby. Look here and touch there. When everyone walked into Asgard, Natasha Romanoff, who returned to God's realm for the first time, was shocked by the sight in front of her. The fairy spirit is floating, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. It's really like a paradise on earth. Is this the divine realm? Li Ji said with a smile. If compared with our place, it can be regarded as a divine realm. Thor stepped forward and said to Li Ji, Li, my father is waiting for you in the main hall. Let's go and meet him first. Li Ji turned around and looked. Why do I feel like I'm missing someone? Where's Loki? Why didn't you see him? Thor said slightly helplessly. Because he started a war without permission. After the trial, my father decided to imprison him in dungeon to reflect on his mistakes. I did say that he made up for his mistakes. But I still can't disobey my father's decision. Is it really still closed? Li Ji shook his head and sighed. It seems that our little prince still has no chance of escaping the fate of going to prison. It just might not be as severe as before. Unknowingly, several people had walked outside the main hall door. Thor extended his hand in greeting. Come in, my friend. Father is waiting for you inside. Then he said to Natasha Romanoff. The only person my father wants to see is Mr. Li. Natasha Romanoff, let me take you to eat some specialties. Be sure to have a good time when you come to Asgard for the first time. After the two left, Li Ji opened the door and walked into the main hall. I saw the throne in the center of the hall. A white-haired old man wore golden armor. He leaned slightly on the armrest, as if he was resting his mind with his eyes closed. It was like feeling Li Ji's arrival. The old man's eyelids opened slightly. The aura of a majestic king came towards Li Ji like a tide. What does this mean? Test me? Li Ji took a step forward calmly. Ripples rippled in the surrounding space. That's right, the white-haired old man sitting on the throne is Odin, the father of the gods. He put away his pressure and said calmly. I heard Thor say that he has a very magical friend on Earth. It looks really amazing now. Magic? I still have a baby. If you called me here to test me, I think I can leave. After all, it's better than playing with you. I'd rather continue my vacation. Li Ji was obviously a little angry during his conversation. I'm here to help you solve your problem. The result was good. As soon as my brother came here, he wanted to give me a kick. Your son is spoiling you, but I am not spoiling you. Presumptuous. How dare a mortal disobey the gods? Li Ji listened to Odin's condescending tone. I feel even more irritable. Bah! Shameless old thing. Looks like I have to give you something exciting. I can't shock you to death. If you are not sincere, then I will wait until you are dead before coming back. Calculating the time, it's almost time. And Hela's seal is about to be broken. When the time comes. That scene is exciting when I think about it. Odin, who was sitting on the throne, stood up instantly. What? How could he know these things? Not just Hela's secret. He even knows that my life is about to expire. Isn't he an advanced life form bred in that barren place of Midgard? How could one know something so ancient? Even Hela is old enough for him to live 3 or 4 times. Looked at Odin in shock. Li Ji was very satisfied. Old man, you must be scared this time. No need to guess. If you want to know what happened here. Maybe I even know about your grandfather's generation. Don't bother trying anymore. Li Ji slowed down his tone. After all, we are guests, so it is not good to be too stiff. If something happened recently, just say it openly, because your son and I have some friendship. Maybe I can help you solve it. Odin glanced at Li Ji doubtfully. Is he the omniscient and omnipotent god? He even knows about my ancestors. If it is true, maybe it can really help Asgard survive the crisis. He gathered his thoughts. Yu said. Friends from afar, have you heard of the Dark Elves? I saw Odin talking about serious things. Li Ji also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if it were so early. Just talk about things briefly. It must be done in a hurry. Is he the Dark Elf who wants eternal night? I do know something. Odin nodded and continued. While my father was in power, the Dark Elves have always dreamed of plunging the world into darkness. By chance, they discovered a powerful weapon. It's called TIE particles. They are trying to achieve world domination through TIE particles. Yo-ho! This paragraph is familiar. People who generally talk about wanting to dominate the world. The final outcome is not very good. Chapter 36 TIE Particles, Rough Stones of Reality? Then what? Li Ji motioned for Odin to continue speaking. My father led the Asgard army to capture the territory of the Dark Elves. Their leader, Malekith, was also captured. Because TIE particles cannot be destroyed, after careful consideration, he chose to seal Malekith and TIE particles underground together. The next step will be my prediction. Seeing that Li Ji had no intention of talking to him, Odin continued speaking, minding his own business. In my sleep, I saw my vision. The Dark Elves are back. Destroyed Asgard with the power of TIE particles. And when we are about to see the key to breaking the situation, vision guided me to Midgard. Understood. Li Ji nodded as if he suddenly understood. This old guy slept like this after a long nap? But yes. The debt owed by his father must be paid by him as a son. By the way, what is the name of the Dark Elf's high-end weapon? TIE particles? Isn't that the rough stone of reality? Odin's father still wants to destroy the reality stone? It's just a daydream. Mr. Odin, I would like to ask you to realize that TIE particles cannot be destroyed easily. You should have heard of his other name. The rough stone of reality. Odin heard the words of the stone of reality. The pupils shrank suddenly. What? TIE particles are reality stones? Looking at Odin's shocked look, Li Ji snickered and mocked. You do not know. Thank you for calling yourself the father of the gods. Don't you even have this little knowledge reserve? Odin cleared his throat awkwardly. I know both of these two things separately. But I just can't put it all together. After all, it's in Asgard's records. TIE particles mostly appear in the form of fluids. Of course you won't regard him as a gem. Li Ji walked to Odin. Pick up Odin's divine spear casually. Caress gently. Since the advent of the Tesseract, 3 infinite rough stones have already appeared in our field of vision. Don't you know how to predict? Would you like to try to see where the future will go? The appearance of these rough stones in the world, is it a blessing or a curse? Odin also closed his eyes after hearing this. The unique coercion of the god clan permeated the main hall. When Odin entered the interior and looked for the future scene, the breath of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushed towards his face. Immediately afterwards, Odin saw that all the planets with life in the universe were littered with corpses. Half of the universe's population disappeared into thin air. Just when he was about to find out the truth. In the spiritual world, he felt as if he had been punched. Fly away. When Odin wakes up from his vision, he vomited blood as if struck by lightning. Is this the limit already? Although the prophecy is not complete. But one thing is certain. The dangers that will occur in the future cannot be separated from these rough stones. What exactly is the person behind the scenes going to do? Do you want to use the power of original stones to restart the universe? In other words, the original stone already has the ability to think for itself. He wants to destroy the universe through his own power. Let Hongmeng come again? In the vision, these rough stones will be the source of turmoil. They just don't know that they themselves gave birth to the idea. There are still people behind the scenes who do it deliberately. Li Ji couldn't bear to see Odin, who was exhausting his efforts in making prophecies. This old guy is still a bit responsible. You are right, but you are also wrong. Ignoring Odin's questioning gaze, continued to explain. The original stone is the elemental power of Hongmeng. They were not originally threatening. The meaning of existence is also to maintain balance. Only if they show up at a certain point in time. Only then will it be taken advantage of by some people with ulterior motives. Hear Li Ji's explanation. Odin felt as if he hadn't said anything. Isn't this my prophecy? What you said is the same as what I saw, so there is no need to explain too much. Is it really the same? Li Ji smiled mysteriously. The prophecy you just made is missing a subject. If I help you complete the subject, then everything falls into place, doesn't it? Subject? Odin was even more confused. I didn't see who was using the power of the original stone to control everything. So don't dare to draw conclusions easily. Li Ji then explained. If we say, in the near future, there is a group of invaders who consider themselves the messengers of destiny and have obtained all the rough stones, then rely on the power of the original stone. How powerful will he be? Speaking of this, if Odin still doesn't understand, he has lived these thousands of years in vain. He continued what Li Ji said. Then these people will be invincible in the entire universe. Li Ji looked at Odin, who seemed to have thought of something, and continued to ask. And now? The Space Stone and the Mind Stone are both in Asgard. Even the rough stone of reality has something to do with you. What do you think will happen if they find out? Odin murmured as if he had lost his soul. Trigger Ragnarok after my death. Then grab the rough stone. Li Ji nodded. You're right. Odin, then can I use the power of the stone to protect Asgard? Li Ji, theoretically it's possible. But only if you get it first. It's no use talking so much. Now let's get back to the Dark Elves. Blue Star. Stonehenge. Nick Fury stands outside the cordon. Watching the unnatural events caused by gravity imbalance is also a headache. He said to Coulson. Continue to observe and report any problems anytime. These bastards can't even get through their phone calls, and I don't know where they have gone. Forget it, Lee, even Natasha Romanoff isn't answering the phone. It's so abominable. Coulson smiled slightly as he watched his boss complain and leave. Then the arrangement of observation equipment began. What they don't know is that this is not the only place where gravity is out of balance. 3 kilometers east of Stonehenge, the interior space of the abandoned factory building is suddenly distorted. Black-red liquid flows out of the void, shining with a strange light. Inside the twisted space, Malekith, the king of the Dark Elves, who still had not broken free from the seal, looked at all this with a grin. Darkness will come. Asgard, prepare to meet your end. GGG. Heimdall, who was far away at Tianmen, saw an unusual light shining on Blue Star Mountain. It was discovered that black and red liquid was flowing regularly inside an abandoned factory building. Gradually integrate with the real world. He hurried to the main hall. Report to Odin. King. Strange fluctuations were discovered in Midgard. In terms of appearance, it is no different from the TIE particles recorded in ancient books. Real space on Blue Star has begun to erode. Please make your decision as soon as possible. Odin sat up straight on his throne. Mr. Lee, can I ask you to come over? Li Ji was amused as soon as this sentence came out. In Heimdall's horrified expression, Li Ji yelled. Odin, you old BD! You can handle your father's matters yourself. How shameless are you to let others take action? Odin wasn't angry either. It was as if he said these words just to disgust Li Ji. Thor, Come to me. Looking at Odin, who immediately changed his mind. Li Ji also lost his temper. Odin smiled lightly. If I don't want to go to my father's business, my son can go. Who gave me a good son? Li Ji finally understood. It turns out that old BD Odin is also a piece of shit. He spat. None of you old guys are good. As if you are young. I am 28 years old. Oh, who said just now that he is of the same generation as my grandfather? Li Ji's throat froze. He suddenly discovered that the old guy Odin really had no sense of boundaries. Saying more to him is a waste of words. At this moment, Thor returned to the main hall with Natasha Romanoff. He bowed. Odin arranged for him to go to Earth with Li Ji to deal with TIE particles. Yes, in the end it was arranged by Lao Deng. This was the first time Li Ji was frustrated during the conversation. I can go if you want. You can release Loki and come with us. He's waiting for you outside. Li Ji felt that if he didn't leave, he would be gone. I won't be able to help but be slaughtered by this old man. He was so angry that he pulled Natasha Romanoff over. We walked towards the Rainbow Bridge without looking back. Odin's voice came from behind again. Walk slowly, my friend. You are always welcome in Asgard. Chapter 37 Gossip Nick Fury. The erosion of the real world. At the gate of Asgard. Li Ji gave a friendly middle finger to the main hall behind him. Then apply it on the waist. Summoning Saitama's suit, he hugged Natasha Romanoff and walked into the time and space tunnel of the Rainbow Bridge. When Li Ji and others returned to Blue Star again, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but ask. Li, why do you look so ugly? Thor and the two who were hiding aside did not dare to make a sound. He quickly motioned to Natasha Romanoff not to ask any more questions. Li Ji glanced at the two of them. A smile uglier than crying appeared on his face and he replied to Natasha Romanoff. It's nothing, I was just insulted by the fathers of these two bastards. Natasha Romanoff looked at the two trembling people next to her with some curiosity. He was also sensible and didn't ask any more questions. Li Ji explained to the two of them. I'll take Ziona back first, and you two should go over there and wait for me. Remember, put away your curiosity. After saying that, he pulled Natasha Romanoff forward. I saw her taking out her mobile phone and preparing to make a call. Li Ji also asked. Why, I'm so busy at work, so I just look at my phone when I get back. Natasha Romanoff smiled sweetly. I'm going to call a car to take us back. Li Ji held him in his arms. We have this relationship, there is no need to take a car anymore. Then Li Ji jumped into the sky holding Natasha Romanoff, who screamed. The magic floating cloak flying skill is activated. Between a few breaths, the S.H.I.E.L.D. building appeared in front of them. After landing, Natasha Romanoff was in shock and patted her plump breasts. He said to Li Ji angrily. Li, you can't slow down. Li Ji also apologized quickly. I was negligent. I will be slower in the future and try not to hurt you. The two held hands and came to Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury sat at his desk with a frown on his face. When he saw Li Ji standing side by side in front of the table, he was also stunned. What's going on? There is gossip. He secretly turned on the recording system. He cleared his throat and asked solemnly. Where did you two go? Why don't you answer my call? Looking at Li Ji, who looked unhappy, Natasha Romanoff replied loudly. We changed the location of our vacation and went to Asgard for a tour. Asgard? Oh yeah, there's no signal there. So what's going on with you two now? Nick Fury solemnly nodded the hands they were holding. There was a cunning look in his eyes. Boss, I remember that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't stipulate that employees cannot fall in love, right? Natasha Romanoff generously raised the hands they were holding. The ring Li Ji put on her eyes shone brightly under the light. Nick Fury showed a real expression. But when I saw Li Ji's gloomy expression, he was almost dripping with tears. He also stopped gossiping and started talking about business. Li, while you're on vacation, there's a gravity imbalance at Stonehenge. Coulson is on site directing the survey. Since you are back, go there if you have time. Li Ji nodded. I know everything. I only returned to the bureau to send Ziona back. You help me take care of her when I go out. Her vacation continues. If I come back and find out that you are exploiting the working people, then I will make you homeless. After finishing speaking, Li Ji nodded to Natasha Romanoff. Then he used space to move and disappeared. Nick Fury asked curiously. How did you take him down? Boss, sincerity is always a must-win. Not long after Li Ji left, everyone in the Avengers received an email. The content is the audio file that Nick Fury secretly recorded just now. Tony looked at the audio file named Shocking Melon in his mailbox and was confused. After seeing the poster named Nick Fury, I fell into deep thought. What shocking things can this old BD do? After he listened to the recording, holding the armor and crying bitterly, it turns out that Natasha Romanoff is the pure love warrior. I'm nothing compared to her. The Avengers who also received the mail also had their own thoughts. Team me, if I hadn't fallen on the glacier, would I have had an unwavering love with Peggy? Banner, when are you going to have dinner? Take us with you. Hulk, roar. I want to eat 3 kilograms. Barton, Ziona finally found love. Manual spreading of flowers. Coulson, can you fall in love on vacation? Then when this thing is over, I will also go on vacation. But there is no other Natasha Romanoff. Stonehenge. Temporary command post. Coulson was looking at the data on the instrument with a serious face. Li Ji's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Is gravity still out of balance now? Hear Li Ji's voice. Coulson seemed to have seen the backbone. Who knows how nervous he is staying here every day? Yes sir, the data remains unchanged. Li Ji nodded. You can go back. The imbalance will disappear in half an hour. Coulson looked at Li Ji in surprise. As expected of Mr. Li. Speak with confidence. So is my job over? Does that mean I can go on vacation? Does that mean I can also fall in love? Coulson, who was too excited, didn't hold his tongue for a while. Thank you sir, I wish you and Ziona a happy marriage. After saying that, Coulson regretted it. Looking at Li Ji whose smile gradually became ferocious. He also recruited them all at once. Li Ji laughed angrily. Fury, you old BD. Recording my voice, right? Just wait for me. He patted Coulson. Quickly call it a day and go back to rest. Then he disappeared into the temporary command post. When he came to the abandoned factory where TIE particles appeared, the 2 Thors who came early were also in crisis. Half of the body has been eroded by TIE particles. Li Ji did not hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the floating TIE particles. But it doesn't seem to be obedient. Still eroding towards the 2 Thors. When the 2 saw Li Ji, it was like seeing a savior. Li. TIE particles are out of control and have begun to eat away at the real world. Li Ji glanced at the 2 of them angrily. If you 2 are disobedient, I told you not to move, and you 2 will seek death. He pulled hard with both hands, trying to take back the TIE particles. But it doesn't work. After all, it is the original power of the world. How can it be so easy to control? Li Ji took out his hand and punched. The already shaky twisted space completely collapsed. The true form of TIE particles appears from the sealed place. It turns out that the TIE particles that have invaded the real world are only a small part. Above the altar, huge black and red dust clouds flowed in an orderly manner around the central light spot. It's him. Yes. The shimmering gem in the center is the prototype of TIE particles. Realistic rough stone. Space movement is activated. Li Ji came to the altar and grabbed the rough stone of reality. With the loss of the power of the altar, the reality stone also stopped eroding the real world. Thor and the two were freed. Then they entered the twisted space together and came to Li Ji's side. Li, this thing is weird. It can not only erode my divine power. It can also erode my will. Just at that moment, I will be swallowed by its power. Li Ji opened his palms and displayed the rough stone of reality in front of the two of them. The TIE particles you call have another name. It's also called the reality stone. The Mind Stone contained in Loki's scepter and the Space Stone contained in the Tesseract are both one of the 6 infinite stones that gave birth to the universe. And this one is exactly what the name suggests. It has the power to transform reality. He put away the original stone and pointed at the altar in the twisted space. Now it's ownerless. Reality will only be changed based on the choice of the original energy. And that altar gave him the power of the Dark Elf. So I want to assimilate you according to the ways of the Dark Elves. Hearing this, Thor and the two were frightened for a while. According to that, we brothers almost became traitors? Then what to do now? Take it back to Asgard. Loki couldn't help but ask questions when he looked at the reality stone that almost killed him. Li Ji also sighed helplessly. The little prince just loves to cause trouble. Isn't it dangerous enough that you despise your home? Add this piece. Asgard has 3 infinite rough stones stored at the same time. A divine realm where 3 rough stones are stored at the same time? If Thanos discovers it, even if your father has 3 lives, it won't be enough for him to die. But Li Ji didn't have any better way. He thought about it and decided to take it back first before making a decision. Chapter 38 Queen Frigga's Lament. The ending is reversed. Heimdall, take us back. Li Ji and others left the twisted space. After returning to the abandoned factory, Thor called to Heimdall to take the 3 men back to Asgard. But there was no response after a long time. Could it be that Heimdall fell asleep? Something's wrong, this guy doesn't usually need to sleep. Heimdall, can you hear me? Heimdall. After calling Heimdall countless times, the time and space tunnel built by the Rainbow Bridge belatedly arrived in the abandoned factory. Heimdall's salary will be deducted when we return. You made us wait for so long. Listen to Loki complain. Thor also touched his head lovingly. Li Ji, who was standing aside, couldn't laugh. Can Heimdall, who has the eye of truth, be late? There are only 2 possibilities. One is that he was stripped of his power. The other one is that Asgard has been invaded. Guarding Tianmin, he has no duplication skills. He didn't bother to open the door for Thor. Judging from the current situation, Li Ji prefers the latter. Looking at the 2 fairy palace princes who were still relaxed and happy, he also reminded him verbally. Thor, Loki, prepare for battle. I think the situation in Asgard may not be optimistic now. The 2 of them also showed suspicious expressions when they heard Li Ji's words. I'm not very optimistic. Can it still be invaded? Li Ji did not explain. Crossed the Rainbow Bridge first. Hope it's not that serious yet. When Li Ji and the 3 returned to Asgard again, the originally dazzling Tianmin has collapsed. The blue sky is covered by the power of darkness. The sounds of fighting and shouting in the divine realm are endless. Sure enough, it's still here. Li Ji suddenly remembered. Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves who was also sealed, was not seen in the twisted space. Could it be because that punch of his also broke his seal? What a hassle! Heimdall, who was fighting the Dark Elves, saw Li Ji and others returning successfully. Also shouted loudly. Go to the main hall quickly. The defense line has been torn apart, and they are about to attack the main hall. Thor and Loki's expressions darkened. Each used their own means to prepare to support the main hall. But the Dark Elves, who are Asgard's old enemies, are no ordinary people. Even ordinary minions are powerful races with unique powers. Looking at the two Thors who couldn't get away for a while, Li Ji also sighed. It seems I still have to go. Since I accidentally released the leader of the Dark Elves, then I have an obligation to help God's domain solve this disaster. He punched away the Dark Elf soldiers who were rushing towards him. Space movement is activated. Came to the main hall. The space quake ripples from the starting point. Li Ji's figure gradually appeared next to Odin. I owe you this time, he said to Odin calmly. Because of my mistake, the leader of the Dark Elves escaped from the seal and invaded Asgard. I just didn't expect them to move so fast. Odin sits on the throne. The majestic voice resounded throughout the world. Don't blame yourself, my friend. The return of the Dark Elves is an inevitable trend. Even without a leader, their nature is still the same. As long as I breathe, I will always yearn for darkness. Li Ji moved his stiff body. Then just destroy them all. The magic floating cloak seemed to have received an order. Li Ji's body floated into the air. Odin looked at Li Ji, whose momentum was gradually rising. It was like seeing the arrival of a god bathed in holy light. Open the door. When Li Ji's momentum reached its peak, he rushed towards the direction of the Dark Elf's attack. Close. Less than a breath. Li Ji has already arrived in front of the vanguard. He balled his hands into fists. Strike forward with all your strength. The terrifying fist wind seemed to tear apart the space. The leader of the Dark Elves was under the impact of this terrifying power. Suddenly turned into powder. Click. Under the huge force, the space in front of Li Ji finally couldn't bear it. Cracked like a broken mirror. Looking back, the vanguard of the Dark Elves has disappeared. Odin looked at the suddenly silent space in front of the main hall. Also take a deep breath. It seems that I really underestimated him before. Even I would not be able to handle such a huge vanguard force so easily. He has power that rivals mine. Li Ji clapped his hands casually. Looking at the much cleaner square, he nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to return to the main hall to discuss with Odin how to deal with the next matter, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't think I saw Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. Where was he before now? Let me see. Backyard. Queen Frigga. Finished. He looked at Odin and shook his head in pity. Then he disappeared on the spot. Hope it's not too late. Yes. Chief Malekith is stealing from Odin's backyard. He also wanted Odin to feel the pain of losing a loved one. Queen Frigga looked at Malekith in front of her. His expression was serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. Even if she can predict the enemy first. But with little combat experience, she still fell into a disadvantage in the fight. One careless move. Frigga had been knocked away by Malekith and fell heavily onto the wall. He stepped forward. Put the dagger to Frigga's heart. The negative emotions accumulated over many years of running away suddenly exploded. Frigga. Your death is only the first step in my capture of Asgard. You will not be alone on your way to death. That BD Odin will be coming down to accompany you soon. Just as he was about to pierce the dark dagger into Frigga's heart, Li Ji, who had been searching for a long time, also rushed over. Watching Malekith about to stab the dagger into Frigga's chest, Li Ji also raised his hand instantly. Space confinement. Feeling the cold breath, Frigga closed her eyes in pain. Odin, please forgive me. Thor, Loki, don't be sad. I will protect you in another world. A few seconds later, she did not feel the sharp dagger of the dark elf continue to pierce her heart. She opened her eyes in confusion. The leader of the dark elves was still stabbing downwards. But his expression and movements seemed to be at a standstill. Just stood there in front of him. Frigga looked fine. Li Ji also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately I caught up. When Frigga was about to be killed by the Dark Elf leader, Li Ji used space confinement in time to save her. He stepped forward and helped Frigga up. How are you? Frigga, who survived the disaster, crossed her hands. He looked at this handsome young man curiously. Unknowingly, the power of the wizard was used. But the feedback given to her was very little. Thank you, my friend from afar. I am very curious about your identity, and I will use the power of a wizard to divine you. But the feedback I received was a blank slate. Please forgive my rudeness. Frigga bowed. He said to Li Ji calmly. He smiled slightly and didn't mind. His power is much higher than Frigga's. It's normal not to see your own origins. I'm from Blue Star, and I'm friends with Thor and Loki. Because of my mistake. An accidental collision broke Malkitha's seal. If I don't save you this time, I will be very sorry. Li Ji briefly explained the cause and effect to Frigga. Then he turned around and prepared to deal with the imprisoned leader of the Dark Elves. When he looked back, the Dark Elf that was originally fixed in the air had disappeared. Damn it, I forgot to chat with this guy. The time of spatial confinement is only 1 minute. It's probably over a long time ago. An uneasy feeling emerged in his heart. There are not many things that can make the Dark Elf give up assassination. He had already decided the moment he saw Li Ji. If I retrieve the TIE particles while he's away, then all of Asgard will perish under darkness. After the space confinement time is over, the Dark Elf leader is back in action. He no longer wondered whether he could kill the Queen Frigga, but fade into darkness, searching for their clan's ultimate weapon in the shadows. TIE particles. After Li Ji thought for a while, decided to take Frigga to the main hall immediately. The Dark Elf invasion was a trivial matter. As long as the rough stone of reality remains, then there won't be any big waves. Chapter 39 The End of the Dark Elves. When Li Ji brought Queen Frigga to the main hall of Asgard, the Dark Elf army has been driven back. Odin took Thor and Loki to take stock of the casualties. When they saw Li Ji and Frigga appearing together, also a little confused. Did he go to the harem when he disappeared just now? What are you doing here if you don't come to fight? After Frigga saw Odin, tears of grievance burst out of his eyes. Odin, I almost didn't see you. Odin was a little confused after hearing Frigga's words. Are you thinking like this after not seeing each other for a while? These old ladies are really worthless. When Frigga explained what happened in the harem to Odin and others, they also had some spine chills. Malkith was so bold. He actually bypassed the defense line and went deep into the rear to steal the house. His heart can be killed. Odin looked at Li Ji and his eyes changed. After all, he saved his own queen. Thor and Loki also quickly thanked them. Li Ji waved his hand and said, I just followed the trend. If I hadn't arrived in time, I wouldn't have been able to save the queen. Next, we have to take good care of the rough reality stone. Don't lose it, or put it in your treasure house. At least it's safer. After hearing what Li Ji said, everyone agreed. When Li Ji signaled Thor to put the reality stone he had given him into the treasure house, he touched himself. Then his face suddenly stiffened. He spoke to the crowd with difficulty. The rough stone of reality is missing. Li Ji's veins popped out with anger. Then you should kill Malkith first. At that time, this old guy ran so fast just to steal the reality stone. Thor, is there something wrong with your mind? Where did you put such an important thing? Loki was speechless for his big brother. Single-celled animals with well-developed limbs and simple minds are just unreliable. He actually lost the rough stone of reality just like that. Li Ji interrupted Loki, who was about to say something else. The most important thing now is to quickly get the reality stone back from the hands of the Dark Elves. Heimdall, can you see any traces of the Dark Elves? Without waiting for Odin to speak, Li Ji asked Heimdall very naturally. Heimdall, who stood aside holding the divine sword, looked at Odin. It seemed like he was asking the king of Asgard for his opinion. Odin nodded. The dark elves cost us so dearly. Don't push them completely into the abyss. I feel uneasy. The dead soldiers cannot even pay homage. I can't even get a job with Frigga. We long for peace. But the dark elves dream of ruling the world. Then fight. Heimdall looked at the increasingly violent aura of his god king. The golden color rises in the eyes. The dark elves are under the gaze of the Eye of Truth. There will be no escape. I saw them. The dark elves have returned to their ancestral land and are performing some kind of ritual above the altar. TIE particles appear again and are gradually being integrated by Malekith. Have you started integrating? They moved so fast. No hesitation. Heimdall came to the ruined Tianmen. Enter the coordinates of the Dark Elf ancestral land. The Rainbow Bridge space-time tunnel opens. Odin holds a magic spear. Standing in front of the space-time tunnel. Behind him, Thor and Loki stood side by side. The mighty Asgard army is waiting. From time to time, a low roar was emitted. Li Ji crossed his arms. Looking at the well-disciplined Asgard Legion, they also nodded. But he didn't say hello to Odin and the others. He took the lead in walking into the time and space tunnel. What are you doing with so many people? It's enough to just pick a few with strong momentum. Did you think it was a street fight? Deal with that gang of sneaky bastards. I alone am enough. The ancestral land of the Dark Elves. As the colorful light pillar falls, the Dark Elf, who was afraid of the light, covered his eyes in pain. The light gradually dissipated. When the Dark Elf watched Li Ji alone descend from the time and space tunnel, he also sneered. See, Asgard is so cowardly that he sent someone to die. The great darkness will eventually rule the world. As long as my king completely controls the power of TIE particles, no force will be able to stop us. Li Ji turned a deaf ear to the sneers and laughter around him. He looked around. Malekith is also found performing the integrate ritual at the central altar. Got you. Looking at Malekith in the center of the altar, anger rose in Li Ji's heart. The magic floating cloak automatically makes a hunting sound without wind. His figure flashed. Space movement is activated. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Came to the dark altar. Malekith was also stunned when he saw Li Ji suddenly appeared. What's going on? Are the elves who guard the entrance to the ancestral land all pigs? How could he get to the altar so easily? Integrate is not over yet. I have to hold him back first. Why do outsiders break into my dark elf ancestral land? Are you trying to start a war? Li Ji laughed angrily when he saw Malekith changing the subject seriously. Are you sure you haven't seen me? Never seen it. Then who is the person I want to live in the Asgard harem? It's not me anyway. But I see you guys look the same. We dark elves all look the same. Seeing that Malekith is still pretending to be crazy, Li Ji also stopped talking nonsense. He swung his fist and shattered the ritual altar. The rough stone of reality without the support of strength reveals its original appearance. He held the original stone in his hand. This time he figured it out. It's better to keep it to yourself. Your clan is too surly. If you yearn for darkness in your heart, you will never be able to get ahead. Malekith, who had released the integrate, was extremely angry when he felt that the ether energy was dissipating little by little. It's him again. Why is it he is the one who ruins my good deeds every time? Since you took TIE particles away again, then I'll grab it again. He looked up to the sky and screamed. The mighty army of dark elves gathered behind him. Do you think you can escape easily by taking away the TIE particles? Who are you without the protection of Asgard? I will eventually fall at the feet of the great dark elf. Believers of eternal night. Tear him to pieces. I saw the dark elves rushing towards the altar desperately. Li Ji also shook his head. It seems you made a mistake. Strictly speaking, I am not protected by Asgard. On the contrary, what I am doing now is protecting them. Ignorant elf, let me show you the truly terrifying power. Li Ji stood still. This time, the dark elf really p'd him off. He had no reason to hold back. Although he doesn't like killing. But he is still very happy to eliminate harm for the people. He balled his hands into fists. Lead behind you. The fluctuations in space converge on the fist. The magic floating cloak is automatically triggered by Li Ji's thoughts. Shoot forward suddenly. When his fist fell, Malekith, the leader, felt what it felt like to be suffocated. What a punch that was! Seems unpretentious. When he faced that power, he couldn't move at all. The fist wind exploded in front of the Dark Elf leader Malekith. The remaining power spread to the entire Dark Elf ancestral land. After the impact, the light became stronger. The shrouded Dark Elves did not make any screams. Just die out of thin air. When the light fades, take the place where Malekith disappeared as the starting point. A vacuum of silence spread out. Look around. Where are the Dark Elves in the ancestral land? That is to say, under Li Ji's full blow, the entire Dark Elf clan completely destroyed. At this moment, the colorful light pillar fell again. Odin leads the Asgard army and arrives. Thor looked at the deserted Dark Elf ancestral land and was confused. Why is it so clean? Look at that fan-shaped area. So flat and smooth. He stepped forward and asked Li Ji. Li, why didn't you wait for us? How dangerous it is to come here by yourself. Where is the Dark Elf? He didn't run away again, did he? Li Ji smiled and spread his palms. The rough stone of reality lay quietly in his palm. I saw Li Ji recapture the rough stone of reality. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Collect the original stone again. Li Ji walked to the space-time tunnel built by the Rainbow Bridge. Leave the reality stone here with me first, and I will put it into your treasure house when I return. Li, do you know where the Dark Elves fled? There is none left. Listening to Li Ji's ambiguous words, everyone didn't know how to answer. I could only watch Li Ji quietly walking into the space-time tunnel. Chapter 40 Conditions for unlocking the third skill. Heimdall, check for traces of the Dark Elves. Odin ordered Heimdall on the side. After receiving the order, he immediately opened the Eye of Truth and searched in the void. But it took a long time. He still found no trace of the Dark Elves. As the eyes gradually become astringent, Heimdall also rubbed his eyes in disbelief. My king, my subordinate's ability is limited. No trace of the Dark Elves can be seen. Now it was Odin's turn to be confused. Didn't you see any? Can't even see one. Where did they flee to? Why can't the Eye of Truth detect it? Have they left the universe and gone to other dimensions? I can't figure it out. Loki looked at the smooth, mirror-like fan-shaped area of the Dark Elf ancestral land and fell into deep thought. Is there such a possibility? The Dark Elves have been wiped out by Li. Having used the Tesseract, he clearly felt that the energy of space remained in the fan-shaped area. If the Dark Elves were wiped out by Li alone, then it makes sense that he said no more just now. He didn't mean that he didn't see where the Dark Elves fled. But the Dark Elves are gone. Think of this. Loki stared blankly at the cone-shaped area in front of him. So horrible? Thor sensed something was wrong with Loki. He came over and patted the stunned Loki. Let's go, we should continue to explore the traces of the Dark Elves. We can't let him continue to cause trouble. Loki collected himself. He spoke with difficulty. Brother, tell me. Is there a possibility? Li, the Dark Elves have been exterminated. Hearing this, Thor seemed to have thought of something. Yes, with Li Ji's terrifying ability, how could he easily let go of the Dark Elves? No matter how bad it is, some tribesmen can still be left behind. It is impossible that no trace can be found in the entire ancestral land. Odin also stepped forward after hearing this. Looking at the two people standing in front of the cone area who were deep in thought, they asked aloud. My sons, have you discovered anything? Odin's voice woke them both. Later, Loki told Odin his guess. You mean, Li Ji alone wiped out the Dark Elves? Child, you may be sick. Go back to your mother for treatment. Does Odin believe it? Of course I don't believe it. What a ridiculous guess. How can one person contend with such a huge and evil tribe? Even if he has power that rivals mine. It is impossible to wipe out all the Dark Elves in such a short period of time. What's more, Malekith is not a man who has nothing to do. Even my father could not truly destroy him. Just a slightly stronger Midgardian. Can it be more powerful than my father? Are you thinking about Pitchy? Then, Odin waved his hand, leading the Asgard army back to the Divine Realm. Since no trace of the Dark Elves can be found this time, then wait until you find out and deal with them. When everyone in Asgard returned to Tianmen, Li Ji was found sitting on the Rainbow Bridge, shaking his legs idly. Loki was even more suspicious. This calm look is completely different from before he left. From what I know about Li, he won't take revenge overnight. That's what happened that day. I have to keep an eye on my father and brother. Don't tell Li that he was so anxious that Asgard was destroyed. Obviously, Loki's suspicions were unfounded. Li Ji sat on the Rainbow Bridge and looked at the waterfall. It's just that the prompt given by the system just now made him a little confused. When Li Ji returned to God's domain first, the system gave a reward for wiping out the Dark Elves this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for annihilating the evil Dark Elves, obtaining a villain value of 66.66%. Saitama Suit Villain Collection progress is 3/3. Saitama Suit villain values have been collected. The third skill of the suit will be unlocked, the true meaning of the fist and the vacuum field. The true meaning of fist, vacuum field, an active attack skill with huge destructive power. It is released as a punch attack. When released, the impact point will be centered and the same amount of impact will be released backward, and form a conical vacuum area. Everything in the field dies. Because this skill is too destructive, the following conditions need to be met when released. 1. The host is completely angered. 2. The targets of release are heinous races. 3. When the host feels the need to release, all the skills of the suit are unlocked. Because it integrates 1/3 of the original power of the Space Stone, Divine Speed Dodge evolves into space movement. It also comes with 2 accompanying skills. It has greatly improved its ultra-long-range attack ability and dodge ability, but it lacks the ability to fly. The second unlocked skill, the Magic Floating Cloak, greatly complements its shortcoming of being unable to fly for a long time, and also comes with defensive ability. As for the third skill, which is a damage skill, Li Ji can also imagine it. After all, it doesn't count the companion skills you have after evolution. The first 2 unlocked skills are more functional. There is no serious damage skill. But I heard the prompt given by the system. You can't release this attack skill at will? These 3 requirements are outrageous. Also, why does the blow I just killed on the Dark Elves feel so similar to the third skill introduced by the system? Isn't it true that the villain's value is not enough to be unlocked? When he wants to ask about the system, Odin and others came to him. Li, friend of Asgard. Although the Dark Elf clan was not wiped out this time, you successfully snatched back the Reality Stone. It can be regarded as averting the disaster of Asgard. For this reason, you will be our forever comrade in arms and friend. If needed, Asgard is willing to provide you with all help. After listening, Li Ji was obviously stunned for a moment. Wasn't the Dark Elf clan wiped out by me? Why did this old BD say he hadn't been eliminated? Is there something omitted? He recalled his strongest attack at that time in his prime. They were all vacuumed off, so they shouldn't be able to escape. Loki looked at Li Ji in a daze. I thought to myself. Sure enough, it was him. I can't be sure until I see his reaction. Judging from his current performance, he is completely confused by his father. No, I have to change the subject quickly. Li, it's been a long time since I've been here in Asgard. Is it time for you to go back and take a look? Natasha Romanoff is still waiting for you down there. Hear Loki's words. Li Ji also reacted. Indeed, it's almost time for me to go back. It's time to go back, Thor. This is the reality stone. You put him in the treasure house. The most important thing is that you can only keep this thing by yourself and are not allowed to hand it over to others. Then he said goodbye to everyone and asked Heimdall to send him back. After a while, Li Ji's figure had disappeared from Tianmen. Thor stared blankly at the rough reality stone in his hand. Didn't he say that he wanted to put it in the treasure house himself? Why did you give it to me again? Aren't you afraid that the Dark Elves will come again to rob you? Etc. Thor seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that all Loki's guesses are true? He turned to look at his brother. He noticed that Loki also looked at him with a smile and nodded. Think back to the smooth, mirror-like cone-shaped area of the Dark Elf ancestral land. Thor's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Li, is he still human? Colorful beams of light flashed. Li Ji appeared in the backyard of S.H.I.E.L.D. He took back Saitama's suit with a flick of his waist. Looking at the familiar environment, Li Ji took a deep breath. What a bullshit divine realm. The air in Blue Star is even fresher. Chapter 41 Living Together? Tony's persecution paranoia. Li Ji walked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. Inside the director's office, Nick Fury is drinking coffee leisurely. Li Ji opened the door and walked in. Sitting opposite Fury, saw Li Ji returning. Nick Fury also cleared his throat. Welcome back, my friend. Did you go to Asgard again? Li Ji was non-committal. The problem of gravity imbalance has been solved. Fury nodded. About 20 minutes after you told Coulson that he could retreat, the gravity imbalance disappeared. He came back and told me that Mr. Lee is amazing. I was told it would be done in half an hour, but it ended up being done in 20 minutes. It was really fast. Look at Nick Fury's teasing eyes. Li Ji also knew that this old boy didn't hold it in well. Li, your vacation continues. I won't disturb you unless there's something wrong. Yet, if you have time recently, I'll go see Tony. He seems a little abnormal. Abnormal? Is Tony living normally? No matter it was before or now. In Li Ji's cognition, he is an out-and-out manic. If the guarantee is not complete, something will happen to you. He nodded to indicate he understood. Then he asked Fury. Where is Natasha Romanoff? Are you sending her to work again? Looking at Li Ji moving his arms, Fury also remembered what Li Ji said to him before he left. If Natasha Romanoff is not given a day off, he will dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. He trembled violently and replied hurriedly. Calm down, Li. I didn't send her on any mission. I don't know where she is now. No, why don't you go home and take a look? Li Ji glanced at Fury questioningly. What's the use of going home? Is it possible that I can change her into my home? Li Jiaquan thought Fury made a joke to him. But it's time to go back and take a look after being out for so long. Li Ji waved to Nick Fury. Then he left the director's office. Fury, who was sitting at the table, watched Li Ji leave. Why do you think I asked you to go home? Of course I'm going back to see your little wife. That's right, when Li Ji went to Asgard to deal with the Dark Elves. Nick Fury has helped Natasha Romanoff move her luggage to Li Ji's home. Natasha Romanoff also remains skeptical about this. Why move here? Nick Fury snickered. I will try my best not to arrange other jobs for you in the future. The most important job now is to take care of Mr. Li's daily life. Hear Fury's words. Natasha Romanoff was also speechless. I'm a spy. It's an agent. Have you ever seen a spy agent take care of people? Yes, take care of people too. But the people we take care of are all dying people, so we just want to give them a happy life. But when I think about living with Li Ji in the future, Natasha Romanoff doesn't seem to be so conflicted anymore. Li Ji did not pass the suit and rushed on. Instead, he started jogging in the street. Since all the check-in tasks have been completed, Li Ji also slowly put down these complicated things. And the more things you experience, he also needs some other activities to relax himself. Soon, the door number of the New York Center apartment has appeared in front of Li Ji. Thinking back to the time when I and Natasha Romanoff were leaving for vacation, Li Ji also smiled slightly. I remember that I seemed to have trampled on the floor. It looks like it's been replaced with a new one now. He walked into the door, unlocked it skillfully and entered the house. When he opened the door to the house, the light fragrance of gardenia lingers on the tip of Li Ji's nose. It smells very good and makes you feel calm. When he was about to take a shower and have a good sleep, Natasha Romanoff wiped her hair and walked out of the bedroom. Li Ji looked at the person in front of him. Stand there. Fury, you old BD, I knew you were hiding something from me. Don't you know where this is? You are the only one who has a backup of the keys to my house. It was obviously you who sent her here. Natasha Romanoff looked at Li Ji walking in and smiled. She playfully flashed the ring on her hand. Li Ji, bro, are you living together? The next day, Li Ji woke up from his sleep and looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was like a kitten in his arms. He rubbed his sore waist. Sure enough, there is no plowed land, only exhausted cows. The ancients never deceived me. Thinking back to last night's madness, even Li Ji's current physical strength is a bit unbearable. When he wants to get out of bed and wash up. What a coincidence. Pepper Pepper called Li Ji. The crisp ringtone woke Natasha Romanoff from her deep sleep. She rubbed her swollen head, signaling Li Ji to answer the phone. He walked out of the house and closed the door. Pepper's voice came from the phone receiver. Li, have you been busy lately? The Avengers Tower has been completed. We would like to invite you to come and take a look. Hear Pepper's invitation. Li Ji originally wanted to refuse. After all, he is not a member of the Avengers. But then I thought about what that old BD Fury had told me. Tony has been acting strangely lately. In line with the principle of watching the excitement, nothing is too big a deal. Li Ji readily agreed, and said that he would bring Natasha Romanoff to the appointment. Pepper said she looked forward to coming and hung up the phone. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff walked out of the bedroom wearing a long white shirt. He asked Li Ji in a lazy voice. What's the matter, Li? Oh, Pepper invited us to take a look at Avengers Tower, saying it is almost completed. When Li Ji turned around and looked at the scene that made people's blood boil, he couldn't help but carry Natasha Romanoff back to the bedroom. Natasha Romanoff, who had not yet fully woken up, let out an exclamation. No. I can hardly walk. The only sound that responded to her was Li Ji closing the door. Evening. Li Ji and Natasha Romanoff took a car to Avengers Tower. Today, Li Ji put on a very formal suit. Li Ji, who rarely wears formal clothes, seemed particularly uncomfortable. He originally wanted to wear a t-shirt and jeans. However, Natasha Romanoff wore a hip-hugging evening gown. If I were still sloppy, I would probably have others point my fingers at me. Li Ji had no choice but to compromise. When the two came to the top of the building. Pepper has dinner ready. I saw the two of them coming together. She also showed a friendly smile. Li, Natasha Romanoff, welcome. Sit down wherever you want, I'll go find Tony. Let's go take a look around the building later. Li Ji raised his hand to express his permission. Then he pulled Natasha Romanoff and sat in the middle of the sofa. Click. Click. After a while, heavy footsteps came from behind. Natasha Romanoff's body tensed up instantly. Li Ji thought an enemy had appeared. He turned his head sharply. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned on the spot. Can you imagine? Tony actually opened the champagne for me while wearing a suit. Is there something wrong with him, or is there something wrong with Kaibadeo? Pepper, who was standing aside, also laughed awkwardly. Li, Natasha Romanoff, I'm sorry. I thought he would feel better after you came, but I didn't expect it. He still doesn't want to take off his armor. Li Ji also understood when he looked at Tony, who frowned and forced an ugly smile. Otherwise, everyone would say there is something wrong with Tony. It turns out that this guy's persecution paranoia has recurred again. Chapter 42. The crux is, Dr. Li comes out again. Tony, listen and take them off. Li Ji tried to persuade. No, Li. Only when I'm in the armor can I feel safe. This world is too dangerous. There are such terrifying creatures and aliens. I even put bombs on their warships. God knows where they're going to come out and give me a shot. If I don't have the armor, then I'm just a little trash. How can I possibly bear it? Looking at the increasingly manic Tony, Li Ji also sighed slowly. Since the last time a Star War happened in New York, especially after he was sent by Li Ji to plant bombs in space, Tony's mood became more and more stressful. He felt that he would be retaliated at any time. Your body can be hurt at any time. He shut himself into the armor. It's like grabbing a life-saving straw, unwilling to leave. Tony, you are very strong and there is no need to huddle in that iron shell. Tony was crying. Li, it's just the armor that's powerful, not me. Only here do I feel at ease. Looking at Tony, who is indifferent, Li Ji made no further attempts to persuade him. Just quietly pulled Pepper over. He came to the corridor and said mysteriously, Tony is sick and needs to be cured. Otherwise you will have to live with an iron shell for the rest of your life. Pepper glanced distressedly at Tony, who was wearing a suit and eating pizza. Then asked Li Ji, what now? Just let him keep wearing the armor and live like this. Li, you don't know. Now besides eating and sleeping, he spends the rest of his time in the villa working on his armor. As time goes by, I worry that his body won't be able to support it. Li Ji sighed. To untie the bell, one must tie the bell. It seems that if you want to cure Tony's persecution paranoia, you have to make him understand. The powerful one is himself, not the armor. Li Ji coughed lightly. Let me try it. It seems that Dr. Li, who treats illnesses and saves lives, is about to come out again. Since you want him to feel powerful, then wouldn't it be enough if he could defeat others without relying on armor? Looks like I have to think about it. Who would be better suited to cooperate with me? After the banquet, Li Ji and Natasha Romanoff returned to the apartment. Along the way, Li Ji was thinking about candidates. After much deliberation, there is nothing particularly suitable. How about letting him try it one by one? There must be someone who can defeat so many people. Natasha Romanoff looked at Li Ji, who was thinking hard. I thought he had something important to do. No sound was made to disturb his thoughts. Just lean on his shoulder gently and close your eyes. A night of silence. The next morning, Li Ji came to Tony's beach villa alone. Jarvis, open the door for me. Okay, welcome, Dear Mr. Li Ji. After entering the door, Li Ji didn't find Tony. Didn't this guy sit at home and make inventions every day? There was no movement at all. When he was about to reach the underground research room, the clanking sound of iron gradually reached Li Ji's ears. Jarvis, what is Tony doing? Sir, the boss is developing a new type of armor, which is almost completed. Are you still developing battle armor? Is this brother already so crazy? He walked into the underground laboratory. In that dim light, Tony stood hunched beside the holographic console. His eye sockets were sunken, showing a haggard look. The cloudy eyes lost their former luster. Only endless fatigue and vicissitudes of life are left. A former genius, rich man, and superhero. Now I am so tortured by anxiety. Li Ji couldn't help but feel pity. Jarvis, turn on the light. Okay, sir. When the basement is illuminated by lights. Tony was suddenly startled, and a suit of armor instantly fit together. He prepared for attack vigilantly and looked toward the basement door. Li Ji saw that Tony had such a severe stress reaction and quickly explained. It's me, relax, my friend. I didn't expect that the last war left such a heavy psychological shadow on you. Watching Li Ji step into the laboratory, Tony finally let down his guard. He removed his armor and revealed his true colors. Li, you're here. Next time you come to me, say hello, otherwise I may not be able to help but attack you. Li Ji looked at Tony's laboratory. The light was too dim just now, so I couldn't get a full picture. When the main light is fully turned on, the armors developed by Tony during this period are neatly arranged in the display cabinets on the wall. This may be the crystallization of Tony's wisdom. But Li Ji thinks this was just Tony's way of trying to protect himself. Looking at the dazzling array of armors, Li Ji asked loudly. Have you been tinkering with these things all this time? The workmanship is quite exquisite. He casually patted one of the armors. What I didn't expect was that suit of armor couldn't withstand Li Ji's power. It suddenly shattered and turned into a pile of waste. Li Ji stood there with his hands stretched out in embarrassment. I didn't know what to do for a while. Tony's reaction was quite normal. It's okay, Li, it's just an experiment. Although Tony said it was okay. But Li Ji's actions still reminded him. It seems that the hardness of the armor alloy still needs to be strengthened. There is also the flexible strength of the link hinges. Li touched it and it broke into pieces. The quality is too low. That's a vanadium alloy. Why does it break when you touch it? No. Still have to study. This world is too dangerous. It's like suddenly getting inspiration. Tony returned to the console as if there was no one around. Continue to improve the mark armor. Li Ji, who was messy in the wind, coughed dryly. Then he said to Tony, who was concentrating on research. Tony, it was an accident just now. You just happened to have developed a new armor, do you want to come and have a fight? Hear what Li Ji said. Tony mechanically turned his head and pouted angrily at Li Ji. I mean, you even dismantled my armor and gave me a slap in the face. Li Ji, who was already embarrassed, became even more embarrassed when he saw this scene. It turned out that he had accidentally broken the experimental object just now. It's Tony's latest invention. How to do this? Got it. Oh, what kind of armor are you wearing? How about we just relax and have a hand-to-hand fight? As soon as these words came out, Tony, who was lying on the test table, was speechless. Li, if you want to kill me, just say so. Stop testing my bottom line all the time, okay? Li Ji scratched his head. Brother, did you say the wrong thing? It seems that you are right. I just came here to help him build up his confidence. Why does it feel like Tony's treatment has made him even more depressed? No. This door must be opened first. He couldn't help but pull up Tony, who was lying on the holographic workbench. Go to the training room. On the way, I didn't forget to say hello to Dr. Banner, who was doing genetic research. Long time no see, Big A. Mr. Lee? What are you doing here? Hey. Forget it, come and treat Tony. Oh, it's time to treat the disease. That's all right, see you later. Banner smiled and waved to Lee Ji. Watching the two figures walking away, Banner seemed to have thought of something. Mr. Lee just said, cure the disease? Or treat Tony? Broke in. He wouldn't want to use Tony as a punching bag, would he? With his small stature, he might just fart and die. No, I have to go take a look. Hulk, roar. I want to see. I want to see. Punch sandbags. Punch sandbags. When Lee Ji took Tony to the training room, he picked up 2 gloves and threw them to him. Come on, put it on. Let's have a good fight. Tony didn't know what to do for a while. You said you wanted me to hit you. Just take this? Tony looked at the gloves in his hands and fell into thought. Can't you use higher-end weapons? At least get a baseball bat or something. He looked around. Then he threw down his gloves and took out a wrench from the toolbox. The breath of steel suits me better. Come on. Lee. Since you want to fight, I won't be polite. Lee Ji hooked his hand and said to Tony provocatively. Come on. Defeat me and prove that you are really strong. Chapter 43 Explosion. Kidnapped Little Pepper. Tony was heartbroken. He picked up the wrench and rushed towards Lee Ji. Lee Ji looked at the menacing Tony, not thinking about how to hide. Instead, he was thinking about how to get Tony to knock him down. First of all, the battle uniform must not be worn. Secondly, you must not swing your fists. You can't kick your feet either. So what should we do? Forget it, I can just get beaten. After hitting me, I just lay down on the ground and hit the porcelain. This can be considered defeated. Just do it. When Lee Ji made up his mind, he stood there motionless and waited for Tony to attack. When Tony swung the wrench and hit Lee Ji didn't react yet. The wrench was unable to hold up at first, and deformed visibly to the naked eye. Tony looked at the wrench bent at a 90-degree angle in his hand and fell into thought again. Do I have time to spare? How can you compete with this monster? Whatever his level is, I am. They might be able to turn me into ashes without even using a finger. Am I still tickling him here? Not interesting. He tossed the wrench aside. It hit the foot of Dr. Banner, who was about to rush over. Mr. Lee. Please be merciful, Tony can't stand it. Ignoring the pain coming from the instep, Banner shouted suddenly into the training room. Tony looked at Banner, who rushed in. He also showed a puzzled look. If he doesn't do his research properly, why would he come to the training room? It seems like he knows what we are going to do. Why can't I hold it any longer? Could it be said that Banner also fought with Mr. Lee? Looking at Tony, who was safe and sound, Banner also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately I came in time. Otherwise I won't be able to see you, dear Tony. Tony also asked the doubts in his heart at this time. Have you two fought before? He pointed at the 2 people with different shapes. Panting, Banner smiled awkwardly. It's not fighting. According to Mr. Lee, it's called healing. You may not know what he means by healing. Let me tell you this simply. I couldn't feel everything going on outside when I was transformed into Hulk. After Mr. Lee's friendly treatment, Hulk has become honest. Although the results are very good, but the process can be a bit brutal. Tony also became interested. This is what Lee just meant when he said he would treat me. No wonder he wanted to ask me to spar. It seems that Lee is still kind to me. But when he heard what Banner said next, I can't laugh anymore. Mr. Lee used my body to flatten a small hill in the suburbs. Since then, Hulk has been willing to communicate with me at any time. Flattened a mountain. Hearing this, Tony regretted a little. Why did I hit him with a wrench just now? Am I crazy? Lee Ji looked at Tony, who was becoming more and more silent. There was also a burst of dissatisfaction in my heart. What annoys doctors the most? Especially a quack like Lee Ji. The most annoying thing is meeting the patient. You all know my treatment methods. Then how can I cheat, okay? How to treat it? It's hard for me to do this. What to do? He looked at Dr. Banner, whose breathing gradually stabilized, but who looked at him with trepidation. I have an idea in mind. Since you don't let me do it, then you fight. If you can beat Banner, Tony's confidence can also be built up. Well, my actions are indeed a bit bullying. How about that, Banner? Come and fight Tony. Banner wanted to say something else, but Lee Ji glared back. Dare you talk back? See if I don't slap you. Tony looked at Banner. I once again remembered the scene during the New York War. His body trembled involuntarily again. Anxiety disorder and persecution paranoia recurred. He stumbled out of the training room. Come to the underground laboratory and put on the armor. His mood gradually calmed down. Lee Ji stood at the door. Looking at Tony sitting in the laboratory wearing a suit of armor, he sighed softly. My plan was going quite smoothly. Just a little bit of success. It's all Banner's fault. If you have nothing to do, why come here? It's better now. It would probably be difficult to trick him into doing it again. Pepper also returned to the villa at this time. He looked at the silent people and was a little confused. What happened? He walked to Dr. Banner, who was standing far away, and asked. Doctor, what happened? Banner was startled by the sudden sound. After seeing the person clearly, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Gave up transformation. He explained to Pepper a little awkwardly. I seem to have delayed things. Mr. Lee said to come over and treat Tony. I thought about some not so good memories. Then I accidentally revealed what happened before. Now it's like this. Hearing this, Pepper became more and more nervous. He glanced at Tony worriedly. Sure enough, even Mr. Lee has nothing to do? Just when she was about to go to the laboratory to comfort Tony, the roar of the helicopter sounded outside the villa. Outside the villa, in the sky, 3 armed helicopters roared in. Not long after, it was hovering above the villa. Lee Ji found that something was wrong. Put your hands on your waist. Saitama is possessed by his battlesuit. He dodged and activated the space movement. In an instant, we arrived above the villa. He watched as the weapon bay doors of 3 armed helicopters opened simultaneously. Each missile is like the spear of Death God. It roared towards the villa at an alarming speed. Broke in. Forgot about this incident. Yes, while Lee Ji was dealing with what happened in Asgard. Because of anxiety disorders, Tony advertised the address of his villa widely. So much so that some extreme terrorist organizations have targeted Tony, the leader of weapons manufacturing. He didn't have time to think too much. Space fastening is activated instantly. But it's a pity. He could only contain 1 missile. The remaining fish that slipped through the net dragged long tail flames. It hit the villa accurately. Feeling in crisis, Banner transformed instantly. The swollen body soared into the sky from the villa and smashed towards the armed helicopter launching missiles. But this did not prevent the villa from being destroyed. When huge amounts of fireballs shoot into the sky, Tony, who was still in the villa, reacted instantly. He surrounded himself with armor and was airtight. When he saw Pepper standing at the door of the laboratory at a loss, he was stunned for a moment. Without any thought, Tony removed the armor he was wearing. Relying on intelligent guidance, the armor was worn on Pepper's body, Just then, the strong explosion impact spread around like raging waves. When Tony was about to be engulfed in flames, Li Ji arrived in time. He took Tony out of the villa. As he lands on the edge of a cliff with Tony in tow. After dealing with the gunship, Hulk also jumped up from the cliff. Banner releases his transformation. He stepped forward to check on Tony's injuries. Without the protection of a suit, Tony was knocked unconscious by the shock wave. Damn it, the enemy came too suddenly. But why isn't Tony wearing a suit? Banner's question also reminded Li Ji. It seems there is still one person missing. Pepper is still in the villa. Banner, keep an eye on Tony. I'll go to the villa to check on the situation. After that, Li Ji's figure disappeared on the cliff. When he returned to the villa that was bombed into ruins, Pepper, who was protected by Tony's armor, had disappeared. Li Ji looked up and down, but couldn't see Pepper. Where will it go? There is no arc reactor. Tony's armor is just an empty shell. What is certain is that Pepper is definitely alive. It was the sudden disappearance that made Li Ji feel uneasy. Could it be that Killian kidnapped Pepper? Chapter 44 Desperate Virus? Mutation and Transformation. S.H.I.E.L.D. In the observation room restored after the war, Tony woke up from a coma. He tried to move his body. But I found that I didn't feel comfortable anywhere. As if he didn't believe in evil, he even forcibly raised his arm bound by a plaster. The pain he felt caused him to take a deep breath and exhale involuntarily. OSH*T. Hear the movement in the room. Li Ji and others also walked into the observation room. Don't move around, or I won't have that arm of yours. Nick Fury looked at Tony, who was trying to move. He said coldly. Let you make your residence known to the public. It's okay now. Doesn't it feel great to lie in bed? Listen to Fury's sarcasm. Tony also surprisingly didn't refute. How's Pepper? She's missing. Li Ji stood in front of the window with his arms folded. Replied to Tony. Missing? How could it be? Tony ignored the pain in his body. He forced himself to sit up and asked Li Ji. If the attending doctor were present, he might even say a medical miracle. After rescuing you, I returned to the villa and looked up and down, but I didn't find Pepper anywhere. What is certain is that she should still be alive. We just don't know who planned this attack. What's the purpose of kidnapping Pepper? After hearing Li Ji's words, everyone present was silent for a while. Tony has offended too many people. Where can one tell who kidnapped Pepper? You should recuperate first. Since you are going to kidnap, there will definitely be demands. We just wait. Afterwards, Li Ji left the observation room. He walked aimlessly on the streets of New York. Where would Killian be now? Normally he would have made a request by now. Why haven't I received any news? He shook his head and stopped a taxi. New York Center apartment, thank you. Sitting in the car, Li Ji thought about what would happen next. It seems that after Pepper was kidnapped by Killian, he self-defeatingly gave her powerful powers. What if I didn't intervene? Does that mean that Pepper can treat Tony? Makes sense. Anyway, as long as I am here, Pepper will definitely not die. Then it's better to see how things develop first. If only I could take this opportunity to cure Tony. Then I will be a great hero. It seems that we can open a clinic in the future. Dr. Li specializes in treating difficult and complicated diseases. As expected of me. The taxi driver also shuddered when he looked at Li Ji, who was smiling more and more wildly in the rearview mirror. Is there something wrong with this passenger's mind? Other side. Pepper also wakes up from her coma. When she felt that she was in a dark and humid environment. I also felt nervous. Then he quickly calmed down. Having experienced strong winds and waves, her mental quality is not generally good. nor was he intimidated by his situation. Just when she was thinking about how to escape, a man with long white hair stepped out of the shadows. Pepper. You know me. Look at the appearance of the visitor. Pepper really couldn't remember where she had seen him. It seems that I really have no sense of existence. At the banquet that year, Tony left me alone on the roof to blow the cold wind. Go and have fun yourself. I'm worried about how to get revenge on him. He just ran out on his own. Do you think it was a coincidence or not? The taste of rockets is not bad. I gave you the armor, but has he been buried in the sea of fire? Looking at Killian, who is getting more and more crazy, Pepper felt uneasy. She wasn't thinking about her own safety. Instead, he was more worried about Tony's situation. Was Tony really killed? I remember Lee was there. Then Tony should be fine. She calmed down and pretended to be scared and said to Killian, "Is Tony really dead? Why are you doing this? He is one of the heroes who saved the world." Killian waved his hand. Two burly men in suits stepped out of the shadows. "Why do you do this?" "Because of my purpose. Just destroy this world." As soon as he finished speaking, the big man in a suit stepped forward and clasped Pepper's arm. "Escort her to the laboratory." Killian walked to the test bench. 2 syringes were taken from the genetic safe. He came to Pepper, who was tied to the seat. "Now, let me give you great power. After you experience this powerful power, you will be my pioneer in conquering the world. It will eventually turn into gorgeous fireworks. Detonate at a specific location." When the syringe filled with extremis virus appeared in front of Pepper's eyes, an unspeakable feeling of fear instantly enveloped her heart. When she looked at the tip of the needle that shone with cold light, countless horrific images appeared in my mind involuntarily. "What is this? You won't turn into a monster after the injection. Will I die? Tony, where are you? Why haven't you come to save me?" Under the influence of fear and despair, Pepper's body shook unconsciously. He struggled wildly in his seat. Killian was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine soon." Accompanied by the injection of the desperate virus, Pepper felt like her blood was flowing violently like lava. Bright red fills his eyes. As if he couldn't bear it, he gradually lost consciousness. Fainted on the seat. Killian looked coldly at Pepper, who fainted in front of him. He ordered the big man in suit next to him, "Notify the media and preparations can begin." Tony was lying on the hospital bed. "The programs on TV are boring as hell." He flipped through the channels idly. "But the image of Pepper was all in my heart. Do the kidnappers want money or my life? Lee said they would notify me. But why has there been no news for so long? Urgent break on important news. The terrorist group headed by Mandarin occupied the port and declared war on the government. The current deployment of troops is still unclear, but what is certain is that the terrorist group possesses suicide bombs with quite powerful explosive power. Citizens, please pay attention to safety and try to avoid crossfire." Tony stared blankly at the news on the TV. Terrorist attack? A suicide bomb? The gang was falling further and further behind. Can you only think of such an old-fashioned attack method? As he was about to change the channel, a figure in the scene caught Tony's attention. Because the shooting distance is too far, the imaging rate is too low, he couldn't be sure. However, he was somewhat familiar with that figure. It seems like it's Pepper. But why is her skin getting so red? No, I have to go take a look. He took off the needle from his body. Sneaked out of S.H.I.E.L.D's post-war recovery observation room. Li Ji sat on the roof. Watching Tony sneak out of S.H.I.E.L.D, he also chuckled. "I hope I can cure your illness this time. After he returns, think back to what is going to happen. It seemed like it was almost time for Killian to launch a terrorist attack and capture the port. Therefore, he came to S.H.I.E.L.D early in the morning to wait. If even mutated pepper can't cure you, then I really have no choice. Can Li Ji find pepper? Of course it is possible. If not, he would go to Asgard to take a look at Heimdall. What monsters and monsters can escape the gaze of the Eye of Truth? After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, in the end, it was decided to let Pepper undergo transformation. After all, if you don't inject another virus, the Extremis virus is quite stable. It can be said that there are no disadvantages but advantages. All that's left is for Tony to figure it out first. The most powerful one is himself. A breeze blew. Looking back, I saw Li Ji on the roof of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 45 Air Rescue. Li Ji's bold idea. Tony returns to his bombed-out beach house. He was clumsily turning over something on top of the ruins. After the rubble has been cleared, a wrench-like starting device hidden on the wall appeared before his eyes. Tony took a deep breath. Hope it still works. He yanked the wrench off. The floor began to vibrate, and gradually, dozens of blue lights flickered regularly from the bottomless underground space. That's right, those streaks of light were the armor that Tony had developed. Look at the underground space intact. Tony also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I saved it. Jarvis, can you hear me? Jarvis. Tony called to his smart butler. But no answer was received. It seems that the damage to the villa also had a certain impact on Jarvis. He shook his head. Slowly descend the ladder leading to the underground space. After he opened the power valve in the underground space, the cylindrical passage was instantly brightly lit. Nice to see you again, boss. As the power was turned on, Jarvis returned to Tony's side again. It's good to have you, my partner. Help me complete the energy transfer to the Mark 7 armor. I want to connect the sensor. We gotta do something, man. As you wish, boss. When the Mark 7 armor is fully charged, with the sensor signal access, Tony becomes Iron Man again. Although the alloy felt a little cold to the touch, Tony felt particularly warm inside the armor. Pepper, I'm coming. Orange-red beams of light shot into the sky. The golden and red armor appears in this world again. Iron Man, Tony Stark, returns. The hidden underground space in the villa slowly closes. Only a faint sound came out. The Iron Legion is charging. Watching Tony leave, Li Ji walked out of the void. It looks like he's in pretty good spirits. The power of love is really powerful. I was scared to death 2 days ago. Once he saw that Pepper had been kidnapped, he was more diligent than anyone else. He ran out while still injured. Forget it, for the sake of love. I'd better go over and check out the situation. Li Ji's figure flashed. He disappeared into the void again. Outside Palace B, the President of the United States is giving a pre-war speech on anti-terrorist armed operations. Lord attended as a military colonel. However, the process is not so friendly. Next to him, the War Machine armor stood quietly. Our city is under terrorist attack. As the president of this country, I have the unshirkable responsibility. I will put on steel armor and lead the army to quell this war. Media reporters in the square quickly published the president's speech. After the mobilization event, high-level officials from the United States also boarded a plane to the scene of the incident. Rhodes was deprived of the right to use the armor. But he always felt like something was going to happen. He carefully checked the various equipment on the plane. But nothing unusual was found. It seems that I have overthought it. There are so many surprises in this world. After everyone got on the plane, Killian, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the closed hatch and smiled cruelly. Just use your lives as the beginning of this war. Half an hour later, the passenger plane arrived over the ocean. At this moment, a burly man with a flat head and a sinister face came out of the cockpit. Congratulations to all of you for successfully being selected as the first batch of rebels to be eliminated. The President of the United States felt nervous when he looked at the unfamiliar tall man with a crew cut. Who are you and why are you on our plane? The crew cut man laughed lowly. If it weren't for the fact that you are still useful to the chief, I would be the first to take you to see God. He couldn't help but stuff the President of the United States into the steel armor. Enter the coordinates of Killian into the system. Throw the armor out. Those who stayed were not so lucky. He returned to the cockpit and detonated the bomb that had been laid in advance. In an instant, the aircraft became unstable and the hatch burst, accompanied by screams. Everyone was swept into the air by the chaotic airflow. Tony, who rushed to the port, saw the plane crash. He also asked hurriedly, "Jarvis, who are the people on the plane?" "Boss, after comparison, the personnel who escaped from the plane were all high-level officials from the United States, and the number was 13. This exceeds the load of the armor." Tony gritted his teeth. "It's really troublesome. What kind of trouble are these people coming out to cause?" He quickly increased the strength of the thruster. He came to the side of the people who were swept away. He looked at the panicked blonde. He quickly spoke out. "Madam, listen to me, I will take you to a safe place now, but you have to hold the next person's hand. Do you understand?" Under the instinct of survival, the blonde woman nodded in panic. Just like that, like a candied horse on a stick. The 13 top executives of the United States were firmly placed on the sea level by Tony. "Jarvis, notify the rescue team to come here to pick people up." "Okay, boss." Afterwards, Tony turned on the thrusters and flew towards the port. Rhodes on the other side also received notification that the president's plane had crashed. The president himself was wrapped in armor and taken to the port. Other senior executives were rescued by Tony, and the rescue team was on its way. No, Tony would definitely be outnumbered if he went alone. "I have to go and help him." He then commandeered a speedboat on the beach. "Head towards the port." Li Ji in the void wanted to go with Tony. But when he saw Rhodes sitting on the speedboat on the sea, he was a little confused. What is this guy doing here? Then, he moved through space and arrived on the speedboat. "Are you driving so fast to die?" The sudden sound startled Rhodes. When I saw the person coming was Li Ji. Only then did he pat his chest to calm down. "Mr. Li," Tony flew towards the port. "There are terrorists over there, and there are even mutants. He can't handle it alone, I'm going to help him." Li Ji looked Rhodes up and down. "UN are quite brave. Even if the armor is gone, he still has to help Tony. Isn't it equivalent to having an extra oil bottle? Are you sure you are here to help him and not to cause trouble? The armor is gone, and Tony has to protect you when you go there. It's like being touched on a painful part." Rhodes silently slowed down the speedboat. Li Ji looked at Rhodes, who was lost in thought, and comforted him softly. "You've already done a great favor by not causing trouble. Be obedient and turn around and go back." Afterwards, Li Ji activated the magic floating cloak, flying in the direction where Tony disappeared. "Am I really a drag?" Rhodes was very confused. "Even without the armor, I am still a soldier." He seemed to have made some kind of determination. "Increase the throttle and continue driving towards the port." Li Ji saw that Rhodes did not obey and returned to a safe place. He also shook his head and sighed. "What a good brother. I don't even want my life anymore." "Okay, for the sake of you being so considerate of others, let you save your president. I originally planned to let that BD old man die. It's not a good thing anyway. But I have to find something to do when you come. President of the United States, I thank your whole family." Tony rushed to the port. The battle armor state was released. Carefully explore the surrounding situation. Jarvis, alert mode. Roger, boss. The Mark 7 armor received the order and observed its surroundings vigilantly. Tony slowly climbed up to the crane. When he came to the top of the crane, a violent roar sounded from my ears. When he saw the blue and white striped war machine landing in the middle of the port, he was also full of questions. What? Why are roads here? And when Killian with long hair came out, Tony was also stunned. This is not the one who studied human genetic viruses more than 10 years ago. What's it called? Tony couldn't remember Killian's name for a moment. He just watched blankly as he came to the war machine. After the transformation is released, Tony exclaimed when he saw the figure in the armor clearly. This is Mr. President. Why did that guy Rhodes put the president in the suit? Could it be that just now there is some connection between the top American officials he saved and the president trapped in the armor? When he arrived, he indeed found that there seemed to be an armor flying into the distance. Could it be that the person in the armor at that time was already the president? What is Rhodes doing? Why send such an important person to such a dangerous place? It seems that I am about to go out and save one more person. Li Ji, you'd better treat your illness first. Chapter 46 Medical Miracle. The Christmas party begins. Killian looked at the President of the United States who came out of the armor. He said with a disdainful smile, "Mr. President, are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you?" "I don't know what you mean." Looking at the President of the United States who is pretending to be crazy and acting stupid, Killian didn't explain much. He felt that it would be a waste of his life to say another word to this fat, hypocritical man in power. "You'll understand." Then, he kicked the President into the armor. "Some people will come and hang him on the crane. I want the world to know how I tortured this hypocritical BD." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of terrorists covered in red light walked out from around the container. Pepper also appears. When Tony saw her standing on the crane, he also showed an expression of disbelief. What happened to Pepper? Why is her complexion so red? Also, why does she stand with those terrorists? Could it be that she has become a puppet? A suffocating pain shot through his chest. Tony clutched his chest tightly. He couldn't accept this reality. "She's fine. Hear voices coming from beside you." Tony gently wiped the tears from his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Li Ji standing next to him, like a drowning man grasping at straws. "Li, is she really okay?" But in his current state, it doesn't look like he's okay. Tony's choked voice made Li Ji a little embarrassed. "It seems like it's a little too much fun." "No, I have to hold on, this guy's illness hasn't been cured yet. If there's anything wrong, try it and you'll find out. I guess the following group of people have all undergone transformation. If you try to attack with force, you might accidentally injure Pepper. Let's divide the work and cooperate. You go deal with the others, and I'll take Pepper away. As for the president, you don't have to worry about it. Let him hang for a while, the people who rescued him are a little slow to come." I heard Li Ji's arrangement. Tony also nodded doubtfully. After all, he has no better solution now. "Are you ready?" Watching Tony gradually accept the current situation, Li Ji also asked at the right time. Tony nodded firmly. "Jarvis, come to me." When Tony gave the order, the Mark 7 suit roared onto the crane. "Watch him get into action." Li Ji also activated the space movement and disappeared into the void. The busy terrorists on the ground were attracted by the roar of the armor. They all looked up at the crane. Killian looked at the red and yellow armor in the sky. He also gritted his teeth. Isn't he dead? Can survive missile attacks. Really lucky. The terrorists' attention was attracted by Tony at the same time. It also gave Li Ji time to act. He came behind Pepper and asked softly, "Pepper, do you want to come with me first?" Hear a familiar voice next to you. Pepper was shocked and looked at the terrorists around her warily, seeing that their eyes were attracted by Tony's movements. He also choked with grievance and said, "Lee, they injected me with the virus. Now I am no longer a normal person. Everything I touch will be burned to ashes. I can't go back." Hearing Pepper's aggrieved voice, Lee Ji also felt guilty. "Hey, tell me." It was originally a good intention, but it ended up making the girl cry. "You said I still have to comfort her. This is not asking for trouble for yourself." But that's what happened. Lee Ji could only bite the bullet and continue talking. "It's okay, Pepper, this energy can be controlled. Let's go aside first and deal with the terrorist attack first." After he explained, he took Pepper to the back of the lighthouse. Watching Lee Ji successfully take Pepper away from the battlefield, Tony also walked into the armor. Like venting anger, he launched a round of indiscriminate attacks on the terrorists on the port grounds. The weapons on the Mark 7 armor are full of expression. It's like cheering for the return of Iron Man. The fire faded, and the ground in the port was devastated. The terrorists were blown away by the missile's shock wave and fell heavily to the ground. But these were the people who should have died in Tony's attack. But miraculously he stood up again. The wounds on his body healed slowly under the firelight. Tony was floating in the air. Watching the resurrection from the dead in shock, the people on fire called a medical miracle. If only Lee could treat me with such immediate results. When he was in a daze, a mutated fireman had already touched the crane at some point. He lunged at Tony. Tony, who didn't react for a moment, was hit hard by pyro. Losing his balance, he plummeted towards the ground. Boom! They both landed at the same time. Tony was beaten to pieces. But the mutated pyro is safe and sound. He grinned and tore Tony's armor apart with his bare hands. Saw Tony's horrified face. Killian walked up to Tony. He looked at this rich and talented man who had abandoned him with pity. He raised his fist and prepared to end his life again. Between the lightning and flint, Tony rolled and escaped from the suit. Standing on the lighthouse, Lee Ji suddenly discovered Tony was barely able to get away without his armor. No fear on his face. It seemed that only a real war environment could make him temporarily forget his anxiety. My previous treatment plan was wrong. He nodded with satisfaction. Still, your own induction is excellent. Otherwise, how would he have the chance to fight hand-to-hand with so many mutated pyros? As expected of me. As long as he can take care of all these burning people, then he must have understood that he is the powerful one, not the armor. The medicine cures the disease. I, Lee Ji, will leave my name in the medical history forever. Tony, you didn't say a word about whether I could survive, right? Have you ever seen that ordinary person fighting hand-to-hand with a group of mutant terrorists? This is not how you seek death. Tony scurried around the container in a panic. Avoid the attacks of the burning man. The mutated fire people headed by Jillian used their own high temperature. Melting the obstacles in front of him, he chased straight towards Tony. Jarvis. Christmas is coming. Received the boss, the Iron Legion is dispatched. Following Tony's orders. A villa by the sea. The underground space suddenly opens. Dozens of steel suits set off at the same time, shooting towards the port where Tony was. Rhodes, who had just landed on the other side, looked at the president hanging in the air and Tony being chased by the mutant firemen. I didn't know what to do for a while. One is his best brother, and the other is the president who has just deprived himself of his rights. It's really hard to choose. After thinking for a while, he decisively chased Tony in the direction of escape. Lee Ji ducked over and grabbed him. You go save the president and don't interrupt Tony's fight. But, Mr. Lee, I prefer to save my brother. If you go there, you will cause trouble. If you save the president, you will have a uniform to wear. Be obedient and go over there first. But, Mr. Lee, wouldn't it be better to just let the president die? No matter what he does. Lee Ji? It turns out that you are also rebellious. You are so angry. He kicked Rod in the A. Go quickly and don't make trouble. Rhodes then reluctantly ran towards the president, who was hanging in mid-air. When Tony was stuck at the rear of the crane with no way out, Killian came to him. The environment here is not bad, it is very suitable for your burial place. Don't worry, you won't be alone on the road, that BD president will also come to accompany you. When Tony still wanted to say something, Jarvis's cheerful voice came from the earphones. Boss, the Christmas party can begin. He opened his arms and challenged Killian. Ahole, I think you might be the one who dies. You should never have threatened me with pepper. You succeeded in PG me off. Jarvis. When asked to shout out, Killian also looked around questioningly. Is there anyone else there? What is he shouting? Tony, who received no response, stood awkwardly at the rear of the crane. Why haven't you come yet? When Killian realizes that Tony seems to be bluffing, without hesitation, he kicked him off the crane. When he thought Tony would definitely be thrown to death, orange-red light like dots of stars came rushing from a distance. The Mark 16 armor was the first to arrive on the battlefield. Stably caught Tony's falling body. What Killian didn't expect was, the Mark 16 armor is just the appetizer. Dozens of battle armors also arrived one after another, lined up in the dark night sky. Iron Legion, attack! Li Ji looked at the sky full of armor. He shook his head helplessly. Does this guy still have to rely on his armor to fight? Can't you just punch me and kick me to say hello? Tony, thank you. Chapter 47. The knot in my heart is lifted, I want to see fireworks. Watching the arrival of the armor, Tony also gained confidence. Bastards, do you want to escape? If not, the Christmas party starts now. Mark armors of various types in mid-air seemed to have received instructions. Immediately attack the mutant fireman on the ground. Tony himself sat in the Mark 16 suit. Got into a fight with the leader Killian. Injected with the extremis virus, Killian has powerful recovery abilities. In the battle with Tony, he didn't lose at all. Tony made a mistake, and Killian, who had seized the opportunity, tore the Mark No. 16 armor from it. His body was exposed to the air again. Jarvis. Get me a suit of armor. Roger, boss. The Mark 42 armor wanderer got out of control after receiving the order, instantly covering Tony's body. But the combination of the armor is still stiff after all. Jillian took a step forward like a ferocious beast, tearing apart the shell of the armor. Just when he was competing with the armor, Tony took the opportunity to undo the transformation. He picked up the steel pipe beside him and swung it at Jillian. Jillian, who didn't react, was beaten to pieces. Tony was unforgiving and knocked Killian away. Li Ji, who was in the void, looked at the scene in front of him. Clap your hands excitedly. Done. The fighting really started. Does that mean the disease is almost cured? He walked out of the void, arriving in front of Tony, who was gasping for air. You see, what I said is that you are still very powerful without relying on the armor. Don't always limit yourself to that iron shell. Hear Li Ji's voice. Tony had other things on his mind. Li, where's Pepper? How is she? Come on, you didn't listen to a word I said. Li Ji glanced at Tony with hatred. She's fine. She was just injected with the extremis virus by Killian, but it doesn't require another virus to detonate. It's a good thing that the extremis virus remains in her body. If we really have to fight hand to hand, I guess you can't even beat Pepper now. Hear what Li Ji said. Tony just breathed a sigh of relief. Where is she? I asked her to wait at the lighthouse to avoid accidental injury. The person who hears his thoughts day and night is under the lighthouse. Tony walked around Li Ji beside him. Put on the battle armor and fly straight to the lighthouse. Li Ji said with a chuckle. The power of love is indeed great. He followed Tony and flew towards the lighthouse. Tony landed under the lighthouse and felt pity for Pepper as he looked at the aggrieved squatting on the ground. He hurriedly cancelled the transformation. He came to Pepper and wanted to hug her. But Pepper looked like a frightened deer. He hurriedly ran away from Tony's arms around him. Don't touch me. I'll burn you. Tony looked at a panicked Pepper. He took a step forward pretending to be calm. You can't do it, Pepper. You may hurt anyone, but you certainly won't hurt me. Look into my eyes, believe me, it's okay. Tony forced Pepper into his arms. The expected high temperature did not appear. Pepper burst into tears. What a coincidence, there is always a BD who wants to disturb this sweet scene. Killian, who was knocked off the crane, reorganized the mutant pyro. Gradually surrounded the lighthouse. You haven't shown any abnormality for such a long time. I thought you were blinded by this powerful force. I didn't expect it was all an act. Pepper, you really impress me. Killian's voice was heard. Tony summoned the Mark 42 armor as if facing a powerful enemy to protect Pepper. Watching Tony order the armor to protect himself instead of wearing it, Pepper's eyes gradually became crazy. Does he really no longer rely on those armors? Li Ji looked at Tony, who was standing in front of Pepper with firm eyes, and laughed. Finally, this guy was cured. Laughter is heard. Only then did Killian react. Why is there an extra person beside them? He looked at Li Ji. The yellow and white clothes look like a poached egg. Mr. Poached Egg, do you need some heat? You can still laugh in this situation, but don't be afraid of the pain when you are roasted by the fire. Hearing this, Li Ji's laughter stopped abruptly. What did this idiot say just now? Poached eggs? Pepper burst into tears when she heard this. Don't tell me, Killian's description is quite appropriate. Li Ji turned to Tony and the two of them and said. You two, please stay away, I'm afraid of accidental injury. Looking at Li Ji, whose smile gradually darkened. Tony was busy pulling Pepper and hiding behind the lighthouse. Killian looked at the two people running away and laughed. Mr. Poached Egg, it's a bad decision for you to send away your helpers. You know, the power of God is not something ordinary people can contend with. Li Ji picked his nose. What did this guy just say? God? Do you think you are a god just because you are angry? Since you are seeking death, you can't blame me. Anyway, the purpose of coming here this time has been achieved. He rubbed his wrist. Space movement is activated. In an instant, he came to the mutated fireman who laughed the loudest. He raised his fist and tapped Pyro on the head. The sound stopped suddenly, and Huo Ren's body was knocked into the reinforced concrete ground like a carrot by Li Ji. Between a few breaths, only Killian was left standing between the fields. Only half of the Pyro's head remained above the ground. Killian looked at the scene in front of him in horror. How could it be? Who is this man and how can he be so powerful? Li Ji walked slowly towards Jillian. Did you just say that you are gods? That is such a weak god. He patted half of his head at his feet. God? Come out and play. Don't sleep. Got no response. That half of the head burst into violent flames instantly, and then disappeared in the space. Looking at the mutated pyroman, there was not even ashes left when Li Ji patted him lightly. The emotion of fear instantly covered Killian's body. What the hell did I get into? No. He is not a thing. He is God. Real God. Li Ji looked at Killian's shaking body. He clapped his hands boredly. For a guy like you to hit you with his fist would be considered as a way of looking down on you. Okay, you can go to hell as well. Remember to be a good person in the next life. Also, don't give others nicknames casually. Really annoying. Li Ji walked up to Ji Lian and patted him on the shoulder. This shot means farewell forever. Killian's body erupted in a burst of fire. Then it turned into ashes all over the sky. Killed the leader Killian. Li Ji turned around and walked towards the lighthouse without interest. Let Tony and the others play with the rest of their heads. It's really too weak. Just when he wanted to ask Tony and the others to finish settling things here and go back, he found that Rhodes, who was sent to rescue the president, was lying on the edge of the rocks and secretly watching something. He stepped forward. It was discovered that Rhodes was watching Tony and Tony kissing each other with relish. Okay, this NS gossip disease is back again. He sat on the rock and put his arm around Rod's shoulders. The latter was startled by Li Ji's sudden appearance. Didn't I ask you to save the president? What are you doing here? Mr. Li, the president is hanging too high. I can't get up. I just saw Tony coming over. I want him to help me go up and pick up the president. But I didn't expect to see this scene. So? The president is still hanging in the sky. Yes, he was dismissed from his post anyway, just hang him up for a while. It seems that our Colonel Rhodes is undoubtedly a rebel. He cleared his throat. He warned aloud. Tony, Pepper, we should go back. The two people who were kissing also reacted. Looking at Li Ji and Rhodes who were sitting on the edge of the reef watching them. Pepper also blushed. When the four people came to the port square, looking at the densely packed half of the head, it was also difficult. Li, how do we get these reformers? Hearing Tony's inquiry, Li Ji did not answer. Just minding his own business, he asked Pepper on the side. Pepper, do you want to see the fireworks? I think so, Mr. Li, but where can I get fireworks? Li Ji patted Tony. He nuzzled at the armor that was about to be scrapped in the distance. Tony laughed knowingly. Li, Rod, let's go. Go to the sky and watch the fireworks. When Tony ordered Jarvis to destroy the remaining armor, flames soaring into the sky along with brilliant explosions dyed the night sky red. Looking from a distance, it looks like fireworks. While they were joking, Li Ji and others had already disappeared. The president, who was suspended in mid-air, looked desperately at the explosion in the venue. Stop! I'm still here. Chapter 48 Nick Fury is urgently recruited. The kidnapped spy leader. Li Ji, Tony, and others said goodbye at the Avengers Tower. I flew back to my apartment in central New York alone. It's late at night. He didn't come home from the lobby. Instead, it landed lightly on the balcony. No one was around. Then he opened the sliding door and walked into the home. The scent of gardenias in the room made him feel at ease. In the bedroom, Natasha Romanoff curled up on the bed like a kitten. From time to time there was a slight snoring sound. Li Ji simply washed up and lay down on the bed. Feel the slight vibration coming from around you. Natasha Romanoff turned over and sat on Li Ji. Back. Well, I'm back, and things have been resolved smoothly. I have to go back to work tomorrow. Fury has assigned me a task. What mission? Is it dangerous? I don't know yet. He told me to go to the bureau and wait for news. Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Okay. A night of silence. The next morning, Li Ji and Natasha Romanoff tidied up the battlefield that was scattered yesterday. Drive towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was waiting in the office early, watching the two of them walk into the room. He also joked teasingly. You two are really inseparable. When you come to my place to pick up a mission, you still come together. If you can talk well, then I will stay and listen. If you can't talk well, then we will leave now. Li Ji rolled his eyes and sat down opposite Nick Fury. Natasha Romanoff stood beside him with a smile on her face. If the mission is too dangerous, then don't send her. I'll take care of it. Nick Fury looked at Li Ji with disdain. Li, to be honest, no one else except Natasha Romanoff can do this task. Although you are very powerful, infiltration and stealing information are not what you can do. With your face, you've probably been on the blacklist for a long time. It was exposed before any useful information was stolen. Li Ji spread his hands indifferently. Whatever information is stolen, just kill the ones with problems. Anyway, one more is not more, and one less is not a lot. Nick Fury, I think you want to kill me too. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more deviant, Nick Fury coughed slightly, reorganized his thoughts and spoke seriously. S.H.I.E.L.D submitted an application to the Congress, called the Insight Project. The purpose is to eliminate possible terrorist attacks on Blue Star in advance. After comparison with sophisticated algorithms, all potential threats are nipped in the bud. But I always feel like this program is targeting a specific group of people. That may include all the Avengers. I called Natasha Romanoff here just to break into the parliament and try to steal real information. Hearing this, Li Ji understood. It turns out that this old man had already discovered that there might be a traitor inside S.H.I.E.L.D. If he knew all of S.H.I.E.L.D except him. The remaining senior officials are basically from Hydra. Wouldn't that expression be wonderful? You also want Natasha Romanoff to do the penetration. Your home has been infiltrated into disarray. He turned his head and gave Natasha Romanoff a questioning look. Seeing the latter nodded. Li Ji is also unfazed. Yes, but you must provide her with all useful equipment and information. And you must prepare these things yourself. And no other person can know about it. Nick Fury's face darkened. It seems that Mr. Li also discovered something. Sure enough, we had an internal problem. Who could it be? Natasha Romanoff, you go get ready first. Come to my place later to get something. She nodded and walked out of the office door. Li Ji looked at the worried Nick Fury. He chuckled a little. Tell me, do you have any questions? Don't tell me that you sent Natasha Romanoff away specifically to talk about family matters. Mr. Li, I feel that there is a problem within S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know since when, I felt like I lost absolute control over this huge agent organization. It would be fine if there was a decentralization of power, but if there are people who are willing to do it deliberately, then things are going to be really bad. Li Ji looked into his eyes. Where's your conclusion, old BD? Which one do you think it is? Nick Fury was silent for a moment, and then spoke with difficulty. I think it was more intentional. Li Ji sighed. Don't be too idealistic. What if the ideals and beliefs of everyone else in S.H.I.E.L.D except you have changed? Human greed is endless, especially for money and power. But I still believe in your character. Although you are an out-and-out BD, at least you are not a bad guy. If you are going to take action, you should be more careful when you go out. After all, your existence is also a thorn in their side and a thorn in their flesh. Li Ji spoke very clearly. He didn't bother Nick Fury, who was thinking quietly again. He stood up and walked out the door. Li Ji did not bother Natasha Romanoff and walked outside the door alone. He looked at the vast lake on the east side of the S.H.I.E.L.D building and was lost in thought. With the Twitter shell, I can destroy them all no matter what I do. Although it looks quite intimidating, I probably can't hold myself back from punching. The roar of the car interrupted Li Ji's thoughts. Rogers of the US team has just returned from a mission. Looking at his tall and handsome figure, Li Ji thought of another transformed super soldier. Winter Soldier, Bucky. These two old brothers are really miserable. One was frozen for decades. EPUB was driven crazy by a Russian guy and turned into a psychopath. In the end, they have to turn against each other. Things are impermanent. Etc. If it's EPUB, is there another solution? He looked at the sky thoughtfully. Rogers came to the director's office, reporting to Nick Fury on the progress of the mission. But he wouldn't listen at all. What does it mean that except for me, everyone else's ideals and beliefs have deviated? Why am I such a jerk? Why am I a thorn in other people's side? Why should I be more careful when I go out? Is there someone else who wants to do something to me? Director, are you listening? Ah? Yes, the task was completed very well. Not bad, keep up the hard work. But I haven't said to what extent the mission has been completed. Looking at Nick Fury, whose mind is wandering to nowhere. Captain Rogers was also speechless for a while. Not only was the S.H.I.E.L.D agent not very cooperative with me. Doesn't even this agent boss want to listen to me? By the way, something is weird in S.H.I.E.L.D recently. It always gives me a very familiar feeling. Forget it, if it doesn't work, just take a break for a while. Maybe I'm too tired. Why don't I see anyone as a good person now? How strange. He looked at Nick Fury, who was still looking down in thought, and gave up the report. Walked out of the office and went home. Not long after Captain Rogers left, Nick Fury seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Is this what Mr. Lee means? Because I control S.H.I.E.L.D, I have become a stumbling block for other elements. Want to murder me at a specific point in time. Thinking of this, he also smiled bitterly. Mr. Lee, can't you speak more clearly? Lee Ji, what should I do? I can't say that the entire SHIELD except you are all bad people. You have to believe me. He turned on the intercom and ordered Carlson in the office next door. Carlson, ask Natasha Romanoff to come to my place. Chapter 49. Do you want to give it to me? If not, I will take it myself. Now that Natasha Romanoff can't go home, Lee Ji never returned to the New York Center apartment again. He came to a place less traveled by. Shout to the sky. Heimdall, take me to Asgard. Suddenly, the colorful beam of light fell, and Lee Ji's figure disappeared. In the main hall of Asgard. When Odin heard what Lee Ji said, he also firmly refused. You want to take Loki's scepter away? No way. Only in my treasure house is it the safest. Lee Ji was also stunned when he looked at the angry-eyed Odin. Such a big reaction. It's indeed useful if I take it away, otherwise why would I open this door to you? Lee Ji had already discussed it with Odin in a good voice. But this old stubborn man still insisted on his opinion. No matter what your use is, don't try to take anything from my treasure house. Hearing this, Lee Ji also became angry. He put his hands on his waist, and Saitama's battle suit possessed him. Lee Ji's momentum suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Odin sitting on the throne. Old thing. Did I give you face? That's all you give me today. If you don't give it to me, I will destroy your treasure house. Thor and Loki, who were standing aside, saw the two men's momentum rising steadily. He also stood aside in fear, not daring to make a sound. Loki, they won't really fight. Thor, hey? No way, ha ha ha. Loki, but they clearly want to take action. Thor, well, how about we retreat first? Loki, agreed. The two men's eyes met for a moment. After making up his mind, he slipped away. Return. Lee Ji's angry voice shocked the two of them. He stood quietly in place, not daring to move. He changed the subject. You two take me to the treasure house. I won't even be able to say a word to this old guy. Be bold. Hearing Lee Ji's insults, Odin, the father of the gods, felt humiliated. He picked up the magic gun and attacked Lee Ji. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? During the conversation, Lee Ji firmly grasped the spear that Odin thrust towards him in his hand. If you mess with me again, I will destroy Asgard for you. With a sudden force in his hand, Odin's spear, which symbolized the supreme throne of Asgard, suddenly broke in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Li Ji dropped half of Odin's divine spear on the ground. He clapped his hands, ignoring Odin's shocked and stunned gaze. He said again to the two stunned brothers beside him, "Take me to the treasure house." Thor came back to his senses and awkwardly pointed to the broken Odin divine spear on the ground. "Li, it's useless if I take you there. You broke the key to the treasure house." Li Ji just glanced at it. "Take me there and ask for the key to that small broken door." Thor winked at his father crazily, hoping that the latter could give him some advice. But Odin didn't seem to have recovered from the shock just now. Thor had no choice but to bite the bullet and lead Li Ji to the treasure house. Not long after, the golden gate of the Divine Realm treasure house appeared in the sight of Li Ji and the others. "Li, this is the treasure house. You can't enter without Odin's divine spear, Fu*K. Watching Li Ji clenching his hands into fists, he rushed toward the treasure house door. Thor hurriedly pulled over Loki, who was confused. The beautiful greeting came out of his mouth unconsciously. Boom! Under Li Ji's fierce bombardment, the door to Asgard's treasure house, known as the safest in the universe, collapsed. Both Thor and Loki's mouths opened into an O shape. Waterfa? Was the treasure house demolished just like that? What if someone attacks Asgard again? This treasure house doesn't even have a door. How can we protect these important things? After venting his anger, Li Ji looked at the treasure house door that had turned into rubble and fell into deep thought. It seems a bit too crispy. Forget it, it's all demolished. Let's get down to business first. He walked to the treasure house and smacked his lips while looking at the dazzling array of treasures. Frost magic box, what a good thing. How about giving it to Loki to play with? Let it snow in Asgard or something. Eternal fire? It's pretty good for grilling skewers, but it's not easy to carry. How about taking it back and making something delicious for Natasha Romanoff? Thor and Loki just stood at the door and watched Li Ji browsing his treasure house like a vegetable market. I dare not say a word. They think that their divine body is not as strong as the treasure house door. But I can't stand this. After watching for a long time, Li Ji finally found the three items lying on the tray in the deepest part of the treasure house. The Tesseract, Loki's scepter, and the reality stone with black and red particles floating in it. He hesitated. When he picked up the scepter, he also took the rough stone of reality away from the treasure house. I remember that when Thanos, the purple potato demon, used real-life rough stones to simulate scenes, it looked like that. Take it out and do it. If you tear down the door, you have to give some explanation, right? Thor and Loki looked at Li Ji, who came out. Then he looked at Father Odin, who had just arrived with an angry look on his face. For a moment I didn't know how to speak. You say help your father. Can't beat Li Ji. I want to say help Li Ji. I can't beat my father again. How can you do this? You can just show it off and become a salted fish. But they think too much. At this time, although the anger on Odin's face has not disappeared, but the shock in his heart was no less than that of the two brothers. That's right. When Li Ji broke Odin's spear, Odin already understood everything. Why was Li Ji alone when they arrived at the ancestral land of the Dark Elves? Why did Heimdall use the Eye of Truth to search for traces of the Dark Elves after the army was ready, but there was no news? Why did Loki and Thor hesitate to speak? All because the Dark Elves were single-handedly wiped out by the man in front of them. Looking back at that time, he still compared himself with Li Jija. I feel like I'm on par with him. Now look how ridiculous that is. There was no arguing or scolding. Odin quietly looked at the figure walking out of the treasure house. Got it. Got it. That's fine. If you don't get it, I'll open the door for you. You can get whatever you want. Thor? Dad is sick? Loki, fight, fight. Just take care of this BD father. I will become the new king of Asgard. Loki, even if Odin is taken care of, you still have Thor above you, so it won't be your turn. Loki, then take Thor away too. Loki. Thor. Odin, my son Loki has the appearance of an emperor. Listening to the light exchanges between the two, Thor and Loki looked like they had seen a ghost. Didn't Loki break the gun he gave his father just now? Why do you look so thoughtful now? Loki kicked the bricks next to him. The quality of your door is not very good. It cannot withstand my punch. You don't have to pay, right? Odin's eyes twitched. Do I dare to make you pay? Maybe as soon as I asked you to compensate, you started to demolish the palace. It was my mistake this time, because the maintenance of the divine treasure house was not done properly, which caused the gate to collapse. I'll call for repairs. Thor looked at his father in disbelief. Have you given in? Could it be that Dad can't beat Mr. Lee? Does that mean I am hugging the tree? When I become king in the future, who will dare to disobey? Little Loki is ridiculous. If you have any questions, please contact my agent, Loki. Loki, none of the two Tiangong brothers are good, they are pure rebels. See, Odin is so wise. Loki was also unreasonable and unforgiving. He took out the reality gem and pressed it on the doorpost of the divine treasure house. Black and red particles instantly covered the doorpost. Not long after, the treasure house door was restored to its original state. Odin looked at the restored door and his pupils shrank. Back in time? Is this also the ability that the real rough stone has? Why does it feel so wrong? Everyone looked at the questions. Loki also opened his mouth to explain. How should I put it? I'm quite embarrassed to have demolished the door of your treasure house. First, let me create a blindfold for you to resist outsiders. You have to do the repair work yourself. When the gate is repaired again, just take out the original stone of reality. Thor walked to the treasure house door and pushed it open. Does it feel the same as before? When he pushed forward hard, he fell to the ground. Is this an illusion? Loki shook his head. It's not an illusion, it's reality in another dimension. It's just projected into this world. After explaining, Loki raised the scepter in his hand. I'll just take this. No need to give it away. I'll see you later. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki's figure had disappeared in front of everyone. Mr. Lee, it seems that you have done something extraordinary again. You're telling the truth, Heimdall. What's the secret? Sorry sir, I don't quite understand. It's okay, just take me back. Colorful lights flash. Loki left Asgard with great success. Chapter 50 Trouble breaks out. The kidnapped S.H.I.E.L.D. executives. Jingle. Loki, who returned to Blue Star, received a message from Natasha Romanoff. Some S.H.I.E.L.D. technical officers were kidnapped on their way back home. Among them was Senior Technical Officer S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury sent her to inform Captain Rogers to cooperate with the Special Forces to carry out rescue operations. Loki frowned slightly. What Natasha Romanoff didn't say was that she was also assigned to other actions. I looked at the time when the message was sent, it just passed not long ago. Then it's not too late. Without further ado, Loki rushed to Rogers' residence. When he walked out of the void, Rogers was talking to a black man in sportswear under a tree. From time to time, I still record something in my notebook. When Loki saw the black man's face clearly. Yo, we are also old acquaintances. Yes, that black man is one of the future Avengers. Falcon Sam. It's just that no one knows his identity now. The roar of the sports car came from the distance. A graceful drift accurately stopped in front of Rogers. He glanced at Natasha Romanoff, who was sitting in the car. Got a mission? Ms. Natasha Romanoff. Yes, I will tell you in detail when we get there. She had not planned to get out of the car. But when he saw Li Ji standing aside, he also laughed happily. She hurriedly opened the car door, ran and jumped into Li Ji's arms. Li, why are you here? Li Ji patted Natasha Romanoff on the back comfortingly. When I saw the message you sent, I felt uneasy and came over to take a look. Actually, it's just a simple operation. It's just to rescue the hostages. It's not like I've done it before. Is it really just about rescuing the hostages? Li Ji lowered his voice and whispered in Natasha Romanoff's ear. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff also looked at Li Ji in embarrassment and shook her head. I can't say it, Li, but it will never harm you. You don't have the ability to harm me. I'm just afraid that you will be harmed. Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff crossed her legs unconvinced. Said softly in Li Ji's ear. Are you sure I can't harm you? Li Ji's face turned red and he coughed slightly. Seriously, you're sure everything's fine, right? Natasha Romanoff nodded. Seeing her clear answer, Li Ji no longer hesitated. Even if she can't beat her, she still has the power cloning ring he gave her. At least her life is guaranteed to be safe. Is the farewell over? Is the war about to begin? Hear Sam's call. They both looked back. Rogers and Sam both showed meaningful smiles. Li Ji laughed and cursed and got away. Then let Natasha Romanoff take Captain Rogers to perform the mission. He himself came to Sam's side. Hello sir, I'm Sam Wilson. Nice to meet you. Falcon Sam politely extended his hand. Li Ji did not answer, but asked seriously. Sam, do you want to return to the embrace of the blue sky? Li Ji's words were like a bomb falling into the water, arousing turmoil in his heart. Who is he? Why did he say that? Logically speaking, my identity is absolutely confidential. It's impossible for ordinary people to know. But look at him with such a sure look. Sam still hesitated. Asked uncertainly. Sir, what do you want me to do? It's very simple, you give me the coordinates, I will help you get the suit, and then... just do what you want. Do what I want? Why do you say that? Wait, he said suit? Only now does Sam really believe that this man really knows everything. Just like this, under Li Ji's persuasion, Falcon Sam officially returns to the team. Night falls. The Quinjet roared towards the hijacked freighter. Captain Rogers is assigning tasks to everyone participating in the operation. Lelam Lang leads the team to the stern of the ship to protect the hostages. Snipers control the commanding heights and provide emergency protection. I'm responsible for clearing the deck of enemies. Natasha Romanoff, you take control of the engine room and stop the ship. After hearing the order, everyone responded and received it. But they didn't find it. Natasha Romanoff, who was sitting at the end of the warehouse, took a deep look at Lemron, the captain of the Special Operations Team. Arrive at the predetermined height, prepare to parachute, and the hatch will open. In the dark night, the hostage rescue team is like a group of elves hiding in the darkness. Silently, they headed towards the hijacked freighter. With amazing agility and strength, Captain Rogers successfully cleared the deck of enemies. The special team led by Lang also came to the periphery of the room where the hostages were held. Rogers asked quietly on the intercom. Are all action teams in place? Arrived at the scheduled location on the 1ST. Arrived at the scheduled location on the 2ND. Natasha Romanoff's voice did not come from the headset for a long time. This also made him a little anxious. Natasha Romanoff, how are you doing there? Natasha Romanoff. Upon hearing the urging, he also accelerated the speed of clearing the enemies. When Natasha Romanoff successfully hit the stop button, he also replied with relief. Natasha Romanoff is in position and the freighter's engine has stopped working. Seeing that the time has come, Captain Rogers ordered to the teams, "Action!" But what he didn't know was, Natasha Romanoff on the other side has left the team. He quietly rushed to the central control computer and copied the files. She tried to unlock the encrypted file. But it's a pity. These documents are double insured. If you are not careful, everything will be damaged. She had no choice but to copy all the files to the USB flash drive. Let Fury decide when he gets back. Yes, this task was secretly given to her by Fury, in order to ensure that confidentiality is not leaked. She didn't even tell Li Ji. After the copy was completed, Natasha Romanoff destroyed the host system. He rolled over and slipped out of the vent. What she didn't know was that Lang had also received an arrangement from Hydra and came to copy the documents. When he discovered that the file was corrupted, he also smashed the keyboard angrily. "No, you must tell the Secretary General. Otherwise, that BD Fury might have escaped." Led by Captain Rogers, the rescue team successfully rescued the hostages kidnapped by S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters via helicopter. After the post-war summary meeting, Natasha Romanoff came to Nick Fury's office alone. "Did you get it, Ziona?" "I got it, but I can't open the double-coded file." "You can figure it out yourself." As he spoke, he pushed the copied file in front of Fury. Nick Fury, who was about to take over, seemed to have thought of something. "I seem to remember. Some time ago, Mr. Lee asked me to be more careful when I go out. Then might I be in danger? It seems that these information are not suitable for me to save." He waited. Then he pushed the USB flash drive back to Natasha Romanoff. "You should keep it for now. The situation is not peaceful and I am not safe now. This information is hard to come by. If it gets into the hands of someone who is interested, I'm afraid it will cause trouble." Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff put away the USB flash drive indifferently. Then he expressed his doubts. "Fury, what I'm talking about right now is just my own feelings. You can believe it or not. I think there might be something wrong with Lang." Hearing this, Fury stopped what he was doing. Sighed softly. "Xiao-na, please go back and rest first, let me think about it alone." Natasha Romanoff nodded, turned, and walked out. When he was about to close the door, he looked at his BD leader with uneasiness. Then left the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Nick Fury watched Natasha Romanoff leave. Eyes change. "Since you want to play, then go ahead and do it. I, Nick Fury, am not a pawn to be manipulated."